Good morning and welcome into this presentation of Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. I'm Brandon Januska along with Eric Willowhite and Adam Schneider on camera. Today we have a Squirt Red Tier 2 matchup to start things off. A hockey-filled day and a hockey-filled weekend here with Central State playoff games all throughout today and championship games then tomorrow. And again, first on tap, Squirt Red Tier 2, the Black Bears and the Vipers going head-to-head. They're just finishing up their warm-ups right now, and then we'll have the puck drop in just a couple of moments. These two teams met each other twice during the regular season. Black Bears swept them both. A 6-5 win back on January 10th, and then a 1-0 win on January 23rd. So a couple of January meetups between these two. Now they meet in February to kick off the playoffs on this Saturday. It's not actually kicking off the playoffs altogether, though. They both played some games earlier on in the week, yesterday to be exact, to kick off their actual bracket here. It's group play, much like if you tuned in last weekend to any of the games. We're in the group stage, 4 pairings in each group. You play everyone in your group, 3 games in total. The teams with the most points in each bracket will play tomorrow in the championship game as the teams go out there and take the ice to an ovation from the faithful out here in Glenview, the Glenview Ice Center here in Glenview, Illinois. As we get ready to start this one off. The Black Bears in white, defending the goal off to our left, and the Vipers in black off to our right as we're ready for the opening face-off. And here we go. Black Bears gain possession off the draw and then turn it over to the Vipers, who try to get through the neutral zone. We haven't left the neutral zone yet. Just starting play. 12-minute periods here in the Squirt Red Tier 2 level. The Vipers have the offensive zone. Black Bears were 19-1, 38 points. That was good for the top of the standings in the Red Tier 2. Vipers have the offensive momentum in the corner. They turn it over to the Black Bears, but can't get it out. Vipers keep it in. Send it back toward the corner. Black Bears try to keep it around, and they do clear it out into my blind spot right along the near boards, and now gain the zone. On the other end, a chance denied, and it's sent right back out. Black Bears will have to retreat. As for the Vipers, 12-7-0-1, 1 overtime loss, 25 points in the regular season. That was 5th in the standings. Just held in initially by the Vipers, then cleared out to center. A wipeout in the neutral zone, trying to pick it away were the Black Bears. And it's turned back over. Mateo Velasquez sent it across to Marcos, who sent it ahead. Chasing it down, Brock McDaniel, but the Vipers got there first. And now they try to push back the other way. It goes back to McDaniel, who gains the zone, sends it toward the corner. Chasing it down, Mateo Velasquez. Theodore Johnson, the Vipers goalie, looking on as it comes toward the near corner. It's Marcelo Velasquez between the pipes on the other end as one gets sent toward him, sticks it away off to the far corner. Black Bears coming ahead as the Vipers made a change. And it ends up on the stick of Henry Naga, who sends it out into the neutral zone. Chasing on to this one, Hadley Bauer, who tried to push it forward, and it's turned back over. Sent all the way down, no icing. Played behind his net. Theodore Johnson has it. Gives to his defenseman, and moving forward is Henry Naga. Sends it out to the neutral zone, poked away. And here come the Vipers. They gain the zone, make a change. So they'll retreat, let the Black Bears regroup, and they push forward. Moving along the near boards, Mateo Velasquez pushed in. In the near corner, kind of a blind spot for us up on the second level as one sent in front. There's the shot, he scores! No, it wasn't. He saved it. It looked like he went in initially from my vantage point, but no goal. And back the other way for the Vipers. That was Mateo on the shot, a prime look. Somehow Theodore Johnson keeps it out. One official shot on goal for either side. 8:40 and counting left in period number 1. Black Bears take it away. It's Grady Lavin pushing ahead. He has help on one end. He flings one toward the net, goes wide. Held in by Lavin. 2 for each side, battling along the far boards. Held in by the Black Bears. A pass across just missed the stick of Edward Radek. And the Vipers able to clear it back out to center ice. 8 minutes left in period number 1. No score, Black Bears and Vipers. As we get a whistle stopping play with 7:56 left to go here in the first period.
Hello, Brandon.
Hello, Eric. Brandon Januska along with Eric Willowhite, Adam Schneider on camera.
First of 11. So as I'm sure you already mentioned to our crew here, our viewers tuning in for early morning playoff hockey here from Glenview.
So we have a face-off to the right of Theodore Johnson. Jam-packed day full of hockey. Some Red Tier 2 action. That's what we have going on right now. We have a couple of Squirt minor games today as well. And then tomorrow, Red Tier 1, Red Tier 2, and minor for all at the Squirt level. The championship games.
Now we're having a prolonged conversation over there with the Vipers bench.
We're scoreless with 7:56 to go in period 1. Face-off in the Vipers' end. To the right of goaltender Theodore Johnson, it's won by the Bears. Santiago sent it across to the other end. Here's Pete Marcos. A shot goes high and wide. Back behind the net now. Black Bears try to push it ahead. A flinged shot by Edward Radek is held by Johnson, and we get a whistle. And the prolonged delay was because there was a penalty. One sent into the box. It's Henry Bower serving the penalty. Minute and a half on the power play at this level. So Black Bears trying to draw first blood on the power play for another minute 12. 7:35 and counting to go in period 1. Vipers push ahead. 5v4, Vipers trying to do something shorthanded. Minute to go on the power play. Wraparound attempt, and it goes through the crease and out to the other side. That was Hunter Lervik with the chance. Black Bears just trying to clear their own end. They're on the power play, and now they do push it out to the neutral zone. Radek chasing it down, but doesn't get there ahead of the Vipers, who push it back ahead. Killing time, 35 left on the power play, 7 minutes to go in period 1. Radek through center ice, gains the zone, turns it over. Hunter Lervik took it away. The Vipers clear out to center ice. Black Bears make a change. 15 seconds on the man advantage. In the near corner, a battle for the puck. Black Bears come away with it. Try to get a shot off. It never got through. As time expires on the Bower penalty, back at full strength for both sides. Vipers push forward. Kenya chases one down near the corner. Now a battle along the near boards. Bower keeps it in. Kept in initially, now back out to center ice. Vipers regroup. Under 6 to play in period 1. No scores, we get a whistle. One shot for either side, no goals. 5:56 to go.
So I'm trying to figure out here, 34 for the Black Bears. Last name showing on the jersey is Bear, but it's Castillo on the roster. I'm assuming it's the same player. I was wondering why the Black Bears had a player named Bear. on the roster.
It'd be fitting.
Yeah. And they have a mascot down there, too. We'll try and get a shot of that at the next stoppage of play.
So we have a face-off to the left of Theodore Johnson. Won by the Black Bears. Marcos from the point flings one in on net. Blocker saved and then kicked out in front. Black Bears couldn't finish it. Still have it out in front in the crease. Sprawling after it is Johnson. Puck still loose. The Vipers come away with it and skate it out to center ice. Turn it over in the neutral zone. Black Bears will regain. Under 5.5 to go in period 1. No score, but action on the right side. Up along the near boards, Black Bears keep it in initially. Good effort there by Hadley Bower to clear it out, and here come the Vipers. One-on-one chance, it's Lervik. The shot knocked down by Velasquez.
That's a big-time save.
That was Marcelo Velasquez. Now Mateo Velasquez enters the zone. A good pass, just couldn't finish it. And now a shot in on net, knocked down. It's loose out in front. And trying to cover up, doing so is Johnson. Couple of good looks on both ends of the ice.
Yeah, so a little bit back and forth here, especially in that last little sequence. I think the power play kind of opened up things for both teams, getting some chances here. A couple good saves on each end, too. There's Bear.
There he is, number 34 in white. Again, on our roster, Nico Castillo.
Yeah.
But B-E-A-R on the back of the jersey. No score, 4:49 to go in period 1. Face off to the right of Theodore Johnson in the Vipers' end. Vipers come away with it, but can't clear it out. And the first or second try, it's pushed out toward the corner. Chasing it down, Manconi. Sent out toward the point. Back around behind the net. 4.5 to play in the opening frame. Held in at the corner by Castillo. Flung toward the net, it never got there. Zane Osman picked it off. And now cleared out to center ice. Here come the Vipers. Trying to push forward with it was Guzman Jr. He turned it over, sent back out into the neutral zone. Black Bears have it ahead to Radak. He gains entry, skating toward the middle. And it poke checked away. Back out to the neutral zone. A couple of Vipers go out for a change, not all. As Radak skates in dangerously with it, and then a collision knocked him off the puck. Held in by the Black Bears. From the circle, now from the slot, a shot, it never got through initially. Rebound, he scores! The Black Bears draw first blood. They lead 1-0 with 3:34 to play in period 1.
Yeah, being at the right place at the right time. That is number 9. That's Radek, right?
Yeah, Edward Radek, he had been busy. A lot of threats early on in this period, and he finishes that one up right on the doorstep to Theodore Johnson, who made the initial save. Rebound went in. 1-0 Black Bears. 3.5 to go in period 1. Now the Vipers will look for the equalizer. They have it in their own end right now. Skating with it is Wozniak. A shot in on Johnson. Kicked away. Black Bears hold their end initially, and now out to center ice. Black Bears take over. Hunter sent it ahead, and right back out to the middle. Noah Santiago nearly picked off. But it pushes ahead. Hunter enters the zone. Sends it around the boards. Back behind the Vipers' net. Starting there with it. Ahead are the Vipers. Try to clear it out. They can't. Knapp kept it in. Hunter with a fling in on net. Covered up by Johnson. Draws the whistle with 2:42 to play. In period 1, it's 1-0 Black Bears.
You can say the Black Bears. Can't say Blackbirds, too. There's Blackbirds, Black Bears. But the Black Bears continuing the pressure even after getting the game's opening goal here. You want to get the next goal, too. and try and get the Vipers on their heels. Likewise, the Vipers need to return to the left side of our screen here and get some offensive action.
8-2 shots in favor of the Black Bears with 2:38 and counting left in period one. Flung out to the far corner of the Vipers' end. They're trying to skate out with it. Now they fling it out to middle ice. Race onto the puck. Black Bears get there first. It's Marcos. Behind his own net. Rings it around the boards, but not out. Held in on the point. And now out towards center ice. It could be a race to the puck. Who's going to get there first?
Oh.
And losing his footing when he got to it was Grady Lavin. A prime opportunity. Actually, that may have been Jacob Knapp skating in on it. Yes, it was Knapp who got there. A good defense on the Vipers' end. Not letting them go in uncontested.
Yeah, I thought there was a little stick whack there. I thought there might be a slashing call forthcoming, but none called, and we're still at 1-0.
Looked like that was Zane Osman who used his speed to catch up and prevent a clear look on the other end. Just over 2 minutes left in period one. 1-0, Black Bears on top. A wipeout along the far boards by Kenya as a save by Johnson. Vipers couldn't clear initially. Now they do on the other end along the near boards. Now they push ahead. Guzman trying to get to the puck ahead of Castillo, but Castillo will ring it around the boards on his own end. Battle up against the glass on the near side. Black Bears come away with it, fling it out to the middle. Declan Wozniak back in, and the Black Bears send it right back away. Here comes Velasquez. Mateo from the circle into the glove of Theodore Johnson.
Well, Johnson's seen a lot of action here. 10 shots on goal for the Black Bears here. We still have 1:17 to go in the opening frame.
9 saves, just that one goal. Came on a rebound opportunity for the Black Bears. Face off to the left of Theodore Johnson. Vipers win the draw. Try to get out of their own end. Hunter Lervik sent it ahead, but not out. Velasquez kept it in the corner. He has the puck on his stick. Now back behind the net, couldn't center it. Hunter Lervik able to clear out to the neutral zone. Back in come the Black Bears, a shot into the glove of Theodore Johnson.
That was a heavy shot, not an easy save for Johnson, but able to snap it all the same and hold it for a faceoff.
Michael McLaughlin, the one who flung that on net. 51 and a half seconds left in the opening period. 1-0 Black Bears over the Vipers. Face off to Johnson's right. It's won by the Vipers. They send it around the boards to the near side. Battle in the corner of the Vipers' end. Along the near boards. Who comes away with it? It is the Vipers. Send it out to the far end and into the neutral zone. Trying to gain entry on the other side. They do. See if they can make something happen. 23 seconds left in the opening period. Black Bears by 1. Back out to the neutral zone. Now on the stick of Noah Santiago, who flings it across to Radek. He's the lone goal scorer in this one.
Oh, I don't know if he ever brought it back in.
That's Lavin. Radek had crossed into the zone.
Yeah, but I don't know when the puck came out if he ever brought it back in, but they called the ice or the offsides nonetheless.
So that's a neutral zone faceoff with just 5 ticks left in the opening period. 1-0. Black Bears in front as time expiring. And no shot to be had for the Black Bears, who gained the zone, couldn't get the shot off, but they lead 1-0. An Edward Radek first period goal, out shooting the Vipers 11-3. We'll step aside. Period 2 coming your way next. 1-0 Black Bears. This is Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Back with you for period 2 action. Brandon Januska along with Eric Willowhite, Adam Schneider manning the camera in this one. Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. It's the Black Bears over the Vipers 1-0 as we begin this second period. From the Glenview Ice Center, just kicking off our day full of hockey action. Black Bears win the opening draw, and they push ahead. It was an Edward Radek goal. And the difference in this one so far, Black Bears out shooting the Vipers 11-3, leading 1-0.
Yeah, Radek was very noticeable in that first period, Brandon.
Scardicchio sends it back behind the Black Bears net. A wraparound attempt. Never got there. Now a shot. Again, never gets to Velasquez. Ends up in the corner. Vipers applying some pressure. It's taken away now by Hahn. Sent out into the neutral zone. Brought back in by Vincent Scardicchio. Now along the near boards. Here comes Knapp. Chasing down his own, fling into the corner. Gains control initially, and it's taken away by Henry Naga. Vipers try to clear it. They can't get it out. Santiago holds the point. Sends it back in deep into the corner. 10:45 and counting in period 2. 1-0 Black Bears in front. Santiago flings it in on net. Rebound attempt was there. Couldn't send it home. Held in by the Black Bears. And Marcos from the point. That goes through everyone into the corner. Heavy pressure being put on. Trying to double their lead are the Black Bears. Vipers clear it out. Tenuta sends it back behind the cage before he goes off for a change. Actually stays on the ice. Went over by the bench, but stays on as the Black Bears push ahead. A shot! Kicked aside. Now the Vipers with a 2-on-2 opportunity, pushing ahead. And a shot attempt by Brickert. It was deflected, wraparound, kicked away.
That was a nice stick check there from Castillo/Bear to interrupt that shot. That looked like it was going to be on net, but with the late stick there by Castillo, deflecting that shot wide.
It prevented Cameron Brickert's shot from getting there as that's kicked aside. A hot shot by the Black Bears. Wraparound attempt. There were bodies in front. Never got through. Vipers come away. 9:20 to go in period 2. 1-0 Black Bears. Rickert spins around, loses his footing and the puck.
Black Bears. So that's the third time out of the last 4 drives by the Vipers, Brandon, where they had an offensive push, but the lines were getting ready to change, and so they'd spin off and then head for the bench. They're getting chances, but they're at the tail end of their shifts, and they're just playing conservative, dumping in, and then heading for the bench.
And now it's the Black Bears going back the other way. Yeah, you're on tired legs at that point, just trying to end your shift. It's a shot. He is kicked away. Good save by Johnson.
Let's see if they're able to sustain something here.
Entering the zone is Wozniak. Puts one in on net, and it's in! Just flung it in on Velasquez, and it beats him on the glove side. May have gone off his pad and in, and we're knotted at 1 apiece.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd like to have that one back, but as always is a good rule in hockey, put the puck on net, good things can tend to happen, even if it's not the hardest shot. It's the act of making the goalie do something, make a save. That time, unable to was Marcelo Velasquez, and it's a 1-1 game.
Now the Vipers come ahead off the draw. 8:20 to go in period 2, tied at 1 goal apiece.
The Vipers look much better in this second period than they did in the opening frame.
They certainly have. Shots now still in favor of the Black Bears, but 12-6. Black Bears try to push forward.
That was good hand-eye dexterity there to knock that one out of the air.
Vipers bench area were trying to say that was knocked down with a high stick. No whistle. We play on. 7:50 and counting in period 2, 1 apiece.
Yeah, it was pretty close.
Black Bears push along the near boards and into the zone, racing toward the puck. Again, there first are the Vipers, who send it around. That was Laving coming in hot for the Black Bears. And here come the Vipers. Tenuta in the corner. Had it taken away. And back out to center ice. Grady Lavin gets around one man, enters the zone, and then sends it over to Minconi. Run around the boards, back behind the cage. Minconi keeps it in. Pushes one in toward the net. Trying to cover it up is Johnson, and he's able to with the second effort. 7:02 to go in period 2. 1 goal apiece.
This is a good opening game for these first of 11 today. Have a 1-1 game, 7 minutes remaining here in period 2. A lot of back and forth. A strong first period for the Black Bears in the opening period, and the Vipers responding here in the second. We're all even at 1.
It's a face-off to the right of Theodore Johnson. It's won by the Black Bears, who try to send it out toward open ice and send it right to the Vipers.
Just
Left
get it
the
off
zone.
sides, yeah.
Looking at these two teams, the Black Bears won on Thursday, 6-1 win against Winter Club, so they're 1-0 so far in this group play. As for the Vipers, coming off a loss on Thursday, 5-0 against the Hawks rather. So they're looking to bounce back as in on net, wraps around and in. That is Mateo Velasquez. Good stick handling there, beats Johnson on his glove side.
He got past multiple defenders there, and it was just him and Johnson, and he was able to stick handle Johnson out of the equation. Fake left, go right, tuck it into the net. 2-1 lead now for the Black Bears as they regain the advantage.
With 6:49 left in period 2. Vipers put one in just wide of the net, but they gain the zone. Battling in the corner, Lervik squirts out toward the point. Black Bears will carry it out to center ice. Gaining the other end and then blowing a tire. Where the Black Bears losing his stick was the Vipers defenseman, and now a tug on another stick. A couple of loose sticks just out there on the ice as the puck comes back into the neutral zone, and here comes Lervik.
As Eddie Olczyk says, a yard sale going on the ice.
As the Vipers tried to center, it was taken away. Here comes Velasquez. Had that nice goal a couple of moments ago. Skating in on that pass attempt. Didn't connect. Was looking for Hunter. Again for Hunter. One chance. Swatted at it. Didn't get it in on net. Couple of bodies for the Vipers preventing that shot attempt. It's another centering pass. Now Hunter with it behind the cage. Sends it all the way out to the point. Shot in, never got through. Hit a stick out in front. 5.5 to go, period 2, 2-1. Black Bears in front. Held in by Marcos. A shot is kicked aside. Along the near boards, a battle. Vipers trying to clear their end. Held in by Velasquez. He sends it toward the goal. Sticked aside by Johnson. Couple of Vipers near the puck. Black Bears keep it in. Lavin with a shot on that. Now McLaughlin. That goes wide. Keeping the pressure on Theodore Johnson, the man between the pipes for the Vipers.
And remember, this is the period of the longer change for both teams, especially if you're in your defensive zone. You got some tired legs out there right now for the Vipers, especially on the back end.
4.5 minutes to go in the period, and another goal for the Black Bears.
Trying to catch a license plate there. Is that he doesn't want to turn our way.
4:27 to go in period 2.
Who was that, Knapp? Who got that tally?
I think it may have been Knapp.
Okay.
Jacob Knapp makes it 3-1 with 4:27 to go in period 2. Black Bears ahead by 2.
Yeah, I mentioned the tired legs for the Vipers there. They were able to get a change now, but earlier, before all that sequence started, you had Henry Naga, number 13 for the Vipers, who lost his stick and trying to get that puck out of zone, doing a good job trying to kick it to a teammate to eventually get it out, but the Vipers brought it back inside the zone. They kept it there for a long time, and they just kind of wore down the Vipers on that particular goal.
Yeah, and it may have even been Lavin who finished that one off.
Okay.
One of the guys who have their jersey kind of scrunched up in the back.
Yeah, we always recommend don't tuck your jersey.
This is Lavin on the draw.
If you want us to call your name when you score, if your number's tucked in, we have a hard time seeing it.
As the puck exited the zone before Marcos brought it back in. Offsides is the call. 3:58 to go in period 2. 3-1. Black Bears in front, out shooting the Vipers 18-6.
Yeah, that initial push in this second period by the Vipers, that game starting to look even up. As you had mentioned, they were kind of closing the gap with the shots on goal, but now it's an 18-6 advantage for the Black Bears, and they've really reasserted themselves after that game-tying goal.
As Knapp puts a shot in on Johnson. He makes the save and draws the whistle. 3:50 to go. Yeah, during that initial push, the Vipers did even it up at 1 goal apiece. It was 1-0 entering the period in favor of the Black Bears. Now the last 2 have gone the Black Bears' way.
So if you're the Vipers here, it's important at least, keep the Black Bears off the board here for the remainder of the second period. But if you can get another tally to at least cut it to 1, that would be the next best option.
Battle in the near corner. Held in by the Black Bears at the point. Sent along the boards. Vipers try to clear. They do get it out. Here's Lervik. Sent it across. Just evaded the stick of Liam Fox. Black Bears have it in their own end. Try to clear. Held in. Nega sent one toward the middle. Hit a body in front. And back out to center ice. Nega with it. 3:15 to go in period 2. 3-1 Black Bears ahead. Wozniak around the boards. Held in and with a slap shot by the Black Bears. And collecting along the near boards is Velasquez. Battle along the glass. Vipers come away with it. Lervik sent it out into the neutral zone, where Marcos will take over for the Black Bears. Skating in his own end, trying to evade a couple of Vipers. He'll just fling it out. Held in at the point by the Vipers. Ends up with Mateo Velasquez. He's trying to skate his way out. It was poked away. Good stick by Alan Joe. Now sent out to center ice.
Yeah, just offsides. That play kind of got gummed up. Vipers had a player who was getting ready to come off the ice. The puck went his way. He was told to play it, and then he tried to get it back to the far point, but it went outside the zone, and they weren't able to get back on sides on time.
So at 2:22 in period 2, it's a 2-goal game. 3-1 Black Bears in front. Neutral zone faceoff, won by the Black Bears. Yes, it comes to Edward Radek. Ahead to Hunter. Mia Hunter sent it into the corner, chased it down. Still battling a couple of Vipers for the puck. Along the glass near side, Vipers poke it away. Held in by the Black Bears. And Radek had it poked aside. McLaughlin keeps it in. Back behind the ditch. Behind the cage, rather. They keep
It's
it
force
in.
of habit for you, Brandon.
It is. Typically calling baseball. Used to say, talking about the dish. Here come the Vipers. Minute 35 to go in period 2. Vipers trail by 2. It's Cameron Brickert. Skating behind the net. And it taken away. A couple of Black Bears were there to meet him. Held in by the Vipers. Sent around the boards. Castillo picks it up. Nico Castillo sends it ahead toward Radek, held in by the Vipers. Minute 5 left in period 2. 3-1 Black Bears ahead. Still held in. Nope, not quite. That was Zane Osman. Thought for a second he held it in.
I thought he did too.
It just went over the blue line, according to the officials, with 56 seconds left.
What did you think?
I thought he held it in.
See,
by watching it from here, I thought he did. Of course, the officials have the better view. They're closer to it, but yeah, I was going to continue the call.
That puck has to be all the way over that blue line.
Definitely close. We don't have the replay assist at this level.
No,
Can't challenge it.
Not at Squirt level? Why not?
Yeah, we could. We have the camera.
Well, that's true.
Zoom in on that. 43 to go in period 2. Anyone watching back at home, you can put in the comment section. Go back, rewatch it.
You have rewind capability.
Let us know. As here come the Vipers trying to make a late push. 30 seconds left in the period, trailing by 2. Black Bears clear it out to center ice. Vipers have to retreat back out of the zone. They do as it kicks into their own end. Wozniak, 14 seconds to play in the second period. Vipers try to push ahead. Now a turnover, and we have a penalty. Maybe a tripping or a hooking call is down to the ice. Wayne Kenya, and appears to be shaken up. Jackson makes his way out to the bench.
And it's a Black Bears penalty with 7.8 seconds remaining. Let's see who we get on the number there.
So it's enough time, 7 seconds. If you can win the face-off, that's Jacob Knapp sent to the box for the next minute and a half. 90-second power plays at this level. Face-off to the left of Marcelo Velasquez. Again, if you can win the draw, 7 seconds, that's enough time to get the shot off. However, it's the Black Bears that win the draw. Wrap it around the boards. That'll do it in period 2. 3-1. Black Bears in front. We saw 3 total goals. The Vipers evened it up. Then the Black Bears pull ahead. It'll be the Vipers with 1:23 to go on the power play when the third period begins. That's coming your way next. This is Central State's Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest.
Before we go away, we're going to have our cameraman Adam zoom in on the mascot over by the penalty box area there. So we'll get you a look at the mascot while we're on our audio break. Stay tuned.
Ready to begin this third period. Black Bears and Vipers. The Black Bears ahead by 2. Vipers begin this third frame on the power play. 1:15 to go on the Jacob Knapp penalty, but it's the Black Bears pushing ahead. Well, being a man down, now the Vipers gain possession, and out to the neutral zone they go, and they enter the zone. It's Hunter Lervek who puts it in deep. 3-1, Black Bears in front, and traffic out in front of the net. Puck is loose, and it's a goal. It went over the line. It squirted through Marcelo Velasquez. A couple of bodies in front, not sure who touched it last. It was just a loose puck. Velasquez was trying to find it and ended up squirting through and just over the line before it was pushed back out. That's a good goal, and it's 3-2.
Scardiccio, who gets credit for the goal there, getting this game within 1. So that's exactly what you wanted if you're the Vipers, getting an early power play goal and then swing some momentum here. Now you're only chasing 1.
So Jacob Knapp out of the box after that power play goal. As you said, 3-2 the score. Now down by just one are the Vipers. 11.5 to go in period 3. Skating ahead, Mateo Velasquez in the far corner. Sends it out to the point. McLaughlin flings one in and ends up in the near side.
That was a heavy wrist shot for McLaughlin there.
Out to the neutral zone come the Vipers as they push ahead along the near boards. Centering attempt. They found a stick, found Hunter Lervik. Just couldn't get the shot off. Now flung toward the net. Got to a body out in front, McLaughlin. Black Bears try to clear. Able to skate out toward the blue line with it was Velasquez, and now it is cleared out into the neutral zone.
Black Bears did a good job of preventing a shot on goal there. Vipers had a couple good looks, but some active sticks by the Black Bears players preventing a shot on goal to Velasquez.
Bringing it ahead now, Hadley Bower. The puck ends up on net, sent aside by Velasquez. 3-2 Black Bears in front. Vipers with some good pressure, a battle out in the near corner right now, and centering attempt. No one was there but the Black Bears. Held in by Bower. Bower spins around, sends one toward the net. Again, a body out in front and a collision out in center ice.
I think they're saying a hand pass. So, yeah, puck's coming outside the zone. I saw the hand pass motion from the far corner official.
With 9:55 left in period 3, 3-2 Black Bears. It'll be Hadley Bower on the draw for the Vipers against Mia Hunter. It's the Vipers who win it. Osman puts it inside. Kenya able to take it away. Try to pass from his knees. Never got through. Taken away by the Black Bears. From behind their own net. Try to send it out. And they do. Wozniak comes away from the battle. Now Santiago through center ice into the zone. Had it poked away, held in. Centering attempt. A lot of traffic out in front. Now a fling just back into the corner by Knapp. Knapp has it taken away. Cameron Brickard on the near side just sends it in deep. In toward the net. Velasquez paddles it back behind as the Vipers go off for a change. Under 9 to play in the third period. 3-2 Black Bears. Knapp turns it over in his own end. Vipers from the far side. Battling for the puck. It rings around the boards. Held in by Wozniak. Poked out by the Black Bears. And now here comes Hunter. Mia Hunter back behind the net. Looking over the options. Skates all the way around with it. Now tries to pass it ahead. Does so. Now to Hahn. Now Hahn trying to find an outlet. Centering attempt. Never got there. Back into the corner. Hahn. Another centering try looking for Knapp. It goes all the way out to the point. McDonald had it taken away, and here come the Vipers. 8 minutes left in the third. Still 3-2 Black Bears. Lervik. Then Bower sent one in on net. Black Bears back the other way. Turnover at center ice. Sent back in by the Vipers. There's McLaughlin with it. Heavy pressure. I'd say a full court press from the Vipers. Black Bears, a shot. Goes right through the crease and out to the corner. And it goes back out. Vipers will make some changes. Black Bears regroup. Radek brings it into the zone. From the near side, in the corner with it. Bodied off the puck. It squirts out toward the middle. And now all the way out to the neutral zone with some steam coming forward is Scardiccio. A shot goes just over the crossbar.
Woo. Had a good look at it.
And now back the other way. Possible 2-on-1 if they're quick. Comes out to Radek. Now it missed the stick of him. Looking for Radek. Had an opening if it was a clean pass. Under 6.5 to play in the third. 3-2, Black Bears lead. An early power play goal by the Vipers this period. A lone goal in the third. So we have a whistle with 6:12 to go in this third period. Shots in favor of the Black Bears, 20-8, but just a one-goal game.
Yeah, teams are getting some looks, but not getting that many shots at each end here. They're getting some zone time, but just not able to put anything on net at the moment.
And a lot of traffic, some good poke checks, good sticks in the shooting lanes. Black Bears try to push forward, back out into the neutral zone. The puck goes. And now here comes Wozniak. And look, a shot!
I think it hit the post.
It goes just wide after it hit off, and I do believe it did draw iron.
Wow. That close from tying it up.
Knocked down by Brickert, held
stick.
in.
Referee had the arm up there for a delayed call. If the Vipers touched it again, they did. But yeah, that one, the mere inches away from the Vipers tying it up, hitting off that right post and heading over to the far corner.
Yeah, that was Declan Wozniak who brought it in the zone himself and had that look. 5:41 to go in period 3. 3-2, Black Bears ahead. Face off to the right of Theodore Johnson, the Vipers goaltender. Black Bears had possession for a moment. Now the Vipers skate out with it. Pushing ahead with the puck was Lervek. He's knocked off of it, and here comes Hahn. Hahn weaving his way through, and then it's taken away. Around the boards it goes to the far side. Jackson Kenya sent it over to the near end, and here comes Brickert. In the zone, knocked off the puck. And Santiago back the other way. Santiago still with it. And we get a whistle.
Interference.
With 4:54 to go in period 3, this could be a big penalty. As Jacob Knapp is headed to the box. The last time Knapp was in the penalty box, the Vipers scored their second goal. Another one here, and we're all knotted up. 3-2 Black Bears, 4:54 to go.
Exactly what the Vipers need at this moment here as you're under the 5-minute mark, trailing by 1. You got a minute and a half power play.
90 seconds for Jacob Knapp in the box. Face off to the right of Marcelo Velasquez. Power play opportunity. Black Bears won the face-off. Wozniak holds it in. A shot. Hit a leg in front. McLaughlin kicked it aside. Held in. The Vipers shot. Never got to the net. And now here come the Black Bears the other way. A pass attempt. Didn't quite get there. Looking for Grady Lavin. And now Hunter with it. Mia Hunter dumps it to McLaughlin, who skates it out and now into the other end. Under a minute left on the power play opportunity for the Vipers. 4:15 to go in the third. Marcos along the boards, fighting with it. As play stops with 4:04 to go in the third. 40 seconds left on the Jacob Knapp penalty. Neutral zone face-off.
An interesting offsides call there. I thought the Vipers were the ones who brought the puck into the zone, so it wasn't initiated by the Black Bears. That could have been a delayed offside situation, but it chose to call it.
Battle at center ice. Who's going to come away with it? It's the Vipers. Pushing forward with the puck, Kenya.
Nice play by McLaughlin.
Dumps it out to Henry Naga, and it skirts over the stick. McLaughlin now pushing ahead, trying to make something happen shorthanded. He's stripped of the puck. And now back the other way comes Wozniak. 13 seconds to go on the power play. 3:33 left in period 3. Vipers trying to make something happen as Knapp comes out of the penalty box.
That one I agree with. That one did come all the way over, and we get the offsides call there. But, yeah, some nice active sticks by the Black Bears to kill off that penalty. McLaughlin was definitely noticeable on that shift as well.
Both teams with 5 aside at this point on the ice. Penalty is over. 3-2 Black Bears lead with 3:23 left in the third. Shot still in favor of the Black Bears, 20-9. Neutral zone face-off. Some housekeeping before the puck drop. And we're ready to resume. Won by the Black Bears. Chasing it down is Hahn. Battle along the boards. And offside.
Even the fans in the agree with that one, too. Glad it's not just me, but.
With 3:10 left in the third, another neutral zone face-off. And we'll do it again.
Yeah, I think the players moved for the drop there.
It's Hadley Bower against Mateo Velasquez. And it's Velasquez who comes away with it himself, trying to skate in. He enters the zone. Looking over the options, flings one out toward the crease, paddled aside, and no one was there to slam it home. Here come the Vipers. Wozniak knocked off the puck.
That was another nice defensive play by McLaughlin coming all the way back to interrupt that rush by the Vipers.
Vipers have it in their own end. Lervik will skate it out into the neutral zone. Lervik, a shot, and it rattles around and out.
Not even sure if Marcelo Velasquez saw that one.
I think it hit the post, hit Velasquez, and then may have hit the post again on that shot.
Either that or he looked so casual on it.
With 2:25 to go in the third. Vipers trail by 1, but they've had a couple of prime opportunities. See if they can find a way to get the equalizer in the next 2.5 minutes. Face off to the right of Marcelo Velasquez. Won by the Black Bears. Can't get it out. Held in by Naga. Just shot it toward the net. Held in right now by Guzman. Battle along the far side. Black Bears take it away. 2 minutes to go in the third. Skating out with it. Or attempting to, rather. It's held in. That was Lavin who had it stripped away. And back to the corner it goes. Santiago in the battle. A couple of Vipers there as well as it squirts out. Here comes Jacob Knapp. He pushed it ahead. Mia Hunter around the boards to Knapp. In the far corner with 1.5 minutes to go. Black Bears by 1. Vipers take it away. They get it out. 1:20 on the clock. Vipers trying to make a push, trailing by 1 late. Out at center ice, Osman just tries to dump it in, didn't get very deep. Hunter has it and sends it back out. Less than a minute to go in period 3. 3-2, Black Bears lead it. Now a shot, he scores! Edward Radek makes it a 4-2 game with a heavy wrister.
I believe that's his second goal of the game there, Brandon, and getting the insurance goals. The Vipers were desperately trying to get the equalizer down there, but they just couldn't get anything pushed towards goaltender Marcelo Velasquez. And then eventually the Black Bears able to go the other way and open up a 2-goal lead.
Edward Radek scored the first goal of the game back in the first period, and now this one makes it a 4-2 game and may have finished it here in the third. 47 seconds, still time for the Vipers. They need to make a heavy push. Face-off won by the Black Bears. They'll just want to kill time. Wozniak sends it ahead. Vipers had a couple of looks, especially in this period. Just couldn't finish them. Back behind the net is Kenya. Tried to center, it's taken away. Velasquez with 20 seconds left will skate it out to center ice and push ahead. Dumps it in deep, 15 to go. 4-2, Black Bears lead. Centering attempt turned over. Vipers will try to make one last push, trailing by 2. Less than 10 to play. They come ahead, a collision. A shot in on Velasquez. Bodied it away. Another attempt as the buzzer sounds. And it's the Black Bears who come away with the victory. 4-2 the final. And what a way to kick things off here on this Saturday morning.
Yeah, that was a strong game by the Black Bears. Able to just kind of ward off the Vipers there, but the Vipers kept battling. Even when it got down to 4-2, they were still battling, trying to get a goal there towards the end. A good effort by the Vipers, but comes up short against this Black Bear squad. And they were able to just kind of keep the Vipers at bay defensively, not allowing a whole lot to get on Marcelo Velasquez, and then getting the insurance goal by Radek.
Yeah, this is a dominant Black Bears team. They were 19-1 in the regular season, just lost once. Beat the Vipers twice, but both one-goal games in the regular season, so they knew they could compete. They did again here, but it's the Black Bears who come away with it. 4-2 the final. Keep it right here on this stream, though. We have more hockey coming your way. Another Squirt Red Tier 2 matchup. The Hawks against Winter Club. That's coming up next right here on Central States Playoff Hockey.
Yeah, for all those tuning in, we're just going to keep the stream active for the first 6 games, and we'll open up another stream for games 7 through 11. So, as Brandon said, just keep it right here. The stream will stay active.
That's right. You're listening to and watching Central States Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome back into the Glenview Community Ice Center for some more Central State's Squirt playoff hockey. Hello, everyone. This is Eric Willowhite along with my broadcast partner, Brandon Januska. On camera is Adam Schneider. And Brandon, we had a good game between the Vipers and the Black Bears in our opening game, the 7 a.m. game, 4-2 win for the Black Bears. Here we have the Hawks, Squirt Red Tier 2 going up against Winter Club. Winter Club 0-1 in the bracket so far. The Hawks 1-0, and so obviously for Winter Club, they're looking to get a victory here, just sort of like the Vipers were in that opening game. They weren't able to do that. Winter Club 6-1 losers to those Black Bears on Thursday night, and the Hawks defeated the Vipers 5-0 on Thursday night, so that's how these two teams fared in their opening round game on Thursday.
Yeah, so the same bracket that we had in that opening game today, so this is a big one. You saw the Black Bears win. They're 2-0, so the Hawks, if they can win, they'd be 2-0 and setting up a matchup against the Black Bears to determine who goes to the championship game. So a lot at stake for the Hawks in this one, and for the Winter Club, they need a win just to keep themselves in it. A loss would basically eliminate them. It would eliminate them because they would lose the tiebreakers to both teams and have 2 losses. So Winter Club needs to win to keep their hopes alive. They would need help. For the Hawks, you win, you set up a showdown against the Black Bears in your final game to determine who plays tomorrow.
Yeah, so it should be a good battle here. 12-minute periods here in the Squirt division. We'll find out who our starting goalkeepers are for the Hawks. They carry a couple goaltenders. For Winter Club should be Hunter Norman. He's the only goaltender listed on the roster, and he's the only goaltender that I see. Actually, no. Am I looking at this right? This is number 33. He's wearing a different number.
Looks like we don't have a 33 on our
Well, let's hope that's the only number. But it is Norman, and it's the name on the back of the jersey. So that's who we have there. And then for the Hawks, making his way to the net is number 33, Caden Flack. So it'll be Flack, your starting goaltender for the Hawks. To our left, they'll be in their home whites with the red pants, New York Rangers looking jerseys. And they are the home team. The Winter Club will be in their traveling greens, sort of Minnesota Wildish. And again, to our right, the goaltender is Hunter Norman. We're getting ready to get underway here in Glenview for game 2 of 11 from Rink A in Squirt playoff action. And we already are getting some encroachment on the near side here. Same officials we had in game 1. And we're underway here in Glenview. Glad you can join us on Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. You're broadcasting from 3 rinks today as that puck comes outside.
Yeah, Zalabak on that one just went a little long on the draw before shooting it back in. Brought it back a little too far, just over the line.
Where do we have Aaron today? I know Mike's in Darien. He's in West Dundee. I think he's in West Dundee.
I believe, yeah, that's right.
So Aaron Schellen, our fearless leader for Stream Sports Midwest, is over in West Dundee. Mike Napolitano and crew is locking down games over in Darien. Here's a giveaway. Drop back over to the far point now to the near point. Shot between the circles. That one never gets through. But the puck gets back, and it's pushed wide. Trying to keep that puck inside the zone is Ryan McLeah. We don't have any pronunciations on the Winter Club side, so if we mispronounce any players, our apologies. We did get a late email from the Hawks with a few pronunciations, so we're thankful those were sent over. Oh, that puck whistles through the crease. Now the Hawks applying some pressure. Over in that far corner, Hawks dig it out and try and dump it down low. 2-player race. And Winter Club is going to get there first. That's George Gowski trying to get it up along the near wall. He does, gets it out the center. Could be a 2-on-0 here for Winter Club. Inside the zone, shot sails over the crossbar off the stick of Rory Wells. Winter Club's had a couple good looks here in the early going, just haven't been able to capitalize as Gowski circles back. And now back into the Hawks zone.
Yeah, that was a prime look for Rory Wells, just flung it a little high over the cage.
Up to the far point, and then the Hawks are able to get it out the center. Gowski will circle back and pull that one up along the near boards, and then he's double teamed. Hawks come out with it. Skating in with a little bit of a head of seam there, that's Macharzik. And in that near corner, I see what you mean, Brandon. A little bit of a trick, you just have to crane the neck somewhat. My goal is to not fall over the table, though, when I do that.
There you go. Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, if I do, you're going to have to pick up the call from there, and then I'll pick up the pieces. Behind the net go the Hawks, circling, trying to get that one puck out front. That is Zalabak. Check that. No, that's 50. Wait a minute now. I have to check the jersey numbers again. '63, Jaden Zong. Okay. Play along the near wall, but the puck is brought in off sides as Rezabegian dumped that one in, but his Hawk players were in ahead of the play still. So we'll have a center ice face-off. 9:06 to go in the opening frame. No official shots on goal at this moment. In that first game, we had a lot of early action there, especially from the Black Bears, but so far we're just 3 minutes in, almost 3 minutes in, no official shots on goal.
Yeah, Winter Club has had a couple of good looks in the early going, but nothing actually on target yet.
There's a chance, but good late defensive recovery there by Grayson Wax. Yeah, Winter Club keeping it in at the near point. McClea.
Yeah, the Hawks actually won that face-off, and then it just drifted a little back too far. Winter Club had an opportunity.
Oh, what a nice cut in there. That was James Mullen. Had the puck in that near corner, eluded a defender, and then fired it past Hunter Norman, and a 1-0 lead for the Hawks.
Yeah, how quickly things can change. It seemed like Winter Club was applying all the pressure. Talked about the face-off that the Hawks won, and then just kind of lackadaisical about it. Winter Club made a push, and then right back the other way, and Mullen with the finish.
Yeah, the key there was coming out of that corner with the puck, eluding a defender. It wasn't a terrible angled goal. It was a lot of open net there from Norman, and Mullen able to find that and bury it. 1-0 Hawks, still early. And Mullen gets that one out to center. Gowski there to track it down for Winter Club, tries to push it inside the zone. And the Hawks throw it back out to neutral zone. Now here's Mullen again. Tried to get over the blue line, but a nice poke check there at the last minute by Andrew Knopf, and then Knopf dumps it in. He'll skate after it. He's looking towards the bench, though, like he's might be up for a change here. The Hawks look to go the other way. Backhanded up ice, however, by Graham Hugel. Knopf still on the ice, and crew. Now he has it. Eludes a defender, goes wide, gets it up ice. Vitt throws it towards the net, but it's deflected wide at the last minute. And playing that puck is Wax. Wax backhands it to the neutral zone where Droughty will take it. Had it, lost it. Winter Club and Vitt trying to get back inside the zone, but unable to. Now Zalabak. Zalabak getting some space, coming in, tried to tuck it past, and the rebound goes wide. Ooh, that was a grade A chance for the Hawks to go up 2. Zalabak missed, and the rebound went wide.
Yeah, nice job by Hunter Norman getting that right leg out there to kick that aside. The attempt from Zalabak.
And now the puck comes loose. This could be an opportunity here for Winter Club. And a player goes down. That is Wells who's taken down. There's going to be a tripping call on the Hawks. So an early power play for Winter Club looked to square things up. They trail 1-0. And going to the box for tripping will be number 8, Donahue, Ben Donahue.
Yeah, nice job by Rory Wells drawing that penalty. Looked like he had a little seam there. Could have had some space brought down, and now a minute and a half on the power play.
Face off to the left of Caden Flack. And now late player addition there for the Hawks. They have their requisite 4 for their penalty kill. Winter Club takes the draw. They'll ring it behind the net. Over to the near wall. Pinching in to keep that one inside the zone, McClea. But now the Hawks come out with it. Here's King. King shorthanded. Goes between the circles. Fires, and a big save made there by Norman. It was almost backhanded into, pushed into the net on a flurry of skates. And then it's finally covered up by Hunter Norman. Wow.
Yeah, that puck was loose for a little while. Probably felt like eternity if you're Hunter Norman.
Right.
Just right out there, just beyond the crease, but able to keep it out of the back of the net.
But a good job by the Hawks to apply some offensive pressure while they're shorthanded. Now the faceoff will be in the Winter Club zone, minute 13. Oh, wait a minute. We did get a penalty on Winter Club now. I didn't see what the call was, but in the box
That's Wells.
is Wells. So Wells goes to the box, 4 aside for the next minute 13. So not only did they do a good job of killing some time in the offensive zone, the Hawks, they were able to draw a penalty along with that. So 4 aside, another minute, and a brief 18-second power play or such. 13-second power play for the Hawks. Here's a shot. That one's gloved by Hunter Norman very confidently, and he holds on for the faceoff. It'll be to his right again.
Yeah, shots heavily in favor of the Hawks right now. 8-1 advantage. Norman doing his part just to try to keep his team in it.
Draw taken by the Hawks, backhanded towards the net, but it's knocked away before it could get there by Graham Hugel. Suppose it could be Huggle, but I'm going to go with Hugel. Because, again, no pronunciation, so. It's announcer's call is what it is, Brandon.
There you go. If you're
situation.
tuning in, feel free to let us know in the chat on the stream.
That's right. Here's Wax. Wax brings it in along the near wall. 18 seconds until a brief power play for the Hawks. Here's Zong. Cross ice pass. Top of the far circle. Flipped on net. And Norman able to steer that over into the 18-second power play now for the Hawks. Starts now. Circling below the goal line there is Zong. Thrown over to the far point. No one there. And it's going to go all the way down. Not sure if it'll have enough for icing. No, that's waved off. But it'll be enough to kill the brief power play for the Hawks. So both teams go 0 for 1 on that particular power play. And we have 4:53 to go here in the first period. 1-0 lead for the Hawks. Winter Club carries a puck in. Freshly out of the box was Rory Wells, and he goes down.
Yeah, after going around a couple of Hawks players to bring it in the zone.
14 in green, been very noticeable for Winter Club. Here's Knopf, cross-ice pass, but that's to a white jersey. And now Zong will bring it inside the zone for the Hawks. Top of the near circle, he shoots. Hunter Norman absorbs it and holds on for the faceoff with 4:22 to go now. Shots heavily in favor of the Hawks at 10-1.
Yeah, the Hawks are just making this heavy push right now. A lot of play off to our right side. Norman doing a nice job absorbing it, though. Just the one goal allowed.
Face off to his left now. Hunter Norman. On that draw, that's won by the Hawks. That was Cooper Droughty winning the face-off, and then we get a whistle. Puck on net and held by Norman. We'll do it again. Check that. That's 32, not 22. That's David Serlo. took the draw for the Hawks, and Norman will hold on again. We'll do it again.
Yeah, Serlo won the draw. It was right out in front and just kind of flicked it in on Norman.
Serlo wins it back. Zalabak's shot goes wide over to the far wall. It's going to be played by Bennett Trela. Behind the net go the Hawks. Centering attempt between the circles. Shot goes wide. That was a nice job by the Hawks. That was Droughty centering it to Serlo, and Serlo's shot just went wide. Zalabak tries to keep it inside the zone, and then it comes out. Zalabak will have to flag it down. He does. Tries to backhand it outside the zone. Serlo gets it out the center. Now Droughty. Droughty along the near wall. Throws it down low. And it's going to have to be played by Winter Club over on the far wall. Pushed outside the zone by Harrison Thurston. And then taking a tumble there is Michael Vitt. The puck comes in off sides.
Yeah, Vitt had to work his way through a Hawks player to enter the zone, and that little bit of a delay by having to go through a body created the discrepancy and the whistle.
So neutral zone draw. 3:18 to go in the opening period. 1-0 lead for the Hawks over Winter Club. Play inside Hawks zone. They'll push that puck down low for the moment. That's Henry King. And then King goes down. We're going to have a something.
Yeah, I think it'll be Andrew Knopf who's headed to the box. He was riding him around the boards back behind the net.
Official over to the penalty box. Oh, we're not getting the... I want to see the emphatic penalty call by the official. We had that over in Darien last week. But unless we don't catch the initial call, we don't see the repeat call when they go over to the penalty box. Talk to the official. But we know it's a penalty, and we know it's power play time for the Hawks, looking to go up 2 here in the later stages of the opening period, already up 1-0. Hawks keep it in at the near corner. Still there. And that one flipped. Oh, I think Norman might have got a piece of that one. It was a bad angle shot. He might have deflected it out to the zone. Then it's dumped in. That was short of center, though. That should be icing, and it is.
Yeah, that shot attempt, you said it, tough angle to get it there. And that's one of those, you just try to bounce it off the goalie if you can and knock it in off his body. Fought away, though. Nice job by Norman.
58 seconds remaining on the penalty to Knopf. More power play time for the Hawks here as Zong will take the draw for Chicago. 50-50 puck. Winter Club tries to get it outside the zone, but it's backhanded in, at least for the moment, by Flanagan, Connor Flanagan. Then a shot goes wide. Rebound is loose. Wax pinches in, and he'll take it over to the far wall. Here's Wax with a backhanded pass attempt, does not get through. Winter Club trying to push it out along that far wall. Wax picks up the loose change. Wax tries to pass at the last minute. The puck was moved aside. And then out to the neutral zone. Zong will carry the mail back inside the zone. And it's going to be an offsides call against the Hawks. 16 seconds remaining on their power play. Good job by Winter Club to kind of keep some of that pressure off Hunter Norman there. Wax had a couple attempts at it, but just wasn't able to get anything on net of a center ice faceoff.
And after the first couple of minutes were heavy Winter Club pressure, it's been all Hawks for most of this first period.
Minute 51, 16 seconds remaining on the Winter Club penalty. Hawks take the draw. Zalabek pushes it forward. He had Macharzik in his sights and then throws it over to the far corner. That's dug out, and then it goes over to the far wall. Backhanded down low by Ponto, Nathan Ponto. Oh, between the circles, hops over the stick of Macharzik. Out to the neutral zone. Yeah, it's well off sides was Zong. He was trying to get on and actually head for a change, but carried in. Neutral zone draw, penalty is over. Both teams back at full strength. Shots on goal now 13-1 in favor of the Hawks. Minute 28. Serlo will take the draw for the Hawks. He's going up against Harrison Thurston for Winter Club. Hawks push it inside Winter Club territory. Shot on net, blocker to side, rebound. In the vicinity there was James Mullen, who has the goal for the Hawks. They battle in that near corner. Winter Club tries to get it out, kept in. That puck is dumped down low by Mateo Torano. Goes over to the near wall. Thrown out the center. This should be icing, and it will be. As soon as it crosses the line, it does. With 53.1 seconds remaining in the first period, that's been dominated by the Hawks. 14-1 now, the shot tally board, and 1-0 on the big board for Chicago.
Yeah, right now the Winter Club just trying to survive this first period, keep it a one-goal game, reset, and come back out next period.
Yeah, if you can just get out of here with it being one goal, no matter what the shots look like, you're still within striking distance, and maybe you get a power play and you can do something with it. And a player lost his stick there. I think that was Serlo. He's able to grab his twig. Shot doesn't get through from the near point, but following up on it was Mirzabegian, who throws it over to the far corner. Now it's back over to the near corner with 30 seconds remaining. Opening period. On that, that one, I think Norman wasn't sure if he should play it or not. He was kind of like halfway on that one, then just decided to let it go wide.
Yeah, it ended up going right through the top of the crease. Luckily, no one there, so it went through harmlessly.
Here's Knopf. Knopf puts a shot on net, and that forcing Caden Flack, who we haven't really said his name much, to make a save there. Good idea by Knopf. Throw something on net towards the end. And then another shot attempt doesn't get there, and then time will wind down in the opening frame. An opening frame dominated by the Hawks. The lone goal scored by James Mullen, giving the Hawks a 1-0 lead as we head into period 2. And we'll take a quick audio break. You are watching Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. And we're getting ready for second period action here between the Hawks and Winter Club in the Squirt Red Tier 2 Bracket 1. I think we're Bracket 1.
Yes, this is Bracket 1.
And Winter Club needing a win to stay in the party here. They're already down 0-1 in round robin play. Here's Thurston. Oh, he stick handles through Wax, and then one hands it on net, forcing Flock to make a save. A good early start there for Winter Club, unable to cash in. And now here's Thurston again. He's taking it wide. He'll spin, looking for an outlet. No one there at the moment. And then he has the puck taken away. Boy, Thurston, the man on a mission here, early in the second period for Winter Club trying to get the equalizer.
Yeah, just trying to ambush the Hawks right off the draw. Thurston bringing it in, and you said it, tried to one-handed. It was just a little too far out in front.
Yeah.
Allowed Flack to make that save.
Yeah, nice save by Flack, too. Yeah, Flack really hadn't had to do much. Then in the last seconds of the first period and then the early seconds of the second period, we've had to call his name a couple times. That means Winter Club is, at least starting to find their offensive legs a little bit. Now they'll have an offensive zone draw.
Yeah, we talked about it at the end of the first period. All you have to do is survive that opening frame. If you can keep it close, the shots ultimately don't matter. We called a game last weekend where a team got outshot by 20 shots and still won in overtime.
Yep. Face off to the right of Flack. That one slapped over to the near wall. Winter Club looking to keep that one in. They will. Now near corner, dug out, being played by Michael Vitt. Circles it over to the far point. Thrown on net. That one whistled just wide. I think that was Ryan McClea who threw that one in the direction of Caden Flack. Now we have a four-player battle dug out by the Hawks and Zong. Zong out to center. McClea intercepts. That was close. Cooper might have still been offsides, but this time they let him play on. They were, we get a rough, what? Is that a roughing signal?
Some contact out there in that far corner.
Yeah. It is a roughing go. That time he did do the signal, or at least I caught it early. And I believe that is 11. That is Bennett Trella. So here's that power play we were talking about for Winter Club looking to get the equalizer. Hawks try and slap it outside the zone. They will. Mullen on the ice shorthanded. He has the lone goal in this game. Thurston carries the puck inside. He circles around in that near corner. Centering attempt, no one home, but keeping it is Hugo over at that far point, keeping it inside the zone momentarily, and then Mullen will bring it out. Mullen. Thurston tried to knock the puck off of Mullen. The Hawks still have it. Serlo with a shot. That one goes over into the far corner. Now out to center. That's going to be whistled for offsides as Mullen threw it in, but I think still inside the zone was Mirzabegian. So it'll be a neutral zone draw, but that's okay for the Hawks as you're still away from your defensive zone. 47 seconds remaining on the Winter Club power play.
Yeah, and for Winter Club, they haven't had a lot of opportunities on the power play. Looking at the stats, they only had 4 power play opportunities in their 20 regular season games. They did score 1 goal on those 4 tries. This is their second man advantage here in this one, unsuccessful on the first go.
Yeah, that would kind of lead you to believe that scoring, they were a minus 20 during the regular season and dropped their last 10. They only scored 58 goals on the season compared to the Hawks, who had 82. So if you're not scoring a lot, typically you're not drawing a lot of penalties either, right? But
that is, yeah.
They did this opportunity. They got 15 seconds to kind of get something going, but the puck backhanded in by McClea, but the Winter Club was offsides. So we'll have another neutral zone draw. 12 ticks remaining on the Winter Club power play. 9:01 to go in period 2. 1-0 lead for the Hawks. Here on this Saturday morning for now. An 11-pack of games here from Glenview Rink A right on this Stream Sports Midwest Central States channel. Hockey all around, hockey in West Dundee being televised, and in Darien, where Brandon and I were last week for Bantam play for a 10-pack of games, and then on Saturday, and then you did was it a 4-pack on Sunday?
Yep, 4 championship games.
Yeah.
We'll have 3 of them here from Glenview tomorrow at the Squirt level.
That's right. Yeah, we have 9:50 is game 1, No, check that. 8:20 is game 1. I was looking at the end time. 8:20, 10, and 11:40 are your slated start times for the championship games tomorrow. The first one is Red Tier 1. That's this group. Then Red Tier 2 at 10. And then Squirt Minor at 11:40 as that puck's brought in offsides. Penalty is over. Both teams back at full strength. And we'll have a neutral zone face-off.
Yeah, and this is actually Tier 2, so this will be the 10 a.m. game.
That's right. That's right.
Tier for this one.
Tier 2, right, yeah. Tier 1.
Bracket 1, but
yeah.
Tier 2.
Bracket 1, but Tier 2, Red Tier 2. Their championship game is 10 a.m. tomorrow.
And both of these teams hoping to be playing in that game tomorrow.
Yep. Early here in this game, but if the score holds up for the Hawks, as you mentioned, their next game will be against the Black Bears, and that'll determine who gets out of bracket number 1.
Black Bears, if you missed it, won 4-2 earlier today in our first stream over the Vipers, so they're 2-0.
Yep.
Hawks coming into this one 1-0. Winter Club 0-1 in the round-robin group stage of this tournament.
Face off to the left of Caden Flack. Draw taken by Thurston of Winter Club. Dropped it back, hoping someone was there up high. It was McClea, but it went outside the zone. Winter Club will have to retreat and try and push it up ice. That's taken by Bennett Trella. And then thrown back into Hawks territory. They're going to say it's deflected, so no icing. Now Trella in the near corner, up along the near wall. Still inside the zone. Zong has escaped. Pass intended for him was deflected, so it's going to be carried back inside the zone, but offsides. Little extra stick handling there by Nathan Ponto forced the Hawks to go offsides. We talk about that usually on a weekly basis, Brandon, is if you're going to bring that puck in, go north-south, not east-west as you're approaching that blue line. Invariably, you're going to draw one of your players off sides, and that's what happened.
Yeah, your teammates are trying to time your entry and enter right as you do, but that one extra move is all it takes.
Yeah. Here's Zong, eludes a defender. Far circle, centering pass. Trying to get that one over to Ponto, and it goes over to the near wall. Zong spinning. Has Ponto, but goes the other way. Changing direction. Zong doing a good job holding on to the puck. He gets it back. Ponto's right between the circles. Centering attempt doesn't get there. Backhand shot and a pad save made by Norman.
It was Charlie McCharzik who made that backhand attempt, nearly put it in. And prior to that, Ponto, you mentioned there was a chance for Ponto, but the only options were really to try to put it on the backhand or a one-timer.
Right.
Tried to do the backhand, and it just skipped away from him off his stick.
Yeah, tough angle. Like you said, he didn't have it like in shooter's alley, right? So Serlo will take the draw for the Hawks. Winter Club gets it out to center. Over-skated by Winter Club, but then it's going to be thrown in the zone. And I'm going to say it was short of center, so that'll be icing. They'll bring the puck back into Winter Club territory with 7:09 to go in period 2. 15-2 is your official shot tracker in favor of the Hawks, and 1-0 Hawks on the big board. The lone goal by James Mullen. That felt like a long time ago, Brandon, and it was. So despite it being outplayed on the shot tally there, Winter Club's really held themselves well defensively.
Yeah, they really have a flurry of attacks and chances for the Hawks, but they've all been fought off so far by Hunter Norman and company.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say like a heavy dose of those 15 shots on goal were like high danger chances. There definitely were a few in there. So it's not like Norman has been having to like stand on his head, but he has made some good saves. But the 15-2 is like a little misleading if you're talking like high danger chances, which we don't have a tally board for that, we just kind of have a feel.
Yeah, play has definitely been tilted to one side.
Absolutely.
But yeah, in terms of those danger shots, I'd say Winter Club has actually had more dangerous opportunities.
Now the Hawks bring it in. Oh, eluding a defender. Flip shot. That one goes wide. Nice job by Serlo. And the puck out the center. Thurston in a foot race there. And it's going to go for icing before he could get there, as he was trying to race Bennett Trella, but the puck beat them both. Icing is the call. We'll have a face-off to the right of Hunter Norman inside Winter Club zone.
And we have a goalie change on the other end.
So in the pipes now is Ryan Zom. So it must be the halfway through second period. They flip the goaltenders there. Just sort of the routine for the Hawks. Shot, and just steered aside. I think getting his right pad down to angle that behind the net was Norman. But as Brandon mentioned, Ryan Zom now in the net. Nothing play-related. Caden Flack made the saves that he could. We didn't see a whole lot of action, and now it's Ryan Zom's turn to, you would think, take the game for the second half.
Yeah, and I like that. Switch it up, give both guys a chance to get their action in. As you said, not a ton of action for Caden Flack, but he did his part.
That puck thrown off the far wall, slowly going down for icing, but does not get there. Good job racing, and is Rory Wells. Now along the near wall. Dug out. Wells fanned on a shot attempt, then a spin around attempt there from Knopf goes wide, and now we have a whistle. And what do we have? Looks like a penalty.
Yeah, I think this will go against the Hawks.
Before the signal. I did not get the signal from that
Zalabach
referee. Might have been an elbow. I don't know. He didn't do this, but I don't know. I'm just speculating. I didn't see it, but either way, I mean, usually it's interference, but it's a penalty nonetheless. And in the box is Zalabach. Between the circles, hacking at it, but unable to put anything on net was Winter Club. Then it's out to, no, not out to center. Now it is. Hawks trying to go the other way with it. And they'll bring it inside the zone. Ponto goes back and forth and has the puck slide off his stick. He'll continue to play, kill some time on the penalty kill. Over along the near wall. Inside Winter Club zone. Dug out. Charzik had it. He lost it. Pass trying to get it up to, I think that's Knopf. Thrown on net. Paddle save made there by Ryan Zom. And then he holds on for the faceoff. No, that shot was coming from 75. That was Michael Vitt.
Yeah, and I like that idea from Vitt. Just get it in on net, get an offensive zone draw. Still 42 seconds on the man advantage.
Not only that, test the new goaltender as well, so
yes,
force him to make a play, which he did. Draw taken by the Hawks with 40 seconds on the Winter Club power play. Bring the puck inside the zone. Droughty throws it. Oh, what a right pad save made by Norman as he was going to his left and had to stay to his right and stretch out that right pad as far as he could on the shot by Droughty. Did they call offsides on that? Oh, I do not believe that. We have seen some questionable offsides call. We definitely saw 2 or 3 in that first game. That's probably the first one here in the set. Oh, wait a minute now. No, I'm sorry. It's a penalty. If I take that back.
Yeah, it's Andrew Knopf who's being sent off, and Winter Club voicing their displeasure. With 18 seconds still to go on the Zalabach penalty.
So Knopf gets the penalty. I'll wipe out whatever I said about that offsides, although I think that's why they stopped the play, but maybe not. It's probably for a touch by Winter Club for the delayed call. And what do we got here? Now we have Winter Club coach talking it over with the officials. It's going to be a neutral zone draw, but Knopf's in the box. 18 seconds remaining on the penalty for Zalabak for the Hawks. And then it'll be a minute 12 power play for the Hawks after the 18 seconds expire. Neutral zone draw taken by the Hawks. Zong taking a tumble there was Droughty. Thurston backhands it up along that far wall. Kept in. That is Wax, Grayson Wax, behind the net. Penalty is over. Hawks power play now for the next minute and 6 seconds. Wells will take it out to center, however, for Winter Club. Wells, stick handling. He's going wide, trying to sweep it on net. Now picks it up, tries to wrap around, and getting a pad on over there was Zom. Now here's Droughty. This is a 2-on-2 with Mullen. Droughty carries it in. Fires from the top of the far circle. Does not get through. That goes off of Graham Hugel. Oh, and then a couple stuff attempts there. Zong had a rebound attempt. That was stopped by Norman, and now it's on the side of the net. We'll have a face-off. So anxious moments for Winter Club, but Norman and Winter Club able to stave off the Hawks here with 34 seconds remaining on their power play.
Yeah, after Rory Wells brought it in deep, just couldn't get the wraparound attempt to stay on his stick. And, yeah, right back the other way where the Hawks showing that speed.
It'll be Serlo taking the draw for the Hawks. And that's won by Winter Club. And a big jersey tuck over there trying to catch the license plate. I think that's Macharzik. Or no, Cooper, Michael Cooper. Mullen tapping his stick, asking for it between the circles, but Winter Club comes out with it. Ray Manning, 7 seconds on the Hawks power play. Still inside Winter Club zone. Centering attempt between the circles. That's picked off. Backhanded up ice, but kept in and dumped down low by Trella. Penalty is over. Both teams back at full strength. Knopf is back on the ice. Near wall. Out to Zalabak at the neutral zone. He's being pressured. Cooper comes out with it, but a couple green jerseys collide. Mullen takes it the other way for the Hawks. Mullen tried to stick handle through a maze of players and then dumped in off sides by Donahue. Down a minute 58 here in period 2. We just touched the 9 a.m. mark. Shots on goal favoring the Hawks 19-3. Neutral zone draw. Winter Club, Thurston trying to get it inside the zone. Taking it wide and then eventually backhanding the puck inside the zone is Winter Club. Gowski with the keeper. He throws it down low. Wells will have to chase after it, but going to get there first. And the Hawks and Mirzabegian. Out to the neutral zone. The puck eventually goes to King. King and Thurston battling over on that far wall. Dumped back in. Mirzabegian, cross-ice pass over to the neutral zone, sort of an area pass. Dumped in by Gowski. He was just short of center, so they're going to call icing against Gowski. And we're going to have a offensive zone draw for the Hawks along the near face-off dot to the right of Hunter Norman. Zong for the Hawks. He's going to be squared up against.
It's like Michael Vitt.
So Vitt in the circle. Zong takes possession, trying to shield Winter Club from the puck, but Knopf will take it away. He'll skate up along that near wall. Had the puck knocked away, gets it back. Dumps it in, they'll have to chase. Going on the far side is Wax. Rings it off the far wall. This could be a 3-on-2 for the Hawks if they hurry. Zong having a little difficulty along that far wall. Recovery by Wax along the near side. Wax carries it in. Wax circles around a couple defenders. Wax tried to center and get it up high to Zong, but taken by Winter Club and out to the neutral zone. Now Winter Club goes the other way. Still a 1-0 game. 26 seconds remaining. Puck is loose on net. Zom able to close up the pads, and then the puck goes into the far corner, kept in by Winter Club. Then it's swept out to the neutral zone with 14 seconds remaining. Backhanded up ice by Cooper, or Manning, and now here's Ponto. Ponto, loose puck, unable to corral it. No, not Ponto. Sorry, that was Macharzik who had the opportunity there. Ponto was on the ice, but it was Macharzik, 27, who put that puck on net. But the Hawks unable to extend their lead. We'll go to the third period. 1-0 Hawks over Winter Club. This is Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Back at Glenview, Winter Club just finishing up their between period huddle. Took a little extra time there as they wanted to talk things over. 12 minutes away if they don't score from their second loss and probably knocking them out of contention here. So they are only one goal away from tying this up. So the game is still within reach for Winter Club, even though the shots favor the Hawks 20-4, Brandon.
Yeah, at this point you can forget about everything else that has happened. If you're Winter Club, you know you need just one goal to tie things up, and then it's anyone's game from there.
Vitt will throw it in and chase. Getting there first will be Trella. Throws it along the far wall, kept in by Winter Club. And backhanded outside of the neutral zone from Zalabak. Inside Winter Club territory, Hawks looking to get the insurance goal. Mullen, James Mullen, the only goal scored early in period one, and that's been it. As Trella will chip it over to Zalabak. Zalabak pass to Serlo, goes off him. Mullen tries to push it inside the zone. It's knocked away. And then carried back in by Zalabak along the near wall. Zalabak, backhand centering attempt. That one is picked off by Winter Club. Nice job by Wells to read that pass. Then he shovels ahead trying to get it to Vitt, but Trella's there and pushes it ahead. Collision along the far wall. Serlo, he'll try to carry it in, and then he was in ahead of the play offsides as Trella pushed the puck in ahead of the play. Ahead of the players.
Yeah, a couple of men went in the zone thinking that initial attempt was going in. It got blocked in the second chance, then drew the offside whistle.
Far side draw in the neutral zone. It was Homerding, Mason Homerding for the draw. He tries to push it ahead to King. King wide open. Oh, and then the puck rolled off his stick just as King was getting ready to shoot. He was looking up, the right thing to do, but then the puck just kind of went off his stick there. He wasn't able to cradle it as much as he wanted to. So missed opportunity there for the Hawks to go up 2, but that was a nice pass by Homerding to get it up front, but the Hawks unable to cash in. Now inside Hawks territory, behind the net, Mateo Toronto. Trying to keep it in is Cooper Manning, or Ray Manning, Cooper Manning. Sure, he's playing hockey now too. And we get an offsides call. We'll take a quick audio break. Apologize, we had a minor glitch in the stream, a glitch in the system. We'll keep an eye on that here, but we are with a wired connection here in Glenview, and for the most part, it's held up pretty well here, but on occasion, there might be some glitches. We apologize. Ponto throws that puck down low. Winter Club tries to get it out on the far side, and that one was brought in offsides, just eluded. I think that was Flanagan who brought it in offsides for the Hawks. Neutral zone draw. So we mentioned game 1. The Black Bears defeated the Vipers 4-2 to move to 2-0 in bracket 1 in Red Tier 2. Hawks looking to do the same, but they still have another period ahead of them, and they're only up by 1 here on Winter Club. Winter Club 0-1 in the tournament, looking to even things up, but they got to even this game up first. Probably don't want to go to overtime. If you're Winter Club, you need to win this game outright so you're not giving the Hawks an additional point. That would push them to 3.
Yeah, that would make things incredibly difficult for you, as they'd be playing the Black Bears, who already have 4 points.
Right. Here's Ray Manning. I think I see why it's Ray Manning, and then just below him is Michael Cooper for Winter Club. That's where I'm getting my Cooper Manning from.
There you go.
Nothing to do with the quarterback. Witt brings it inside. There's Cooper. Out to the neutral zone, and Zalabak now for the Hawks. Taking it wide along the far wall. Flips a shot, goes behind the net of Hunter Norman. Over to the near wall, out to the neutral zone. Trella. Cross-ice pass. And it's dumped back in by the Hawks. Immediately thrown out. Zalabak throws it back in. So even though the Hawks aren't getting a lot on net right now, they are keeping the play mostly to our right, kind of stymieing any effort by the Winter Club offense. Oh, here's a play. Mullen with a shot and a save made by Norman. Brief chance for a rebound, but then he covers up.
Yeah, what a great job by Norman there. There was an excellent chance for the Hawks. A loose puck out in front. Norman just sprawling to try to bring it into himself.
Yeah.
Just able to reach it.
Keeping his team still within 1. Mullen was looking for his second tally of the game. He has the only tally of the game way back early in the first period. That's been it, 1-0 Hawks. 7:38 to go here in the third period. Again, if the Hawks win, that'll make a Hawks versus Black Bears matchup in their second game with two 2-0 teams. Far wall, kept in. Trella kind of fanned on it. And now Winter Club looking to go the other way. Here's Wells. Rory Wells. Nice job defensively, spinning. That was Toronto. Mateo Toronto really interrupted that rush by Wells, and they never get a shot off. Now it's out to the neutral zone where Knopf has it. He has to wait for his team to get onside. In the meantime, puck is stolen by Homerding momentarily. Even when the Hawks look like they're going to give up a chance, they're able to negate it. Now, Mirzabegian throws a shot on net that's steered over to the far corner by Norman. Kept in at the far point by Toronto.
And a big reason why the Hawks were able to evade that prime opportunity is just their speed. They're able to recover so quickly even when they make a mistake.
Centering attempt from behind the net. That was... Wait a minute. I get that number again. Oh, 35. Okay. Yeah, that was Henry King centering from behind the net. I thought it was 39. It's like, wait a minute, that's their goalie.
That'd be quite a feat right there.
Two-way player.
I'm all for it.
That's right. Tough angle shot, paddled aside there by Norman, goes behind the net. 6.5 minutes to go. Oh, here's a wraparound attempt. Stopping it was Norman, the initial attempt. Puck is loose. And now Zong. Zong looking to go the other way. Backhanded centering attempt that misses connection. Trying to get it over to Ponto. It went wide, but the Hawks keep it inside the zone. Now the puck hits the side of the net. Vitt pushing it up ice to Thurston. Thurston lost his footing a little bit, but the Winter Club keeps it in, but then the shot goes behind the net. Thurston was there if it was on net for a rebound. And now the puck out to the neutral zone. Ponto. Ponto inside the zone. Far corner stops, looking to center. Nobody but a green jersey home there. And it's flipped off the near wall out to the neutral zone where Chella tracks it down for the Hawks. Down to 5.5 minutes remaining, 1-0 Hawks. Winter Club brings it back inside the zone along the far wall. Dump and chase. Trying to keep it in is Ray Manning, but the Hawks pull it out. Ponto. Top of the far circle. Flips on net. Save made by Norman. Kept in by Trella at the far point. He'll dump it into the far corner where Zong will track it down. Backhands it over on the near side. Flip shot save made by Norman. That coming off the stick of Charzik. And now Winter Club looking to bust through. And getting tackled from behind. He's trying to call a penalty shot. We'll see. I think it's just going to be a penalty. It is. Oh, wait a minute. No, interference. I think he's just calling interference. Not a penalty shot. Wells drawing another penalty.
Yeah, Wells is trying to say, hey, I was clear. I was through both of those guys. It was me and the goalie, but.
Yeah, I don't know. He was kind of still in the scrum there.
Right.
He wasn't like way out in front. But. So it will be.
They are discussing it right now.
Well, they had the player in the box. No, the penalty's on the board. And it's Zalabak who's getting the penalty. Now they're going back to the box. Let's see if they're going to change it.
Yeah, the team said headed over toward their benches, their bench area, as if it was going to be a penalty shot, but that's not the call.
Yeah. So power play time for Winter Club. 4:41 to go. Offensive zone draw. And it will be Thurston and the dot for Winter Club. No, it won't. Last second change there is Cooper will take it. Cooper against Serlo. 50-50 puck. The Hawks come out with it. Out to center. Oh, there's going to be a penalty. So already negated. Probably an interference call. And that's going to go against. Who's going to the box? Someone's going to the box. Someone's going to the box. And it's Gowski. So George Gowski going to the box. Interference, holding, pick your poison there, but that negates the power play for Winter Club. It'll be 4 skaters aside, which at this point probably favors the Hawks. And they'll just try to keep play to our right, down to 4:21 to go. On net. Ooh, that one wedged into the pads of Hunter Norman. Oh, hold on.
And for Winter Club, this is the second time that they've had a power play opportunity that lasted less than 15 seconds because they made a penalty of their own.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They weren't able to keep the puck in at that far point. And Gowski got in too tight, trying to keep that puck inside the zone, and then eventually had to take the interference call. Better than giving up a shorthanded opportunity, but yeah, it is kind of deflating if you're Winter Club. You thought for a moment there you had a penalty shot, just a power play, and now you don't even have that. Is that puck on net? And Zom holds it. He did not like the late touch by Vitt after the whistle blew. It'll be a 13-second power play for the Hawks as soon as the 50 seconds are up on the penalty to Jonathan Zalabach. Be a long minute 3 for Gowski. The Winter Club has an offensive zone draw. 4-on-4 hockey for the next 50 seconds. Kept in at the far point. Over to Wells. Flips it towards the net. Deflected. But keeping it out of harm's way was Ryan Zom, as Wax just kind of deflected it towards his goalie, but not a whole lot on it. And Zom able to hold on for the draw to his left. Wells throws it between the circles. And that's taken by Wax. Wax pushing it ahead, trying to make connection there with Macharzik. That's going to go down for icing, so just too far out in front from Wax. It'll be an offensive zone draw for Winter Club. This time it'll be to the right of Ryan Zom.
Yeah, and if that would have connected, Macharzik had a step on everyone else. It could have been just him and the goalie, Norman.
Instead, it's an offensive zone draw for Vitt and Winter Club against Zong and the Hawks. Zong wins the draw, pushes it along the far wall, then Zong backhands it out the center. Here's Manning. Ray Manning pushing it ahead. Now to Cooper. Cooper dumps it in. He's over center ice, so no icing there. Wax will throw it over to the near wall. Kept in by Winter Club. That puck rolls off of Zom. Kept in by Manning. Power play time for the Hawks for the next 10 seconds. Out to the neutral zone. McClea throws it on net, forcing Zom to make a save. Both teams back at full strength with 2:55 remaining. 5-on-5 hockey now. On net. Oh, that one sneaks through! Gets between the wickets, and Winter Club ties it up. I think that's Ray Manning from the far wall. Yes.
Yeah, that's what we've talked about. You put the puck on net, who knows what's going to happen. Ray Manning did just that, and it went 5-hole, just squirted on through. Zom thought he had it plugged, and it gets in.
Yeah, that's a tough way to let up that goal. And 1-1 is our score with 2:49 to go. So you let a team hang around, even though the shots are now 26-8 shots on goal in favor of the Hawks. But Winter Club was within 1 goal the whole time. And they eventually able to get one in along that far wall, get it past Ryan Zom, who had been more active here as the period progressed. But that time just kind of let one trickle through.
And yeah, now if you're the Hawks, you want to make sure things don't escalate against you because it's really easy. That's a deflating goal. You've been in control this whole way, and now all of a sudden you're tied. You need to just keep doing what you've been doing. Don't let this become any worse.
Puck backhanded below the goal line. Ring around attempt, unable to get it. Hawks trying to keep it inside the zone. It's going to go out to center. Hawks trying to push the puck back inside Winter Club territory. They do. Along the near wall. Oh, and then unable to grab the handle, but now coming outside the zone is Thurston. Thurston going up against Zalabak. Zalabak is able to intercept the puck and throw it out to the neutral zone. Nice job by Zalabak defensively. And an offsides call with Thurston in ahead of the play for Winter Club. Now we're under 2 minutes to play. Minute 57. We're all tied at 1. Center ice draw. Little equipment adjustment on the helmet there for Rory Wells. Trying to get that cage locked in. Zong chips it in. Zong along the far wall. Backhand pass, no, spin around. Then he'll take it below the goal line. Zong has it taken away. Thurston tries to flip it outside the zone, unable to. Zong will track it down in that far corner, overskates it. Kept in, however, by Toronto and the Hawks. Minute and a half to go, tied at 1. A late third period goal by Ray Manning, trickling through the pads from the far wall shot from Manning. Past Ryan Zom, that's the equalizer. Early first period goal by James Mullen for the Hawks was their lone tally. Oh, and then that shot from a tough angle gets through. How did that one get by Norman? But it did. And that's Charlie Macharzik giving the Hawks a 2-1 lead, and your Winter Club, you had just battled to tie it up, and a tough goal allowed there by Hunter Norman.
And for Charlie Macharzik, he had some opportunities earlier in this one, had a close play that just was a little bit too far for him to corral in. Didn't miss that one, able to bury it, and a big turn for the Hawks. Again, it's really easy for the pendulum to shift the other way after that big goal by Winter Club. Yeah. Hawks didn't let it happen.
So now we'll have a timeout called by Winter Club with 1:07 to go. The Hawks getting back on top after Ray Manning had tied it up late in the third period on a tough angle shot. Charlie Macharzik with his own tough angle shot. Getting that one past Hunter Norman for a 2-1 Hawk lead with 1:07 to go. Now it's a center ice faceoff, so I'm not sure if Norman will be out of the box. No, he's heading to the net, so he's going to stay in there until they get the puck inside the net, and then obviously they'll pull him for the extra attacker, or most likely. I never want to say obviously, but
yeah, you never know. Some teams don't opt to do it.
Yeah, but you're kind of in a, for lack of a better description, this is kind of win or go home for Winter Club. You really need to win this game, and you kind of need to get it tied up here in quick fashion. We talk about if it goes to overtime and you give the point to the Hawks, that doesn't do them any favors. Puck inside the zone, inside Winter Club territory, so Norman has to stay where he's at. And that's a shame for Norman again. You know, tough goal. He'd probably want that one back, but he's played a whale of a game in net. 27 shots on goal from the Hawks. And you say the same thing for the goaltenders for the Hawks, too. Even though they haven't faced as many shots, they've made them when they count. Just a tough shot in goal. Oh, and there's going to get a power play here. For Winter Club, yeah, you let the Hawks touch it. That way you get an offensive zone draw. You can pull your goaltender and have a two-player advantage here, as going to the box will be Wax. Tripping is the call against Wax. Empty net to our right. Two-player advantage here for Winter Club. It'll be Vitt on the draw for Winter Club going up against Zong. And we get a whistle before they can drop the puck. No time off the clock, 30.6 seconds remaining for Winter Club to get an equalizer. Doesn't matter now, you just need to get the equalizer.
Yeah, just give yourself a chance at this point.
Draw taken by the Hawks. They'll ring it around the far wall. No one there for Winter Club because the draw was on the near wall. It's going to have to be tracked down by Winter Club. Only 16 seconds remaining. They'll push it up ice. Inside the zone is Thurston. Shot flipped and deflected behind the net. 7 seconds remaining. Don't think Winter Club's going to get a shot in the vicinity. The puck comes out to the neutral zone. Gowski backhands it. That'll do it. The Hawks, even though Winter Club got a power play with 30 seconds remaining, pulling their goalie, having a two-player advantage, the Hawks were able to keep Winter Club at bay, and we finished the final period with the Hawks defeating Winter Club 2-1. That was a great game. Even though it was lopsided on the shots on goal, it was still a well-played game.
Yeah, just a nice job by Winter Club staying in it despite the discrepancy in terms of the shots. 27-8 was the final shot total in favor of the Hawks, but they were right in it until the end. Ray Manning with the goal tied things up late in that third period, but then it was Macharzik with the winner.
So a regulation victory for the Hawks pushes them to 2-0 in bracket 1 in Squirt Red Tier 2. Same record as the Black Bears, and those two teams will face off later today.
And we'll have that one for you
yeah,
on our broadcast schedule.
Yeah, that one is coming up. That's our 3:10 game, but coming up next, we're still in Squirt Red Tier 2. It's going to be St. Peter versus Vikings. That's coming up at 9:20. Well, we're well past that. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll say, will be our next game in Squirt Red Tier 2, St. Peter versus Vikings. For Brandon Januska and Adam Scheider, this is Eric Willowhite saying so long for now. We'll be back with our next game in about 15 minutes. We'll keep the stream live for you, the audio down.
Welcome back into another presentation of Central State's playoff hockey here on Stream Sports Midwest. I'm Brandon Januska alongside Eric Willowhite. And of course we have Adam Schneider on camera work in this one. So we have another good one. It's the other bracket, bracket 2 for the Squirt Red Tier 2. And it'll be the Orland Park Vikings against St. Peter's. St. Peter's, the second seed in Tier 2 coming into this one. 29 points in the regular season. They went 14-5, 1-0. One tie, no overtime losses. 14 wins, 5 losses. As for the Vikings, 8-9, 1-2. There's 2 overtime losses. 19 points. That was good for 6th. And all you had to do was be top 8 to get into the playoffs. Now both teams looking to make some noise in Bracket 2. Our first Bracket 2 game today. We've called all 4 teams in Bracket 1 of Squirt Red Tier 2. Now it's time to go to the other side, and both these teams coming off a win yesterday. For St. Peter's, 8-0 victory against Quad City, and for the Vikings, a 5-2 win over the hosts, Glenview.
Yeah, that's a big win when you're talking about for St. Peter, the 8-0 victory. Is that what you said?
Yeah, 8-0 over Quad City.
Yeah, so that's definitely getting the tournament off to a good start.
Yes, absolutely is, and they'll look to keep that momentum going. Again, this is game 2 in Bracket 2 on this side for both these teams, coming in 1-0, so a chance to take sole possession of first place in this bracket with a win here. And that's what these teams will look to do.
Yeah, it should be a good competitive game here. So you got teams both on the winning side looking to get going here. Game 3 of 11 here, Brandon. We did 10 last week, although, like you mentioned, squirts. We did bantam last week, 10 bantam games. Those are a little bit longer, 14-minute periods. But 11 games is 11 games, but it's going to be a fun day of hockey. It already has been.
Yeah, it certainly has. We've had some good ones, some tight
really good
ones through our first couple of games that we've called. Again, both of those were this same tier, Squirt Red Tier 2, but it was the other bracket, Bracket 1, so all these teams trying to get to the championship game, which will be played tomorrow, and a chance to play some of those one of those Bracket 1 teams.
So I think it's Wagon Connect in net for St. Peter.
And it's Brendan Foodie on the other side for the Vikings. The Vikings in their black sweaters, defending the goal off to our right. St. Peter's in white, defending off to our left. And it's St. Peter's who have possession coming ahead. Carson Stead, who brings it in the zone and then had knocked away. And actually that was Cash Dominin, who brought it in. 97, not 87. There's a shot in on Foodie, kicked aside. Now here come the Vikings back the other way. Just 30 seconds into this one, no score. Central State's playoff hockey. Dumped around back behind the net. Battle in the near corner and along the near boards. Vikings trying to pose an attack. With St. Pete able to come away with it. And there goes Damien. Running around, and Vikings take it back. Held in, and a shot attempt goes wide through the slot. Battle in the corner, that last shot from Lincoln Kraus of St. Pete. St. Peter's holds it in. Sent out to the point, and Wisdom. Back toward the corner, and now out to the other side. Here's Kraus. Puts it in toward the net, ends up behind. Battle in that near corner. Vikings on the defense. Trying to get it out to the neutral zone. They can't initially. And now eventually they do, just over the blue line. Wisdom sends it across, and right back in goes St. Pete. Loose puck right there at the high slot. Finally taken over by St. Peter's.
Foster's it's like spinning around. It's trying to get out of the way.
Loose puck, and it's the Vikings who try to send it out, but it's held in once again. Sent back toward the corner, Vikings. This time they do clear it out. Skating ahead with it is Easton. Rather, Easton Janchenko. Brought it over to Potempa. And back to Janchenko. Held in from the point. St. Pete whiff on a pass attempt, held in. Now one drifts out just beyond the crease. St. Pete able to clear it back out. Here comes St. Peter's on the attack. They enter the zone cleanly. Lost the puck right over the blue line, but they hold it in initially, and then another loose puck, and back the other way come the Vikings. Jackson Lofke brought it in. Stripped of the puck by Gavin Glozier. And now a chance that never got to the net. Held in by Kuznick. Back around the boards it goes behind the St. Pete net. Centering attempt, never got there. 8.5 to play in period one. No score, Vikings and St. Peter's. Another one that goes right through the crease. Nobody was home. Vikings hold it in.
Good zone time for the Vikings, just nothing, unable to get anything on net at the moment.
They continue to hold it in initially. Now it goes back out to center ice. Dumped back in, but a player offside for the Vikings. And we get a whistle with 8:15 left in period one. There was plenty of time between whistles there. A lot of end-to-end action. And as you said, some good pressure there by the Vikings. Just couldn't get a shot on net in that sequence.
Yeah, the St. Peter's doing a good job of keeping the Vikings for the most part on the perimeter, but getting zone time nonetheless. We're the Vikings. Whereas early on in the game, the play was a little bit to our right too, so kind of a feeling out period for both of these teams.
So the faceoff is won by St. Peter's. They try to push ahead, lose the puck initially, and it is the Vikings who come away with it, sending it forward. Taken right back. Here's Cash Dominine. Sends one in on net, paddled aside, and then a loose puck. It's pushed further away. As Brendan Foodie, who just paddled it to the side, did not cover up. And the puck squirts loose, goes all the way end to end. That'll go for an icing, and it'll come back in the Vikings' end. We have 7:36 to go in period one. Shots in favor of St. Peter's, 3-1.
Yeah, good start here for both teams. As we mentioned, no one really has an edge one way or the other so far.
Faceoff comes to the left of Brendan Foodie. Foodie at the moment way out there beyond the crease.
Yeah, that's really cutting down that angle. Now he's kind of creeping back.
Yeah,
but
going back a little bit. No, yeah, way out there beyond the crease to cut off the angle with the faceoff to his left. Almost centered off the faceoff, but it hit a Viking stick, and they come out to center ice.
Yeah, Aaron and I were calling a game earlier this season. We had a goalie. I know it wasn't St. Peter. But they had another goalie who was coming out really wide on the faceoffs as well. You know, there's always a danger to that, though, if you can't track your net. But my assumption is Foodie knows where his net is. Otherwise, you know, he's been trained to play that way.
Yeah, and if that's the routine, you do. But yet, to your point, you start backing up and you end up a little wide or off mark. It could be deadly for your team. This one played by Foodie. Yeah, you had the whistle for icing with 6:50 to go in period one. Never played hockey, but I did play goalie in soccer for a little bit, and same thing, you try to cut out that angle, but yeah, there are times you start drifting back and you're like, oh shoot, I'm a little off the mark.
I'm not sure if I just saw a Vikings player, Villano, but just skated to the bench. I think he was just a little late arrival. I'm not exactly sure.
So may have another body out there to sequence in, rotate around. The Vikings hold initially, and then it's cleared out beyond the blue line. Just over 6.5 to go in period one. No score, Vikings and St. Peter's. St. Peter's on the attack, centering attempt.
Oh.
And nearly there was Lincoln Krause. Just couldn't pull the trigger as he tumbled to the ice. That one deflects up high and out to the near boards. Battle in the corner. Couple of players hit the deck as it's cleared out by the Vikings. This one will go all the way down, and it'll draw the whistle, icing.
Well, just halfway through period one, no score.
Both teams will change out players for the face-off. Coming to the left of Foodie.
I want to thank the Glenview crew here. They've looks like they've fed us and gave us some beverages here that we can have between games. So we appreciate that.
Certainly do.
Taking care of the broadcast crew.
Face-off won by the Vikings, and they clear it out to center ice. Trying to come ahead with it. They do and gain the zone. Across the blue line and then left the puck right there. Back the other way comes St. Pete. Trying to pass it to himself was Mueller. Dumped it into the corner instead. And it's taken away by Gannon Lowell.
Coast to coast.
Here comes Lowell. Trying to do it himself. Had it poked away from him. Held in by Foster. Sent back deep. Rings all the way around to the far side. Held in by the Vikings. 5:20 and counting left in period one. We're still scoreless. Along the near boards, the action continues. Kind of a blind spot for us where we are.
Yeah, both corners are a little, the near walls are a little challenging for us from our broadcast vantage point, but that's first world problems.
Exactly, as Lowell had a deflected shot attempt, ring all the way to the far corner.
I would never say we could never see a goal scored from the far walls because we actually saw two.
So shot attempt nearly got through, didn't get all the way to Wagon Connect.
We saw two in our last game.
We sure did. A couple of tough angles. The shot hit a body out in front. A rebound attempt. Puck is loose and deflected back out.
I think Wagon Connect was able to get a save on that one there.
At least one. May have made a couple of saves.
Yeah.
The second attempt as well. And yeah, they do put two official shots on goal. Up on the board is three shots apiece, no goals, with 4:25 to play in the opening period.
It's a very festive crowd here. The St. Peter crowd bringing it. They have their clappers and the big head player placards they're holding up. But Vikings not to be denied. They're cheering on their team as well. So it's a good atmosphere here in Glenview.
Yeah, you love to see it. Great energy. The players love to feed off of it as well. Face off from the neutral zone, near dot.
Yeah, that's one of the things for me. So we did the 11 games last week. You did 4 more championship. We're on our third game here today. And the crowds have been really good and supportive, not some of that negative stuff you get into. You know, some of the bad parent stuff. I haven't really heard or seen much of that at all.
No, it's mostly encouraging, and a shot goes wide. Prime chance from the slot, just off the mark.
It was
Easton Standard, I believe, with the shot. Now coming in with it is coming in. Rung around the boards, out to the far end.
So when he's on the ice, is it Easton Standard time? I just had to throw that one in.
There you go.
I think it's set up for that.
Has a shot in on net. It is held by Foodie. He draws the whistle with 3:33 left in period one. No score. Vikings and St. Peter's.
Yeah, good start. Now we're getting a little more action to our right. Shots on goal, 4-3 in favor of St. Peter's. But, each team getting their chances, and the goalie's kind of stepping forward here.
Face off to the right of Foodie. Vikings with possession behind their own net. Try to clear it out on the near side, held in at the point. Sent back down. A battle in the corner, skating away with it is Jackson Lofke. Running around, but not out. Vikings try to clear their end once again. Battle right along the blue line. And this one does squirt out to center ice. Mack sends it back in. Comes over to Declan Field. Now on the near side. Two on either side battling for the puck. Comes out toward the point and now skated out into center ice. Vandazzi brought it there. And puck still loose. Finally, Jackson Lofke had it for a moment.
It's a force field in the neutral zone there.
2:25 and counting. Mack does get it over the blue line. For St. Peter's, centering attempt. Missed the stick and out to the corner it goes. 2:15 and counting in period one. We're scoreless. Held at the point initially and then knocked out. That was Brody Naraki who knocked it into the neutral zone. And another one goes out to center ice, so St. Peter's has to retreat and regroup. Under 2 minutes to play in the period. St. Peter's on the attack once again. Centering attempt, hit a Viking stick. In the corner with it is Lull. Rung around the boards, out toward the point. Slap shot attempt, never got there. From behind the net, St. Peter's. Bringing it out toward the point, Glazier. And now it's taken away. Here's a chance for Brody Naraki.
Oh, he's got him in.
He shoots, He goes wide.
I think the option there was to pass.
Another shot, that one's in on net and held by Henley Wagenknecht, drawing a whistle with 1:11 left in the opening frame.
Yeah, Gentile was wide open there, able to receive that pass. He did the right thing along the far wall. He stopped, spun, created some space, but then as he was approaching, he had the opportunity to make that pass. The man was unimpeded, but unable to get the puck over to Joshua Gentile.
Camden Potempa on the draw for the Vikings. That was against Max Tomlinson. As he shoots and scores! The Vikings draw first blood. Right off the draw, you win the faceoff and get a shot in on net. They beat Henley Wagenknecht, and it's 1-0 Vikings take the lead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Brandon. Win the draw, comes back to the near point. Foster just kind of skated toward between the circles, a little flipper, and he's able to get it past Henley Wagenknecht. It's a 1-0 lead for the Vikings.
That's Logan Foster with 1:11 left in period one to break the dead even shutout. Now it's 1-0 Vikings, under a minute to play in the period. And a shot in, kicked aside by Wagenknecht. That was out from the point. Vikings putting on the pressure. 45 and counting left in the period. Thompson able to get it out to center ice, clear the zone. St. Peter's trying to make a push. Sent back down. Collected by Macy. From the neutral zone, the Vikings gain. But a whistle offside with 24 seconds left in period number one. 1-0 Vikings over St. Peter's.
Yeah, late first period goal giving the Vikings some energy. Shots are 7-4 now in favor of the Vikings, so St. Peter going to get out of this first period here just down one. If you can get an equalizer in 20 seconds, that's great, but look to regroup between periods.
It's sent around back behind the St. Peter's net. 13 and counting. See if they just try to stall time. They will try to make one last push. Less than 10 seconds to go. Here they come. Pushing in, they gain the zone, turn it over there, and that should do it in the period. Sent back out into the neutral zone as time expires. It's the Vikings 1, St. Peter's nothing after the opening period. The lone goal, Logan Foster for the Vikings. 1-0 as you're watching Central State's playoff hockey. Period 2 coming your way next on Stream Sports Midwest. Ready to begin period 2. Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Brandon Januska along with Eric Willowhite. Adam Schneider on camera. As it's 1-0 Vikings after the opening period. St. Peter's on the attack to begin, and a kick save there by Foodie out to the corner. St. Peter's making the heavy push. They were outshot 7-4 in the opening period. Now 7-5 after that shot attempt to begin period 2. And St. Peter's still on the attack. They send it in deep behind the Vikings net. Battle for it there. And it's St. Peter's and Easton Standard with it. A shot goes right through the crease and out to the corner. 40 seconds into period 2. 1-0 Vikings on top. Both of these teams won their game yesterday to open this round-robin tournament. St. Peter's regroup at center ice. Turn it over for a second, and now again in their own end. That deflects back out into the neutral zone. Sent back in, and right back out comes St. Peter's. Trying to push ahead along the far boards right in front of the St. Peter's bench. And a whistle for offside.
So you worked the Bantam Championship games last week and last Sunday in Darien.
I did.
Curious, the teams that wound up winning, did they play Thursday night or Friday night, or was it a mix?
I think it was a mix. Most of them, I believe, played Friday, but a couple did play Thursday.
So I was just curious.
As a shot in is kicked aside by Wagon Connect.
You have like half the brackets who are playing Friday, Saturday, and then if they make it to the championship Sunday, 3 days in a row versus the opening round team, the Thursday team, has that Friday off. So like, did that give them the championship teams any advantage? But it sounds like it was kind of split.
Right. And actually last week there were some teams, I think, that had 2 games already played by the time we got to the weekend slate.
Wow.
Some played Thursday and Friday,
That's
and
right.
then just played 1 on Saturday. So it was a mix of how your schedule looked. The battle along the near boards. Who comes away with it? St. Peter's does. Wisdom with it. Near side. Flings one back behind the net. Comes out to Mack. Maxton Mack. Out to the point and misses everyone. Collected at center ice by the Vikings. Sent right back in.
And that question kind of, like, there's no right answer to that. Ice time is ice time when you can get it. You can't jam them all at the same time or they'll be playing at midnight.
Exactly. As Nate Wisdom centers one for Mack, who flings one further to Lincoln Kraus. Along the near boards, Kraus battles to keep the puck, taken away by the Vikings. 9:20 and counting in period 2, 1-0 Vikings on top as they push ahead and gain the zone. Flung in on net, covered up by Wagon Connect, drawn a whistle with 9:13 to go in period 2. Vikings out shooting St. Peter's 9-5.
Yeah, just again, we're getting great energy here from this crowd. Both teams kind of feeding off that. And the Vikings definitely, after getting that late first period goal, trying to continue and carry that into the second period.
So face-off comes to the right of Henley Wagon Connect. Won by the Vikings. They send it to the corner. Holding the puck down there is Glozier. Able to send it ahead, Tomlinson. St. Peter's gains the zone. Moving in deep, Maxton Mack. Centering attempt. A shot flung in. No one there to slam it home. Nice play by DiMercurio to put it in on Foodie. And now another one right in the crease. Foodie covers that one up. There was a lot of space on the previous rebound attempt, but no one was on that near side of the goal to slam it home in the crease. 8:42 to go in period 2. 1-0 Vikings remain on top. But playing in their own end, a face-off to the right of Vikings goaltender Brendan Foodie. Face-off secured by the Vikings. Here comes Jancheko. Sends one in toward Wagon Connect. He covers and then releases to allow his team to continue to play on. Here they come back the other way. Skating with it and with good speed. A centering try by DiMercurio. Held in now at the point. No, it evaded the stick of Glozier. And now the Vikings push the other way, trying to battle his way to a shooting opportunity. But unable to. And here comes St. Peter's. Knocked off the puck was Tommy DiMercurio. Back and forth we go. It's Jackson Lofke who shoots. And a nice save by Wagon Connect.
7:46 mark in the second period. Mark that one down, Brandon. That was a huge save by Wagon Connect to keep this a one-goal game, one-goal deficit for St. Peter's.
As Brendan Foodie then covers it up on the other side of the ice with 7:39 to go in period 2. 1-0 Vikings still in front.
And again, if you're watching on the stream there, we are Ethernet wired connection, but it doesn't guarantee it's a perfect connection all the time. And so it's kind of intermittent, mostly good, but there might be some times where we're having some challenges, so we just bear with us here.
And there was a shot knocked down with the glove of Foodie. Vikings clear it out. Skating fast along the boards. That was Jacob Van Ozy. Now it'll drift back out into the neutral zone. A couple of Vikings go out for a change. St. Peter's trying to gain the zone, taken away. Van Nozy sent forward. Here come the Vikings. Good stick movement. Shot misses wide. Jackson Lofke.
Yeah, Lefke skates left, shoots right. Trying to draw the goalie away, but the shot went wide.
So St. Peter's back the other way.
Oh,
evades
pass.
One defender. And yeah, had an outlet on the near side.
Yeah, Mark was wide open to the left. Each team has kind of done that.
There's a shot from the point by Stead. Hit a body, never got to the net. 1-0 Vikings lead, 6:20 and counting in period 2 as a tangle behind the net. Puck comes loose and goes all the way out to center ice. St. Peter's will collect in their own end. Pushing back the other way was Krause. He was stripped of the puck. Skating in on net was Jackson Lofke. Couldn't pull the triggers, now battling for it in the corner. Taken away, here comes Declan Field. Field enters the zone, sends it across towards Stead. Stead tangled behind the net, had it taken away from him. Vikings send it toward the line, but not out. Held in by Mack, and then cleared. From center ice, Moore sent it in deep. Wesley Ponspens tried to ring it around and out, now carried out by the Vikings. Makes it Mason Patak. Vikings deep the other way. 5-minute mark in the second period. 1-0 Vikings. Along the near boards, the fight comes out to center ice. Field with it. Now gives to a teammate who gains the zone. That's Moore. Vikings push it forward. A lot of action between the circles, but not a lot of shots on net in this sequence. Both teams going back and forth. Wisdom battling. And now St. Peter's able to clear back out. Skating with it is Kraus, who sent it in. Just paddled away by Foodie. Now centering attempt. No one was there in a white jersey. Vikings try to clear. It's taken back. Maxton Mack from the corner. Tries to center. Hit a stick. Held in at the point. From the point, a shot bounces in on Brendan Foodie. He tracks it and holds.
Wow.
That was a deflected puck, and Foodie did a nice job of securing it.
Looked like a center fielder on that one, diving for that loose ball. What a play by Foodie.
With 3:42 to go in period 2, it's 1-0 Vikings.
Yeah, it's been an exciting game. Only a 1-0 game. Shots fairly even. Shots on goal, 11-9 in favor of Vikings.
Face-off won by the Vikings, and it does clear out before it was brought back in by St. Peter's. Drawing the whistle for offside. 3:36 to go, period 2.
So our viewers online, we're going to reset the stream between the second and third period. Looks like it is buffering a little. We're saying on the YouTube side, it's saying it's an excellent feed, but it's looking a little choppy on our monitor, so we're going to keep an eye on that, and we might reset the stream, so you may see the connection drop for a bit.
As a centering attempt, puck is still loose out in front of the net and cleared out by the Vikings. Couple of chances there for St. Peter's to tie it up, and now the puck comes all the way down in on net the other way. St. Peter's and Wagon Connect tried to just put a glove on it, missed. Luckily, there were no Vikings in the area.
I think when the puck's coming that slow, it's like you have a chance to overthink it, underplay it.
That's what happened there, and the Vikings still have the offensive advantage. Under 3 minutes to go in period 2, 1-0 Vikings lead. That's cleared on the line, not out. Vikings were able to hold. Now St. Peter's will carry it out. A 2-on-1 opportunity, as you said. Here they come. The shot is kicked aside. That was Max Tomlinson with the shot.
Some stressed out parents watching this game.
As there's a shot on the other end that goes wide. Back the other way again. This time it's DiMercurio in on goal. He scores!
Wow.
He beat Brendan Foodie glove side. He came in just the goalie to beat. And Tommy DiMercurio has evened it up at 1 goal apiece with 2:17 to play in period 2.
Boy, just after missing a chance on the last rush, able to be patient with that and put it in the back of the net for DiMercurio. A lot of patience, and then firing it into that right corner.
He was approaching Foodie on the stick side, shot it glove side, and was able to beat him.
Shots now even at 11 on goal.
And score even at 1 as the Vikings push ahead, taken away and cleared out by St. Peter's. Battle in the neutral zone as we reach the 2-minute mark here in the second period, tied at 1 goal apiece. A couple of unbeaten teams in this round-robin tournament. Both teams 1-0 entering play today. It's cleared out to center ice. Kuznick pushes it right back in. And now Cash Damian had a chance, taken away back out at center ice. And it was, again, poked away as Mack tried to enter the zone. Third time's the charm for St. Peter. Maybe not, as it's poke checked away again. And the Vikings able to clear. They got in a little deeper that time. This time they rattle it all the way into the corner. Mack poked it. Vikings have possession of the puck with 1:05 left in period 2. 1-1 the score. Vikings were able to get it right back out to center ice. Battle in the neutral zone. And it's taken away by Easton Standard. Standard pokes it in after Mack had the initial hit. As that one sent in, Standard hadn't cleared the zone quite yet. And the whistle with 45 seconds to go in period 2. We're tied at 1. Vikings and St. Peter's.
Well, it's been a high-octane second period here. Good play back and forth. And now you can see St. Peter kind of gaining some of that momentum that the Vikings had at the end of the first, carried into the second.
Face off from center ice. 45 seconds left in this second period. Shots still even at 11 apiece. Face off still on the red line. Now finally someone takes it away for the Vikings and gains the zone. So that's flipped toward the net but a little wide. 30 seconds to go in the second period. From the near corner, a battle, 2 on either side. And that one goes out toward the point and skated out to center ice. Lincoln Kraus gained the zone. He was tripped up as he came in. And now a shot that never got through. Attempted by Nate Wisdom. 10 seconds to go as it's cleared out back to center ice. Vikings trying for one last push. Tied at 1 and it's taken away. That should do it in the period. 3 on the clock as it's sent back to center ice. There's the horn. And a back and forth second period. Plenty of end-to-end action and a goal to cap it all off. Tommy DiMercurio knotted things up at 1 goal apiece. We're tied, headed to the third period. This is Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. We're ready for third period action. Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Brandon Januska, Eric Willowhite, Adam Schneider. As the Vikings and St. Peter's tied at 1 goal apiece entering this third frame. Face-off controlled off the draw by the man who took it. That was Max Tomlinson for St. Peter's, but then the Vikings take it away and send it in deep. 10 seconds into this third period, tied at 1.
Bring it back when you're done, please.
As a whistle will bring the puck to the right of Brendan Foodie, the Vikings goalie. 11 shots for each side. Offensive zone draw for St. Peter's. It's Tomlinson again on the draw. This one won, though, by the Vikings. They send it out to center ice and skate with it. Again in the zone is Easton Jancheko. He had it taken away. Down to Vikings and Foster, who dumps it in. 30 seconds into the period. No shots yet. As play from center ice. Back and forth. Who's going to come away with it? It's sent over to the Vikings. And Easton Jancheko sends across to his line mate. Battle along the near side. Vikings come away with it. Gannon Lowell enters the zone, trying to get himself in a lane. He shoots, and it's knocked aside by Wagon Connect. Shot was going wide anyway, would have likely gone into the side of the net as the Vikings battle St. Peter's in the corner. Now behind the St. Peter's net. DiMercurio tried to send it out. It was held in. A chance, a shot into the glove. Camden Potempa into the glove of Wagon Connect. He holds with 10:38 to go in period 3, tied at 1. Both teams change sides as a face-off. Pushing forward are the Vikings. As it goes into the corner. Pushing ahead is St. Peter's. From the near boards. Battle for the puck. Rings around, goes out in front. And now back to the corner. 10 minutes to go in period 3, tied at 1 goal apiece. As the puck comes out to center ice, here's a chance. Brody Naraki, who brought it in. Taken away before he could get a shot off. Back the other way comes Damian. Damian, a shot. That hit a stick and deflected, never got to the net. Pass goes right through the middle. And held in by St. Peter's. Now the Vikings bring it out. Taken away there by Stead. Vikings still able to gain the zone. And stripped of the puck once again. Pass attempt went off the stick of Alexander Moore. Behind the Vikings net, the battle ensues. Comes out in front. Only Vikings were there. A shot in on Brendan Foodie. Pad save. Held by St. Peter's. Here's Mack. Sends around the boards. All the way out to the far side. Held in at the point by Nate Wisdom. Then the Vikings send it down the other way. 8:35 and counting in period 3. We're tied at 1. Shots at 12 apiece. Mack, weaving through traffic, was stripped of the puck. Van Nosy sent it in. Behind the St. Peter's net. Out to the far boards. And out to center ice. Vikings collect the puck. They dump it in and chase. St. Peter's pushes ahead. It's knocked away. Kuznick with the puck. Sends it ahead. And it comes back out. Pushing forward with it, Potempa. Tried to find an outlet, couldn't do it before he was stripped of the puck. And it's sent back out.
Short of center.
Back out to center ice. Vikings trying to sustain an offensive push. Keep dumping it in, only to have St. Peter's push it right back out. And that'll be the case once again. They send it back out to center ice where the Vikings recollect the puck. Under 7 minutes left in period 3. 1 goal apiece. As we get a whistle stopping play with 6:45 left in the third.
Yeah, all even up in shots, 12-12 shots on goal. Even up on the scoreboard, 1-1. Man, 3 good games. We're 3 for 3 so far, Brandon.
Yeah, let's keep this going. Third game out of the 11 we'll call today. 14 total on the weekend, including the 3 championship games tomorrow. Will one of these teams be in it? They have a good chance. Both teams 1-0 coming into this one.
Yep.
.641 left in period 3. Neutral zone face-off. In the zone right off the draw where the Vikings shot in on net, deflected, rebound, that's saved as well. Couple of big saves for Henley Wagon Connect. Keeps it a 1-1 game under 6.5 left in the third.
That last one was a blast, almost pushed Wagon Connect into the net, but able to stand the ground and keep it out of the net.
Vikings maintaining the pressure. Lowell from the point just flips one. Right through the slot and into the far corner. Vikings trying to gain position. They turn it over. Tomlinson sent it to DiMercurio. Waits and flips in on net. Absorbs that one and draws the whistle with 5:55 left in period 3.
Well, you're both teams. This is what you want. You're in this game going into the final 6 minutes of the third period. It's anyone's hockey game right now.
As the faceoff comes to the right of Foodie. Won by St. Peter's. Shot attempt. Deflected before it got there. Now just a wrap that goes just wide. That one was stopped before the net.
2-on-1.
And here come the Vikings.
Oh.
Going forward with it is Joshua Gentile. The shot didn't get there, and then the rebound goes behind the net. 5.5 to play in period 3.
Brandon, I think that one rolled up and hit the crossbar, actually, and then rolled out. Didn't hear a ping, but it just kind of glided off.
Good opportunity for the Vikings, but we remain even at 1. St. Peter's pushing ahead. They gain the zone. Hyde wraps it behind. Out to the top of the circle, a shot deflected in on Foodie, and he covers it up.
Oh, what a game.
That was Ford Hyde who deflected it in on the Vikings goalie. Was able to absorb and hold with 4:54 left in the third. Face off to the right of Foodie. As he has all game on face-offs, out well beyond the crease. Cut off the angle. Off to his right side. Face-off won by the Vikings. They send it across, but held in. Mack. He scores! Maxton Mack, who just held it in to keep the zone and skates forward and beats Brendan Foodie on the far side, his stick side, and it's 2-1, St. Peter's in front. With 4:44 left in the third period. Battle in the neutral zone. The player fell to the ice and I believe was on top of the puck, so we get a whistle. Stopping play with 4:28 left in the third. That was Declan Field who landed on the puck there. Maxton Mack breaks the draw. 2-1, St. Peter's with their first lead of the game. Vikings push it out into the neutral zone. Going forward, Jackson Lofke. Skating in on net, tried to center it to a teammate. And he turned it over. Battle for the puck at the top of the circle. Taken away by St. Peter's, they'll skate out with it. Gavin Glozier. He dumps it toward the corner and chases it down himself. Glozier tied up, has it taken away. Around the boards under the 4-minute mark in the third. As the puck comes out to center ice, Vikings skate ahead with it. Along the near side and flinged up and over the net.
Tried a backhand corner shot for that left corner, way too high, but good idea.
This one's dumped in deep, all alone, a shot, he scores! Camden Potempa found himself standing right outside the net, all alone, and beats Wagon Connect to tie it back up 2-2 with 3:30 to go in period 3.
Boy, what a game this is. It's just back and forth. And Potempa, right on the doorstep, had all kinds of time and space and fires it past Wagon Connect.
Yeah, got the puck, looked over the options, and then beat Wagon Connect to tie things up with 3.5 to go in period 3. Back and forth we go. Both teams have had a lead in this game, only to see the other come back and tie it. We're tied at 2.
It was actually the Vikings who took the first lead. Oh, wow. St. Peter's tied it. St. Peter's went ahead, and now the Vikings tie it.
Now the Vikings trying to pull back ahead, but it's taken away by Easton Standard. He skates out with it before turning it over and taking it right back. Here comes Standard entering the zone, and it's taken away. Pass goes right through the slot. Now a tie-up right in front. Loose puck, Vikings have it. 2.5 to go in period 3. We're tied at 2.
Good pressure here by St. Peter's, keeping the puck inside the zone.
Now St. Peter's with an opportunity. They score! Cash Damian.
Oh, they waved it off. They're waving it off.
No goal.
I think there's a penalty. I think there was a delayed penalty.
So no goal. It looked like Cash Damian had it as the puck was flung into the back of the net, but it is waved off, and we have a power play coming up as Easton Standard is headed to the box for the next 90 seconds. 2:23 left in period 3. What a big shift.
Yeah, I did not see what the signal was as far as the penalty, but I guess there was a delayed call, hand up. Goal was scored coming out of the corner there, but it was immediately waved off because of the delayed penalty on Standard.
Yeah, watching the puck, I never saw the hand up, but the Vikings players sure did. They were immediately saying no goal as that one's flipped up and wide of the net. So the Vikings on the power play for another minute 20, 2:10 left in the third. St. Pete trying to clear it out to center ice. And they were able to.
Now's the time in the game where the parents are giving the friendly advice of get the puck out of your zone. It's always a good play.
Especially when you're playing a man down, and
Yes.
that's the case for St. Peter's right now. 2:07 is the puck draw from the neutral zone. And it's carried in by Potempa. Potempa, the most recent goal scorer, to tie things up at 2 apiece. Over skating the puck was St. Peter's. Now collecting is Mack, trying to bring it out of the zone himself. Turned it over, and Vikings hold their offensive attack. Minute and a half to go in the third period. 35 and counting on the power play. Skating ahead with it is Damian. And they just push it into the Viking zone. Try to kill some time. 20 seconds left on the power play.
Area pass that wasn't in the area for the Vikings.
Puck staying in the neutral zone. St. Peter's likely happy to keep it there until they get back to full strength. They'll do that in 5 seconds. 55 seconds left on the clock. Vikings in the zone, now back out to center ice. Penalty is over. Both teams at 5 aside. 45 left in period 3. We are tied at 2. St. Peter's coming in, a shot. That hit the side of the cage and goes wide. Cleared back out to center.
Oh.
So we had a whistle.
Oh, a slashing call. So a slashing call coming up. This is on the Vikings.
So now St. Peter's will have an opportunity on the power play. 36 seconds left in the third. If there's no goals, that power play will carry into overtime.
It'll carry into the overtime. It's 3-on-3 in overtime, but what'll happen is then they'll make that 4-on-3 in favor of St. Peter's if there's no goal scored here in the next 36.1 seconds. So
that would obviously be the goal here for St. Peter's. Let's end it in regulation.
yeah,
Tied at 2 apiece in the third. As we have a timeout, they'll discuss how both teams want to attack this last 36 seconds in the third. We've been back and forth all game.
we have. I mean, this has been the best game of the 3 so far, and the first 2 were pretty darn good to start with.
They certainly were.
Yeah, just been treated, and you kind of think that. I mean, playoff hockey, you're going to see teams put out their best, and both teams putting on a great show today. It'll be whoever the loser is in this game is going to be tough, but we'll see. So
both teams coming into this one with 2 points after victories yesterday. A chance for each of them to gain a third point if it remains tied and for another 36 seconds. We're tied at 2 in the third period. Face-off coming to the right of Vikings goalie Brendan Foodie.
So 5-on-4 for the next 36.1. Logan Foster in the box. And then, as Brandon mentioned, this will carry into the 3-on-3 overtime if there's no goal scored here by either team.
Face-off won by the Vikings. Battle in the corner. 30 seconds left. Vikings trying to clear. They're unable to. Centering attempt. Held in. A shot. Deflects up high and into the near corner. That was Carson Stead with a shot. And now St. Peter's scores. That's Maxton Mack who finishes it, and it's 3-2 St. Peter's. A power play goal with just 17 seconds left on the clock. They lead by 1.
Yeah, I want to say, I think that was Glozier, 33, Brandon, who was wide out in front of the crease.
So 33, not 59.
Yeah.
Both on the ice. Either way, it's St. Peter's who is in front with 17 seconds left. A big penalty and the power play goal Desperation mode for the Vikings. They win the draw. They have to press. Trying
Empty
to
net.
gain the zone. They do go with the extra attacker. Still in the neutral zone. Now they push ahead. Just 5 on the clock. One last chance. It's poked away. 2 seconds. A shot from the point. And with a tenth of a second on the clock.
They blew the whistle with a tenth
it.
of a second. There's no way they can get a goal on that. Even if you, I was going to say.
And there's the buzzer. They will run it down.
Yeah.
That was a desperation shot from the blue line to try and put something on net. Wagon Connect held it, and St. Peter's, with 17 seconds left, made it 3-2, and they win it. What a game.
That was a heck of a game. It was a right call. I think it just came from the score box to run the tenth of a second down, because even with a draw, you can't score a goal in that amount of time with a tenth of a second. So it was the right call. I think the referees were ready to drop the puck, but there was no need to. And what a victory for St. Peter's. Tough luck loss for the Vikings. The Vikings hope to get some help here in the next game, but they just lost the head-to-head.
Yeah, and up next for St. Peter's, they will play Glenview to wrap up their 3 games in this round robin. The Vikings are going to play Quad City, but again, with the win, St. Peter's controls their own fate. If they can beat Glenview, they'll be playing again tomorrow in the championship game. That for the Squirt Red Tier 2 will be at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll have a stream for you. But up next here, we have those other 2 teams in this bracket for Squirt Red Tier 2. Glenview and Quad Cities will be going head-to-head when we come back. Once they clean the ice, get a fresh sheet out there for these guys. We'll have more hockey coming your way. This is Central State's Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest.
And welcome back into Glenview. Eric Willowbide along with Brandon Januska here with you. Adam Schneider on camera. As we get ready for Game 4, our second game in the Squirt Red Tier 2 bracket between Glenview and Quad Cities. We're 3 games in. We just had a barn burner in Game 3, St. Peter's versus the Vikings. That one with a goal scored with 30 seconds left sent the St. Peter into the Game 3 today with a 2-0 record. These two teams winless in their opening round games. Quad Cities falling to St. Peter's and Glenview falling to the Vikings. Those two teams played in our last game. But these two teams now looking for their first victory in bracket play. If they want to have any chance of continuing on, someone has to win this game, Brandon.
Yeah, and if you look at it from Glenview's point of view, if they can get the win here, they'll be 1-1, but they play St. Peter's next, so then a win over them, they'd guarantee that they both have 2 wins, and you'd win the tiebreaker if you're Glenview over St. Peter's. So that's the most likely way to get in.
Yeah.
So Glenview has that slight advantage. If you're Quad City, you obviously need to win this one. You'll need a little bit of help that you can't control, but there's definitely a path to playing tomorrow in the championship for both of these teams.
We'll see how it turns out. Glenview will be going left to right. Starting in net is, well, they only have one goalie on the roster. Is that 79? Can't read that. It'd be Noam Polito.
Yes, it is.
And then to our right, that should be Eli Hawk. Hawk to our right. Quad City Ice Eagles in their road blue, kind of Tampa Bay Lightning-ish, if you will. They'll be going right to left. The Glenview Stars, the host Glenview Stars, right in their home rink, will be going right to left. Early shot on, save made by Hoff, and he holds on, so he's immediately tested 9 seconds into the game. 12-minute periods here in Squirt. And we'll have a face-off to the left of Eli Hoff.
Yeah, never a bad idea, especially early in a game. Put a puck on net. You never know what will happen. Maybe they come out a little cold.
Yeah. No, always a good idea putting the puck on the net. Play along the near wall. Our camera view should get you the play. Oh, here's an early chance now coming in for Quad City. Shooting, and that one goes wide. So chances at both ends here are in the early going. That was KJ McMillan firing that one wide. Now play in the near corner. I was going to mention the camera view is going to get the near walls. And that one sneaks through. An early goal for Glenview. And that one's pocketed by Gavin Jandora.
Yeah, it just goes 5-hole on Eli Hoff. Squirted right on through, as you said. Sneak it in. Less than a minute in, just 41 seconds. Just, again, put the puck on net. You never know what will happen.
So an early goal. Jandora gets the tally. And the Stars go up 1-0. And Quad City shut out in their opening round game 8-0 to St. Peter's, so they're looking to get their first tally of the tournament. If they can get that here shortly, they could tie this game up, but it was Glenview who strikes first, and that puck goes through the crease. Rebound shot, score! Stuffing that one in is Teddy Clifford. And it's immediately a 2-0 lead for Glenview, as the start for the Ice Eagles couldn't go any worse than it has right now. You're down 2 goals less than a minute and a half into the game.
Yeah, and you had an opportunity early on, if you were Quad City, to possibly go ahead 1-0, and now all of a sudden you blink and you're down by 2. Still, obviously, incredibly early, just a minute 20 into this game. But, yeah, great start. If you're Glenview, exactly what you want. And if you're Quad City, just remember it's early, regroup, don't let it phase you.
Yeah, you don't want it to continue to build. That puck goes on net. That one paddled aside. Oh, and then it almost ricocheted back to Hoth. And now it's out to center. It's going to be played by Austin Commons. And you got an early pronunciation for one of the Glenview players. Who was that?
I did. It's Salaka, Ralphie Salaka.
Selaka, so like Sel?
Salaka.
Okay.
Number 57.
Selaka. Okay.
57 in white. As we have a little scuffle in front, or just off to the side of the net. Whistle had already been blown, and then coming in late and getting knocked down was Karatonov.
Yeah, we were going into this game, we were pronunciation free on our roster here until the Ralphie's family came over and kind enough to give us a pronunciation for 57. So we'll effort to at least have Ralphie's name called correctly, Salaka. Now inside the Glenview zone, here's McMillan. KJ McMillan with a spin around on net. Puck is loose. Oh, here's a chance now for the Ice Eagles, unable to cash in at the moment. Now KJ McMillan dumps it down low, but that's going to be picked off by Addie Quinn.
Yeah, that was a puck that just kind of drifted out right in front of the net, out into the slot, and just no one was there to put it home.
6 in blue for the Ice Eagles, probably been their most noticeable player, KJ McMillan. He had that early shot that went wide and then that spin around. Now here he is again. McMillan will take it wide, gets it past Quinn, and then centers it. No one able to stuff it in for the Ice Eagles. Pass from the near point, and then it's eventually knocked back outside to the neutral zone. Carrying it in is Glenview. That's Will Pavlik. Puck comes out from the near corner, backhanded over to the near wall, and then carried out to center. Cross ice pass. Getting it inside, stick handling move. Wrap around, no. Looking for a centering attempt now. Once again, McMillan looking for an outlet. And then McMillan will skate for a change. So
yeah, that was a nice job by McMillan just to keep the offensive zone, because everyone else, all other four, went off for a change as he entered the zone. So he had to keep it and wait for the support to come.
That one hits the side of the net, ricochets over to the near corner inside Glenview territory. 2-0 Glenview. We just hit the 8-minute mark in the opening period. Inside the zone. Now back out to center. And carried back. And it looks like we're going to get an offsides call against Glenview with 7:46 to go, a 2-0 lead for Glenview. Now on the scoreboard, they have Glenview as the away team, but on our schedule they were listed as the home team. So it's just kind of a housekeeping thing, but just something to keep in mind. If you happen to catch a peek at the scoreboard on the wall on the broadcast, it lists Glenview as the away team, but on the Central States playoff schedule, they were listed as the home team. Shot between the circle, doesn't get there. And then unable to keep it in at the far point was Pearsall. James Pearsall have to skate after it. Kept in by Glenview. They try and throw it on net, doesn't get there. And now over to the far point. Kept in, flip shot towards the net. That goes over to the near corner. That one shot by Austin Commons. Out to center.
And if you want to further complicate the home and away bit, Glenview is still sitting in the home bench.
That's true. Well, we have it right on our score bug. I know that. We put the home team on the right. Even though the bug says the home team's on the left, that's soccer. We don't do soccer here. We're doing hockey. Home team's on the right in hockey. Always was, always will be. Play out to the neutral zone. McIntyre whacking away at it. Now inside the Glenview zone along the near wall. Can the Ice Eagles keep it in there for a stretch? Unable to, gets it out the center. Here's Jandara. Jandara skating in, then going behind the net. Had an opportunity to shoot, but held back. His focus more on centering was Gavin Jandara. Now a centering attempt. That misses everyone, but knocked back down low by the far point. Tipped over to the near wall. Now Quad City's able to come out of zone. 2-on-2. Stick handling is Brody Moses. Now falling down, Glenview takes possession. Out to center. Oh, we got a break. But coming out of the net was Hoff. Oh, and almost threw it in the direction of Salaka. Ralphie almost had a free goal there. And a player pulled down. That's going to be a penalty on the Ice Eagles as they touch up the puck.
Yeah, always risky when you are the goalie and you come out to play it, and even more so when you put it right in front of an opposing player. That's what Eli Hoff did, but it worked out well, able to evade the oncoming forward and get it out to the side.
Yeah, that must have been tantalizing for Salaka there. It's like the puck was like dangled right in front of him and then eventually steered over to that far wall. So we got a penalty. Hooking call. That's on Knox Mueller. With Glenview looking to go up 3-0. They already lead 2-0 here with 4:48 to go. Minute 20 on the power play. Shorthanded attempt here, however, for the Ice Eagles. Oh, and that hit the corner. I think that hit the elbow and the rebound shot and a save made by Polito.
Tried to go near side, and as you said it, drew iron.
Holy cow. Couple glorious shorthanded opportunities here for the Ice Eagles, just unable to cash in, but man, Polito, some anxious moments for Glenview as Ice Eagles almost cut their deficit in half. There's Silaka, had the puck taken away. Carries it back in, throws it over to the far wall where that's going to be picked up by Teddy Clifford. Clifford had the second goal for Glenview. Now the puck pushed out to the neutral zone by Quad Cities. 30 seconds on the power play for Glenview. 2-0 lead for Glenview. Shots are 5-3 in favor of the Stars. Salaka over the blue line. Top of the near circle. Flips it on net, and Hoff is able to absorb that shot and cover up for the faceoff. 18 seconds left on the Glenview power play. Well, I'd have to say the Ice Eagles have had the best chances on this penalty so far.
They
shorthanded.
certainly have, right at the get-go.
That puck is just kept in over at that far point by Comans, Austin Comans. 6 seconds on the power play. Centering attempt, that's going to go to the near point. Flip between the circles, deflected, it goes wide. Penalty is over, both teams back at full strength.
Looked like that centering pass actually went right through the legs of Brady Carr.
Ooh, they whistled the puck. I guess they're saying Hoff had it covered up for just enough time. The puck actually squirted free just as the whistle was blowing, but the whistle intent was there, so to speak.
Yeah, a late poke may have jarred it free.
3:17 to go in the opening period. It's a 2-0 lead for Glenview as they work behind the net. Pass attempt from the right post goes over to the far wall. Flipped on net. You hear the pad save made by Hoff. Another shot doesn't get through. Quad Cities looks to bring it out the center. They will. Wrapping it around. Trying to push it over to Luke Johnson, but because of the delay in carrying the puck over, that caused the offsides.
Yeah, KJ McMillan did a little bit of dancing, tried to get back and extend that left foot back to the blue line.
Yeah.
Just a little late.
So a neutral zone draw, 2:48 in the opening period, 2-0 Glenview. Well, they amped up the music in the last two games. I don't think we had any in the first two games, but maybe the music embargo is over. Out to center, could be a 2-on-1. Here's Jandora, gets by a defender. Skating in, nice pass, but unable to handle it at the last moment there was Enzo Guder. Now backhand centering attempt, that does not get out front. Goes over to the near wall. Glenview throws it back on net. Hoff just shovels it ahead, but it went to a Glenview player. And that was Guder again. And now, that one whistles through the creek, backhanded, and it's saved. Oh, now they're going to blow the whistle. Boy, that was some of the most casual play I've seen from a goalie. Just kind of, Hoffler just kind of, I don't know. There wasn't a whole lot of intensity in the play there. Just kind of casually playing the net.
Yeah.
And then his defender had to help in the crease.
I think Hoff was thinking that he was on top of the puck, so he was laying there trying to draw a whistle.
Yeah.
And then the puck came loose at the end of that right there, and they did draw a whistle, luckily, because the puck was still loose.
That's the second time that's happened. And a little conversation over by the Glenview bench as they make a forward line change. Ice Eagles carry it out to center, trailing 2-0 with 2 minutes to go in the opening period. And that's carried in off sides at the last minute by Alex Hunt. Neutral zone draw. Now inside the Ice Eagles territory. It stays along that near wall. Comes out between the circles. Flip shot. Oh, that hit the top of the net. Didn't see it. And then the stuff attempt. Making another save is Hoth. He's a very unorthodox goaltender, but he's come up with another big save here.
Yeah, just kept that out of the back of his net, and what a job initially just on the shot.
Yeah.
It ended up on top of the net and then fell back right in front.
That was Addie Quinn who just lofted that shot, like you said, went on the top of the net. Usually when it goes up there, it kind of sticks, but that one came right back down and left that net wide open. And Hoth just kind of able to keep the puck out of the net. That's the goal. Minute 20 to go. That one rung off the far wall. It's going to come all the way down. Is it going to go for icing? No, they wave it off. Now Quad City's looking to get an offensive attempt here. And it's slapped over to the near corner. 1 minute remaining in the opening period. 2-0 lead for Glenview. Goals by Gavin Jandora got the opening goal, and then shortly after that was Teddy Clifford. And that's where we stand 2-0. That was early on in about the first minute and a half, or just under 2 minutes here in the first period. That's been our scoring.
Yeah, that early push by Glenview, and Quad City's now just trying to regain some control.
30 seconds remaining. Here's a chance for Glenview. Shot, save made, rebound given, but Hoth makes the initial save, and then the Ice Eagles pull the rebound out of there and head to the neutral zone. Cross-ice pass does not connect. Glenview looks to go the other way. Carrying the puck inside the zone, Brady Carr. Carr, one extra stick handling. He palms up, but he did the east-west at the blue line, and that caused the offsides.
Yeah, going the other way, the Ice Eagles had an opportunity, just couldn't get much on that backhand pass attempt, so it never got there.
Right. Down to 12.1 seconds remaining. 10-3 shots on goal. Oh, okay, they switched the scoreboard around. I was totally confused. All right. Backhand shot. Hoff makes the save and holds on. No rebound given. Yeah, so they moved the home-away team to properly account for Glenview being home, but I looked over, it's like, wait a minute now. I know the Ice Eagles don't have that many shots, and it's a 12-3 shots on goal advantage as the time ticks down here in the first period. Glenview will head into the second period with a 2-0 lead over Quad Cities. looking to gain their first victory here in the tournament bracket, in the bracket 2 in Squirt Red Tier 2. We'll take a quick audio break. This is Central States Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. All right, back in action here at the Glenview Community Ice Center. Early chance here, Jandora, cross ice pass, and a big save made by Hoth, but the net is wide open. He lost his stick. It's behind the net. And now they're going to get the puck out of the neutral zone, and that should give Hoth an opportunity to skate and reclaim his stick. Sort of casually going for it there.
Had some trouble picking it up initially, but plenty of time.
He's definitely not in a hurry. The goaltenders are a different breed, but I think the main thing was he didn't want to fall down in the act of getting the stick, so he just slowly took his time to get it. He was looking down at the other end to make sure the puck wasn't coming.
It's that old saying, slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Yeah. And I've never been any of those, Brandon, so I don't know what that's like. Here's McMillan carrying it in, top of the near circle. Pass attempt goes behind. He was trying to get that over to the left side, but unable to make a connection there. I think UTEC was the intended recipient. Now coming the other way. Oh, and a big save made by Hoth on Jandora again. He's not sure where the puck is. Now he locates it. Oh, and then a big stretch pass here, trying to get it out or play for Quad Cities. Stick handling, shot on net. Pad save made by Polito. We hadn't called Nolan Polito's name too often, but that was a nice save. Now here's UTEC trying to get it over to Hunt. Intercepted by Glenview. UTEC trying to push it up ice some more. And it's eventually carried into the Glenview zone for a moment. Then it's jettisoned out of there. Here come the Stars the other way. Oh, right onto Jandor, and another save by Hoth. That's 3 huge saves on Jandor, who's looking for his second goal. Gavin Jandor is getting highway robbery. Oh, and that one goes through the wickets. Does it go in? No. Somehow that one didn't go in either. And then we're going to have a penalty on the other end. That's going to be a hooking call on Hunt. Alex Hunt. Delayed penalty, Glenview. And then eventually we're going to get the whistle. Boy, we've had action end to end to start this second period, and it eventually winds up in an Alex Hunt hooking penalty. Glenview going to the power play, but Jandora, 3 golden opportunities. Hoth stoned him each time, and then on the other end, Polito had the puck go between the legs and was trickling toward the crease but never made it.
Yeah, I don't know how that one did not go in the back of the net. All of a sudden you see it going through the goalie's legs, and then it's out in front of the crease, and it's like, how'd the puck get there?
And it's one of those slow motion things, like as broadcasters, we're looking at it, it's like it's slowly heading towards that crease, but the players and the Ice Eagles weren't able to capitalize. Now that one goes off the glove of Hoth. Eli Hoth. He's faced a lot of rubber here in a period and a third or so. period and a quarter, I guess. Going the other way is Moses, Brody Moses. But he's made some big saves, none bigger than the 3 on Jandora here to start the second period.
Yeah, if I'm Kevin Jandora, I think I should have at least a hat trick by now.
Exactly. I mean, those were huge saves. And then the other thing with those, shorthanded, or we got a player go down. I think it's going to be a Glenview penalty for the Hook. Yes, it is. So going to the box, I think that's Lenny Karatanov heading to the box for the tripping call. Or that's not tripping. I don't know what that was. A holding. I think it was a holding maybe. I don't know. But either way, that nullifies, negates the remaining 40 seconds on the power play for Glenview. So it'll be 4 skaters aside for the next 40 seconds. And then it'll be a 50-second power play for Quad Cities, looking to get on the board here, looking to get on the board in the tournament. Here's their first chance. Shot, score! Shorthand, or actually that's even strength. And Quad Cities gets on the board just like that. They break their scoring drought in the tournament.
Yeah, there you go. You said it. Looking for that opportunity to get on the board for the first time in this round robin and wasting no time after you say it.
I'm trying to get the license plate. That might be Utek or Newmeyer. Can't see. That's a 5. The only 5 I have is Evan Utek. And that's absolutely not who that is. It is Newmeyer. So just don't pay attention to me on anything. Rome Newmiller gets the goal. And that gives the Ice Eagles, pulls them within 1. And a shot from the near point, saved by Hoff. Puck is loose. Now it's power play time for Quad Cities. Can they cash in and tie the game up? Newmiller will dump it in, fresh off scoring the first goal of the tournament for Quad Cities.
Yeah, and that's the big part about getting that goal when it was 4-on-4 is now you do have that man advantage.
Right. And you got to get that puck on the net. Shot attempt shuffled between the circles. McMillan trying to get a shot off. Good job defensively there by Addie Quinn, not allowing McMillan to get a shot off.
Yeah,
Good
Quinn
job.
just tied up the stick.
Now going the other way is Gooter. Gooter in alone. Shot, score right between the wickets. It's a shorty for Gooter. A shorthanded goal for Enzo Gooter. And even though an assist wasn't given there, I got to give a star to Addie Quinn for the defensive play on McMillan. KJ McMillan not allowing McMillan to get free. And that eventually led to Glenview going the other way and getting the shorthanded goal. Now they're up 3-1.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It all started with Addie Quinn tying up the stick of McMillan, able to create that turnover and go back the other way.
And we get an offsides call as Hoff kind of tumbles in the net there. Two seconds on the Ice Eagles power play, and then it'll be over. It's a neutral zone draw, so no power play goal here, but they, as you mentioned, Brandon, they were able to get on the board, get an even strength goal when it was 4-on-4. And so at least they're on the board, but now they got to shut down this Glenview offense. Centering attempt does not get through. They were trying to get that one over to Karatanov. Hoff lost his stick. That one deflected in. I think it was deflected on the way in. Maybe not. Coming from the near point, Austin Commons.
Yeah, and I think it may have been Karatanov who actually knocked it in. 75.
Yeah. As I thought so. Yeah, let's go with that because I think it was deflected down. So I'm going to give it to Karatanov as well. I'll take it away from Comans. Comans will get the apple But nice play, and now it's a 4-1 game in favor of Glenview. So after Quad Cities pulled within one, had some momentum heading into their power play, they allowed a shorthanded goal and then an even strength goal. And they find themselves down 3, 4-1, down in shots on goal, 17-6.
Yeah, and it just shows how quickly things can turn. Similar to early in the game, Glenview with 2 quick goals in succession, and now another pair.
There's a pass that goes through the crease over to the near wall. Ice Eagles shovel it out to center. Here's Gray. Gray tried to elude a defender there, but it was a nice stick by Glenview. Now the Stars go the other way. Trying to get a pass over there was Will Pavlik, battling for it behind the net. Stars keep it in. Pavlik spin around, throws it towards the net, but it goes over to the far wall. And that's going to be played by Adi Ahua. On net. Save made. Brady Carr threw it on net, and then the whistle sounds. A lot of whistles when Hoth really doesn't have the puck covered, but referee, if they lose sight of the puck, they're going to blow it dead.
That's exactly right, and it's tough, especially just two referees. You're trying to make that position to see it, and all those bodies gathering in the crease makes it tough.
Not easy at all. Face off to the right of Eli Hoth. I think that music's getting louder with each interlude there. Here's Addie Quinn throwing it off the far wall. Stars trying to keep it inside the zone. Quad Cities trying to get it out and get back on offense, trailing by 3 now. Near corner, now near wall. Kept in by Stevens at the near point. And then knocked away from Enzo Guder, who had the shorthanded goal for the Stars. Fires it. Save made by Hoth on the shot from Guder between the circles. Holds on for the faceoff with 5:06 to go. 4-1 lead for Glenview. Here in game 4 of 11. This is our final Red Tier 2 game for the morning session. And then we'll be back at it starting with 2 o'clock. We'll have another 4 in a row between these same 4 teams we've been calling here in the early going. Or 8 teams, I should say. Stars back inside the zone. Jandora. Stick handles. Throws it out front. And unable to get a shot through were the Stars, but then that pass goes behind Brody Moses. Moses trying to carry on inside the zone. Now the puck carried out to center. It's Jandora in all alone. Passes it back. Unselfish, but should have shot. As he tried to pass it back, but his winger was already too far away.
Yeah, it was one of those opportunities where you find yourselves 2-0, and it's like, what do I do with the puck at this point?
Just take it. He's going to shoot now, and that one goes wide. I think maybe he's thinking he's snake bitten or something. But he has a goal. Just keep shooting. Shoot or shoot. And I know he's trying to do the right thing there, but you take it and you go with it. You stick handle down Hoth and score if you can. Coming the other way now is Karatanov. Oh, to save it. It might have hit the side of the net, but either way, Hoth didn't allow that one. That one's on the side of the net, and they'll blow the whistle. Puck dead. With Tree. Look at that, Brandon.
There you go. Good old Pat Foley call.
Yeah, you don't get those too often, but when you do, you gotta bring it up, and I did. So I'm proud of that.
I love it. Yeah, for Eli Hoff, I was hoping he would come out of the crease and attack that puck a little bit. He decided to hang back, and it ended up working out for him. Made a big save.
Play along the near wall. Now behind the net. 3:26 to go here in period number 2. Two goals scored by the Stars in the first, 2 so far here in the second. And then the net's wide open, but unable to get that one through was Salaka. Now he'll pick up the puck along that far wall, flips it high and goes over to the near wall.
And Hoff without his stick again.
Yeah, good catch there. Now that puck going to be carried forward, and Hoff spins and grabs the lumber. And now KJ McMillan overskates it but pulls it back. McMillan tried to move towards the net. Puck rolled off his stick and it's thrown out, kept in at that far point. Now the Stars corral the loose puck. Trying to push it to center, kept in near point. Ice Eagles, shot, and that one just casually blockered aside. I think that was Newmiller again, who has the lone goal so far. Oh, and now two blue players, two Ice Eagles kind of got gummed up between the circles there. Going for the loose puck. Shot, save, score! Luke Johnson gets the fourth goal of the second period, the second for Quad Cities. And now they cut their deficit in half, 4-2. Good offensive zone time there for the Ice Eagles, and it finally cashed in.
Yeah, and then just a good look for Luke Johnson, able to beat Polito on that side, stick side.
And he had Newmiller in front, too, not entirely as a screen, but just kind of distracting a little bit there for Polito. And as you mentioned, Luke Johnson had all kind of time in the world and picked his spot. This is definitely the best line for the Ice Eagles, a combination of McMillan, Newmiller, and Johnson. Puck between the circles, slapping at it, but unable to make the connection are the Stars. And now Quad Cities gets it out to the neutral zone. McMillan corrals it, shoots it, and that one sails over the crossbar. Over to the far corner, Will Pavlik backhands it outside the zone. No. Kept in. Shot on net, and that one's body save made by Polito, as Polito's under duress here over these last couple minutes, as the Ice Eagles are starting to regain their footing and trying to cut their deficit to 1 before the close of the second period. Puck still inside Glenview territory. Flip shot doesn't get through from Quinn McIntyre. And now out to the neutral zone. Utek to Hunt. Carried in by Glenview, but that's going to be offsides. As we had already well inside the zone was Brady Carr.
Yeah, Carr was looking for a whistle on his behalf. Brady Carr was knocked to the ice in the zone, and that was why unable to exit in time before the whistle.
So we'll have a neutral zone draw. It'll be Jandora for Glenview. And for Quad Cities, Alex Hunt. Puck goes over to the far wall. Who's going to get there first? This Addie Quinn trying to backhand it up ice. Still trying to whack at it. Eventually Glenview takes control. 34 seconds remaining. Cross ice pass there. Shot between the circles. Pad save made by Hoth. Kicks it over to the far wall. Backhand on attempt. Backhand attempt on net. And eventually steered away.
Hit off an Ice Eagle skate and directed right in on Hoff.
14 seconds remaining in the second period. 4-2 lead for Glenview. They're whacking away at it. Backhand attempt does not get through between the circles. Shot goes wide. 2 seconds, 1, and that'll do it. We'll head to the second period. First period was a 2-0 lead for Glenview. Then the second period, it's a 4-2 lead for Glenview, so they maintain a 2-goal lead as we head into the third, just with a 4-2 score instead of 2-0. 12 more minutes to go. We'll take an audio break. This is Central State's Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Third period action about to get started here with Glenview, the Stars leading Quad City Ice Eagles by the score of 4-2. Our next game will be a Squirt minor game. We'll have 2 Squirt minor games back-to-back. It'll be St. Louis Knights versus the Hawks. And then at 12:50-ish, Yellow Jackets versus the Leafs. So we'll have a pair of Squirt minor games coming up for our next 2 games. That'll be games 5 and 6. Early chance here. Backhand attempt does not get through from Luke Johnson. Ice Eagles trying to keep the puck inside the zone. They do for a moment. McMillan wide open, but then the puck slipped through, and then stuffing it in from behind is Rome Newmiller. And Quad Cities pulls within 1, 4-3. Second goal for Newmiller.
Yeah, valiant effort there by Glenview, laying out to try and poke it away, but it still got through to McMillan. The second effort, able to slam it home, and we've got ourselves a game.
Yeah, it was kind of a 2-on-1 for the Ice Eagles there with Newmiller and McMillan. And Polito did the best he could as he tried to go for that loose puck after it rolled off the stick of McMillan, but Newmiller was there to poke it between the wickets. So an early goal for the Quad Cities gets them right back in it, but then we got a breakout here as going in is Salaka. Salaka, stick handles, loses the handle. Where is it? It goes on the back wall. I think it rolled off his stick just as he got towards the net there, Brandon.
Yeah, just couldn't pull the trigger on that one. Came in a little too close.
And now KJ McMillan behind the net looking for a centering attempt. Instead, he tries a backhander. That one doesn't get through. And flipped over to the near wall, outside the zone to the neutral zone. Pass attempt reaches KJ McMillan. It's a 1-on-3 for McMillan. He overskates it. And now the Ice Eagles will head for some changes. Behind the net is Baron Honert. Throws it up along the far wall. That's chipped out by KJ McMillan. It's Addie Quinn. McMillan gets through. Stick handle. McMillan gets through. Stick handle. Slides it in and scores. We're tied at 4. That time McMillan is able to get around the effort of Addie Quinn. Puts it in the net, and we are tied 4-4.
Yeah, that was just pure effort right there by KJ McMillan. Had one to beat, as you said, with Addie Quinn, who has done a heck of a job defensively in this game. But yeah, McMillan's speed just a little too much, and then just nice job poking it around Polito to finish.
And that was coming at the end of his shift as most of his line mates had already come off the ice. But McMillan was able, as you mentioned, just kind of push forward. And now we're getting a timeout called by Glenview. I think that's a good timeout. You were up 4-2. Less than 3 minutes into the third period, you've given up 2 goals, and now you're in a square game. So kind of talk things over and regroup here. You're still out shooting them 22-13, but as we know, in that last game, it's like out shooting really doesn't matter. It's what's on the big board. Right now it's tied at 4.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The pendulum has clearly shifted in favor of the Ice Eagles, so Glenview just needs to slow things down, get the momentum back in their favor, talk things out. Hey, you're still in it. It's a tie game. You've had the momentum. You have the shot advantage right now, so just stick with your game, and you're right back in it.
And I think one of the things they'll probably talk about on the Glenview side is just get some more pucks on net to Eli Hoth, force him to make some saves. He is an unorthodox goaltender in terms of, saves, and he's making some big saves, but he can also get out of position or be down on the ice.
Yeah, and he's been vulnerable a couple of times. There have been opportunities for rebounds.
We're going to try and reset the stream here. Let's go back to OBS. All right, folks, we apologize. We're having some issues with the stream. Not necessarily the stream, but the Ethernet connection we have here, our wired connection, isn't as sharp as we'd like. It's having some intermittent issues. But you haven't missed a goal. It's still 4-4. Puck inside the Ice Eagles territory. We're under 10 minutes to play. 9-12. 4-4 score. 23-13 shots on goal in favor of Glenview. Jandora off the near wall. Goes to the far wall. Backhands it between the circles. That's taken by Quad Cities and thrown out to the neutral zone. Stick handling around a defender is Brody Moses. Puck thrown behind the net. Oh, and then Braden Rusher initially fanned on it. Puck went outside the zone, then brought back in offside, so it'll be a neutral zone draw here along the near wall with 8:42 to go.
Yeah, quick line change for Glenview before the face-off.
Taking the draw will be Knox Mueller against Karatanov for the Stars. Stars win possession. They'll push it ahead to Salaka. Fires it just wide. And that goes over to the far wall. It's going to be tracked down by Teddy Clifford. Goals for Glenview by Guder, Jandora, Clifford, and Karatanov. And for Quad Cities, as we got people standing up now for no reason. One stands up, the other has to stand up behind them because the person in front is standing up. Over to the far wall. Now over to the near wall they go. Out to the neutral zone. Here's Johnson. Luke Johnson. Stick handles. Flips it and then scores! Goes to the left corner. Johnson with his second goal. And Quad Cities has come all the way back to take the lead. 5-4.
Yeah, two separate times that they trailed by 2, and now all of a sudden they are up by a goal for the first time in this game, and just another individual effort. This time Luke Johnson. We saw earlier KJ McMillan kind of doing it himself, and he had the equalizer. Now it's Luke Johnson to put them ahead 5-4, and again, Quad City in the lead for the first time today.
Quite the back and forth game here. Now play inside Quad Cities territory, now out to the neutral zone. Shoveled inside the zone by Camden Jackson. Flipped through the crease. And then over to the near wall. Out to the neutral zone. 6:52 remaining. Glenview shot goes behind the net. And now out to the neutral zone. Jackson fires it wide. Flip towards the net. Save made by Polito. And then it was kicked back through the crease. And then thrown back in the crease. Puck is still loose. Jamming away at it is Brody Moses. But then Glenview picks it away. It's Jandora.
Glenview tried to clear it initially. It ended up between the skates of Moses to create that second chance.
This could be a 3-on-2. Salaka inside the zone. Backhands it. It goes wide. Over to that far corner. Thrown to the far point. Kept in by Addie Quinn. Picked off by the Ice Eagles. Shoveled it over to Moses. Moses will dump and then head for a change. I've been waiting to say a C parting there with Moses on the ice, but haven't found the right opportunity for that, so I'll just let that one slide. Thrown to Quinn at center ice, throws it back in, but Salaka hadn't cleared the zone, so that's going to be an offsides call against Glenview as we're down to 5:16 remaining. And the Stars on the wrong side of the scoreboard right now, but still plenty of time to get the equalizer here.
Yeah, again, twice in this game we've seen 2 quick goals for Glenview, so you have to be careful if you're Quad City. Also, even leading by a goal, you give up a pair and all of a sudden you're down again.
Yeah, and even though there's a shot that sails wide, even though Hoff has given up 4 goals, remember those 3 saves on Jandora in the second period, the start of that second period.
Yeah, difference in the game right now.
Coming in, shooting, and a save made by Hoff. Denying an opportunity there from Pavlik. Hoff still down on the ice. Hoff still down low, but a glove save made. Carr was waiting on the doorstep for a pass, one that never came, and now Hoff is back on his skates. He stays down for a while there while that puck was below the net. Puck inside the zone, shoveled over to the far point. Who's going to get there first? Couple of blue jerseys, try and send it down low. Carr throws it back out to the neutral zone.
Yeah, you said it. Hoff is forcing Glenview to elevate the puck.
Here's Tweed. Tweed throws it off the far wall. Almost carried in offsides by Stevens. And it's still offsides. As taking a long time to get outside the zone was Pavlik. Stevens, I think, held off as long as he could, but Pavlik was just too deep inside the zone, and offsides call against Glenview. It'll be a neutral zone draw along the far wall in front of the Ice Eagles bench. 4:11 to go, period 3. What was a 4-2 lead heading into the third has turned into a 5-4 lead. A 4-2 lead for Glenview has turned into a 5-4 lead for Quad Cities. And again, both these teams lost their opening round game. In fact, Quad Cities was scoreless. They were shut out 8-0, and they were scoreless in the first period, but they've exploded for a pair of goals in the second and 3 here in the third. Here's Jandora. Up along the near corner. Goes through the crease over to the far wall. 3:38 to go. 5-4 lead Quad Cities. Flipped on net. Hoff casually makes that save. And now out to the neutral zone. McMillan again being fended off there by Comans. And then the stick thrown away. McMillan looking for a penalty, none forthcoming. Now Glenview will carry it out. Inside the zone is Commons, Austin Commons. Gets gummed up behind the play. Puck is loose. Between the circles, McMillan. McMillan carrying it through. Gets past Quinn. Centering attempt. No one home but white jerseys. And now they shovel it out to the neutral zone. Trying to get that one over to Emmy Waldeck, but it went a little wide. Now Waldeck carries it in. Centering attempt does not get there. Rebound attempt, and Hoff makes the save and holds on as Jandora flipped that one through. Puck came back out to Waldeck, who threw it on net, and Hoff made the save as we're down to 2:34 here in the third period. A 5-4 lead for Quad Cities.
Yeah, once again, opportunities on both ends. You had McMillan trying to feed Rome Newmiller, and he was just in a little too tight.
Right.
It ended up behind him.
Right.
So then back the other way came Glenview with that chance.
Yeah, it's one of those things where McMillan was anticipating him being a little further back, and it just wasn't the case. Now Quinn dumps it in, picked off by the Ice Eagles, thrown immediately back out to center. Puck is loose, and it's pushed over to Salaka. Top of the near circle, glove save made by Hoff, with Karatanov kind of lurking there. He already had one deflection goal, looking for his second there. 2:10 to go, 5-4 lead for the Ice Eagles, looking to get their first victory of the tournament. Both teams looking for that first victory. Glenview looking to tie it up. Here's McMillan again. Top of the far circle. Shoot, scores! McMillan puts it past Polito. And it's a 2-goal lead for Quad Cities. McMillan with his second.
And McMillan, once again, we've seen the sharp shooting from KJ McMillan in this one. Last time did it all himself. This time just had a great look, open shooting lane, and able to beat Polito.
And it's been all Quad Cities here in this fourth period. They trailed 4-2. And they've got 4 goals here in the third period to take a 6-4 lead, and what once looked like a strong lead for Glenview, still leading in shots 29-17, but they've seen things unwind on them, and we remember the timeout Glenview called when Quad Cities had tied it up at 4, didn't seem to help.
Yeah, the last 2 goals have still gone Quad Cities' way.
Still time though, but time's winding down. The net is empty to our left. Commons keeps it in, throws it down low, but it's picked off by the Ice Eagles. They'll shovel it ahead. Skating after it is Jackson. Goes behind the net. Minute 27 to go. 6-4 lead for Quad Cities. Here's Salaka. Salaka trying to get through. Salaka puts it in and scores! Ralphie Salaka scores! And now it's a 6-5 game.
How about the individual efforts on some of these goals? Just taking it end to end, going and forcing your way through, and then finishing.
Salaka was determined to get that one on net, and he put a nice shot past Hoth. And now it's only a 1-goal game with a minute 16 to go. Remember, Glenview had already used their timeout early in the third period, so there's no timeout and regrouping and drawing up plays. This just has to happen between stoppages of play or live.
And there goes Polito for the extra attacker.
Comes out to the neutral zone and it's thrown in offsides by Quinn. And they might bring that one out to the center ice. Actually, no, they're going to keep it over on the far side. But yeah, you're right. Polito out of the net. Net is empty to our left. Extra attacker on for the Stars. And 1 minute exactly on the clock.
Yeah, and when you're short on time, that goal particularly big for the Stars to be able to get it and have that full minute now to try to find the equalizer.
Trying to carry it all the way in is Jandora. And tries to throw it towards the net. It goes behind. And that's played over on the far wall by Callum Gray. .38 seconds remaining. Puck still inside Quad City's zone. Pulling out with the puck is Karatanov. Karatanov battling, 2-on-1. And then Commons throws it down low, never gets there. Back out to the neutral zone to Addie Quinn. Commons will carry it in. Just getting back on side was Jandora. 17 seconds remaining. Ice Eagles trying to get the puck outside of the zone. Still along the near wall. Puck thrown toward the net. Commons tried to shoot the puck on the net. That was Karatanov. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Puck's going to go to the far wall, and that'll do it. The Ice Eagles, trailing 4-2 heading into the third period, score 4 goals, and they hang on for the 6-5 victory over Glenview, and they get even up their record at 1-1 in tournament play. Glenview falls to 0-2. And that's probably the toughest loss to absorb for the Stars.
Yeah, it looks like everything's going your way. Again, twice in this game, Glenview had themselves a 2-goal lead, but unable to hold on to it.
Yeah.
As Quad City then found themselves up by 2, hold off that late rush by Glenview, and they're the ones who come away with the victory.
Yeah, you're right, Brandon. They had a 2-0 lead, Glenview did after 1, 4-2 after 2, but 4 unanswered goals by Quad Cities until a goal with about a minute and a half left by Salaka cut it to 6-5, and then a furious comeback attempt by Glenview falls short as the Ice Eagles win 6-5, and they even up their record in the tournament at 1-1. All right, so that'll do it for the first portion of Red Tier 2 games. We're going to shift over to Squirt Minor for our next 2 games. Our next game coming up is St. Louis Knights versus the Hawks. Then after that, it's the Yellow Jackets versus the Leafs. Squirt minor action coming your way next. Continuing on this stream, then after the final Squirt minor game for the first half, we'll start a new stream for games 7 through 11. For Brandon Januska and Adam Schneider, this is Eric Willowhite saying so long for now. We'll see you in about 15 minutes for Squirt minor action.
Back with you for more Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Brandon Januska along with Eric Willoway. We have Drew Thomas manning the camera for this one as we have our first Squirt minor game of the day. St. Louis Knights against the Chicago Hawks. Great playoff action so far in the morning. We've had quite a few Squirt Red Tier 2 games, and we're hoping the minor games live up to that hype that we've had.
They're going to have a hard time. Well, I'm not going to say they're going to have a hard time because these games could be fabulous too, but
absolutely,
those first 4 games, especially that last game, was between the Vikings, or not the Vikings, the Ice Eagles and Glenview was insane.
6-5 back and forth, yeah.
But all 4 games in that Red Tier 2 were they were really good games, and we're hoping we get more of the same here.
As we are ready to get this one underway. The Knights in black defending the goal off to our left. The Hawks defending the goal to our right. Our first Squirt minor game of the day, and it's the Hawks on the attack early in this one.
It's Jack Billiot, our goalie, to the left for the Stars, and to our right, I should say. To the left for the Knights is Giuseppe Palazzolo.
So those are your men between the pipes here in this one as the Knights clear it out towards center ice. 30 seconds into this one. 13-minute periods here at the Squirt minor level. Hawks retrieve the puck in their own end, and now they'll skate out to center ice. The pass missed its mark. And now a turnover at center ice. Here come the Hawks. It's Tyke, Theo Tyke bringing it in. A shot on goal. He scores! Theo Tyke capitalizing on the turnover in the neutral zone, brings it in, and 50 seconds into this one, it's 1-0 Hawks.
I think that's one. He was going wide anyways, was Tyke. He wasn't coming straight in on goal. So I think what you want to do with that one is, if you're Palazzolo, is like come out and cut down that angle a little bit. As it was, he left so much space open towards the right post that he had to slide over there, and because of that, that's how the puck got between the wickets.
So it's the Chicago Hawks who strike first, and now they're right back on the attack. Just a minute into this one. 1-0, Hawks in front, battle in the corner, squirts out toward the point. Hawks keep it in, send it toward the net. A shot attempt, whiffed on it. Puck still loose here at the top of the circle. Now a shot, and it was kicked aside. Another one kicked by Palazzolo. That was Kirkendale who had a shot attempt. Howard Kirkendale for the Hawks. Vikings bring it out into the neutral zone, try to push ahead, but it's a turnover there at center ice. And again, that goal by Theo Tyke was started by a neutral zone turnover. Hawks have it here. They try to push ahead and do gain the zone. Vikings trying to clear it back out. Hawks keep it in along the near boards. Out of our sight lines as the puck ends up at the top of the circle. Vikings clear it out.
Yeah, if you're just joining us here from Glenview, and why haven't you been here since 7 a.m.? Because we have. But, yeah, along the near boards, it's a tough angle, but we're doing the best we can to get you that angle. We'll tilt down as much as we can.
Tyke brought it in again and then turns it over. Here come the Knights back the other way. Hawks and Knights in this one. Hawks lead it 1-0. So we get a whistle with 10:41 remaining in period number 1. Hawks with the early Theo Tyke goal. Face-off will come to the dot near us in the neutral zone. Jones and Fisher on the draw. It's won by Fisher and the Hawks. Chasing it down in their own corner is Chicago. A turnover there behind the net. Knights trying to center. They do the shot. It's in! There's the equalizer for the Knights.
27.
Yeah, looks like it's Augie Jones to tie it up at 1 apiece with 10:28 left in the first.
And I think it was Casper with the pass, Augie Jones with the goal. But a nice pass from behind by Casper to get it to Jones.
So 2.5 minutes into this one, and each team with a goal.
And you called it. That play was preceded by a turnover by the Hawks over by that far corner.
Yeah, so both goals a result of a turnover, as we nearly had a turnover here. The Hawks able to maintain possession. For the Hawks goal, it was a turnover in the neutral zone that Chicago capitalized on. The Knights taking advantage of a turnover behind the net as they have another one behind the net. Wraparound shot ends up back behind. Now a wipeout along the backboards. Hawks able to clear. Here's Fisher. He's skating in. Able to get around Road. Trying to center. Hey, and a kick save there by Palazzolo. Back the other way come the Knights. Tied at 1, 10-15 and counting left in the first. A shot in on goal. Billia kicks it to side. Rebound attempt, no shot. Now from the near circle, trying to work his way in was Hill. Turnover there. Battle along the far boards. Hawks able to get it out to the neutral zone. They give it to the Knights there. They regroup under the 10-minute mark in the first. Tied at 1, shots even at 3. Rung around the boards. Back behind the Hawks net. And from the far corner, the Hawks try to get it out, and it does roll on its end. Here comes Fisher. In the corner. Make that Flackis, Jaden Flackis in the corner, who was skating with it.
Ooh, they had a man out front.
Centering attempt for Flackis. He pushes it through the crease and wide.
Yeah, they finally were able to get it to him.
Back the other way, Robinson. In the corner, a battle for the puck. Ends up ringing around back behind the Hawks net. Knights with it. Send it toward the corner. Nobody there but Chicago. Hawks will skate out with it. Moving well, Kirkendale. And a nice save by Palazzolo. He holds with the glove with 8:39 remaining in the opening frame, tied at 1 apiece.
Yeah, Kirkendall trying to ticket for that top left corner, top right corner, but getting the glove on it and making the save was Palazzolo.
Face off to the right of Giuseppe Palazzolo. Knights able to skate out with it. Jones coming in with some speed from the near side. Shot ends up deflecting back behind the net. Held in by the Knights. Second effort by the Hawks, still held in, and now it's out into the neutral zone. Knights will regroup. 8:15 and counting left in the opening frame, tied at 1 goal apiece. Hawks enter the zone, turn it over, but keep it in. Michael Ida had it knocked away from him. And the Hawks will dump it in. They were short of the red line, and that goes for an icing call. Faceoff will come back to our right, tied at 1, 7:55 to go in period number 1.
Shots fairly even, 4-3 lead in shots for the Hawks.
Theo Tyke with a goal. The Hawks goal less than a minute into this one. Augie Jones, the equalizer for the Knights. Tied at 1, less than 8 minutes to play in the opening frame. Knights try to send one toward the net. He hit a body, never got there. That attempt coming from Harry Adams. Now back the other way come the Hawks. It's Fisher weaving in and out. Backhanded shot goes wide.
That was Braxton Hogue with the shot block there, spinning around, and now Hogue trying to throw it between the circles, doesn't get through.
Knights coming back the other way. The shot goes wide. From behind the net, Knights play with the puck. Turnover in the corner. Held in and sent back into the far corner. 7:15 and counting left in the first. We're tied at 1.
Oh!
Out into the crease. Loose puck. And the Hawks skate away with it. They're able to clear down and out.
Oh, man. That one was inches away.
Dump back in, both teams making some changes. Less than 7 to play in the first. Tied at 1. Hawks with possession in their own end. They send it out into the neutral zone. Fisher with a chance to skate in on it. It's a race coming out, and playing it is Palazzolo to just knock it away with the paddle.
There's some minor contact there on that rush, but no call. I think that was the right call.
We play on with 6:40 and counting in the first.
I should say non-call, right non-call.
Let the kids play on, and they do. They battle and bring it out to center ice. Knights collect. They dump it in. And around the boards it goes, yes. So an icing call. It'll come back down to our left. 6:21 to go in period 1. Shots even at 5 apiece. The score even 1-1.
Well, game 5 living up to the billing of the first 4 games.
Yeah,
nice competitive game.
Is it possible for each game to continue to get better? We started at such a high level, but they continue to raise the bar.
They did.
This one living up to it so far. Action on both ends. Goals on both ends so far in the early going as we approach the 6-minute mark of the first period. Tied at 1. Hawks from their own end. Passing it around, trying to get it out, and they do. Just over the blue line. A battle along the far boards. It comes back in. Hawks collect. Send it across. Here's Agats, who sent it forward for Tyke. He's the goal scorer for the Hawks in this one. Battle along the near boards, out toward the corner. This one goes all the way out into the neutral zone. Skating in with it, and a shot attempt is kicked aside. That was Kellen Hill, who put it in on net. No trouble for Jack Billiot. We get a whistle with 5:22 left in the first. Tied at 1.
That was a big save there by Billiot, getting that right pad stretched out to make the save. And not only make the save, then push it over to the far wall so there's not a rebound that kicks out up front.
Yeah, never want to put it right back out into the crease or right out in front. Kick it aside. That's exactly what Billiot did. As the Knights re-enter the zone after the face-off. Hawks play from behind their own net. That's Myra McCoy, who sent it around and sent it forward. Charlie Fisher sends it further ahead. Hill dumps it in. Or Ida dumps it in. Fisher in the corner. Taken away by the Knights. Under 5 minutes left in the opening period. We're tied at 1. Knights and Hawks. Back out to the neutral zone. Kennedy sends it across. Over to McCoy. Hawks keep the zone. And falling on top of the puck, there was Michael Ida. Knights able to poke it out. And back into the neutral zone, trying to push ahead. Pass attempt, never connected. Looking for Casper. And whiffing on it, here is Casper with the puck. A shot on goal, he scores! The turnovers have been costly on both sides. This time, it's the Knights who take the lead. It's 2-1.
Yeah, I thought Billiot had that side covered, but it was a great shot by Casper, taking a lead here as we get down to the latter half of the first period. 4:12 to go. 2-1 lead for the Knights.
All 3 goals have come shortly after a turnover by the opposing team.
Oh, I'm a little delayed on the score here. Sorry, folks.
It's 2-1 as we approach the 4-minute mark here in the first. Knights ahead. The Hawks poke it out to center ice.
I had one job. Well, I had 2 jobs, Brandon.
2 jobs. I mean, you're talking.
I wasn't doing one of them.
Knights regain the zone. Ringing around back behind. Hawks push it further, and it goes out. Got away from Harry Adams and out to center ice. Hawks try to push it in. Approaching the 3.5-minute mark in the opening period. Hawks on the attack, looking for the equalizer, trailing 2-1. A good feed over Coming in, a flip on net, rebound is loose. Rolling on its end out toward the point, shot attempt hit a body. And the Knights are able to clear. They go back the other way. Jack Cernko, who just dumps it in as both teams make some changes.
I was going to say, if the Hawks wound up scoring after that puck was like stopped by the referee's skates, there probably would have been some pretty upset parents, but no harm, no foul in the end there.
Both teams decided to make some changes at the end of their shift. Under the 3-minute mark in the first. Tied, rather not tied, 2-1, Knights in front.
Yep.
After the Ezra Casper goal. Knights gain the zone. Pushing ahead. Robeson, shot goes wide.
That was a great shot by Robinson.
Attempt on net ends up being turned over and back out to the near corner. Hawks able to skate out with it. Here comes Fisher. Fisher looking over the options. Tried to pass, never got through. Back the other way come the Knights now. In again is James Robeson. He loses his footing skating in and ends up colliding slightly with Jack Billiot outside the crease. Less than 2 minutes to play in the first. It's 2-1 Knights. Krumenaker tried to gain the zone. It was taken away and flipped down ice. Back into the Knights' end where they collect. Augie Jones scored the first Knights goal. He skates with it. Like that Henry Rohde who skates with it. Sends it back behind. Centering attempt. And the stick was tied up. A rebound. Loose and it goes in. The first attempt was not there. That was from Ezra Casper.
Krumenaker.
It is Krumenaker who ends up with the goal. And it's 3-1. Cooper Krumenaker. Second chances, and the Knights take advantage. They lead by 2, 3-1 with 1:15 left to go in the opening frame. Brandon Januska along with Eric Willow-White, Drew Thomas manning the camera. Hawks bring it out of their end. Trying to get one back before the end of this opening frame. Less than a minute to go. Rings around back behind the Knights' goal. They try to clear it out, held in. At the point by the Hawks. And now taken away, and the Knights able to skate out with it. Battle in the neutral zone along the far boards, and it's sent in low down in the Hawks' end. Centering attempt, kicked out in front, rebound still loose. And the Hawks able to skate out with it. Coming back the other way now, it's Tyke, who sends it in deep toward the corner. Fisher chases it. Hawks making a push. 14 seconds and counting left in the first. Knights by 2. Hawks on the attack. And now the Knights clear the zone. 5 seconds left. Is there enough time for a shot? Skating in with it is Cernko, just pushing it toward the net. He was bodied up against the boards on the far side. The fans hoping for a whistle, none coming.
Well, they were upset that the puck went off the ref's skate again. That's the second time the ref has gotten in the way of the puck there, trying to get a last-second shot off. Nothing intentional, but looking for a little quicker movement out of the stripes.
Let's see if that comes in the second period. It's Knights 3, Hawks 1 as we move to period 2. This is Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Ready for the second period. Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. I'm Brandon Januska along with Eric Willowhite, Drew Thomas on camera. Knights and Hawks. It's the St. Louis Knights leading 3-1 as we begin this second frame. Hawks on the early attack. Knights just trying to clear it out. Hawks send a centering attempt toward Fisher. Never got there. Pouncing toward it is Palazzolo, and eventually it squirts loose and we get a whistle. 12:43, just 17 seconds into this second period. Knights by 2. For these two teams, for the Hawks, they've actually played an extra game so far in this one. They played Thursday and Friday, won them both, an overtime win against the Leafs on Thursday, 3-2, and then yesterday beat the Yellow Jackets 7-4. So they already have 4 points in the standings as the Knights have the puck. Knights won yesterday's game 5-0 against the Leafs. This is just their second game. They still have one more against the Yellow Jackets later today.
That'll be on our docket.
So by the time that one comes around, we'll have more clarity on who might be playing tomorrow in the Squirt Minor Championship game. All the championship games, all 3 of them we'll have here on our broadcast. As the Hawks try to center it, never got through. Knights able to clear it out.
Yeah, they were
dumped right back into the corner.
Yeah, well, they missed an offsides there, did the officials. It was brought back in by the Hawks, but they were still inside the zone.
Knights able to clear it back out anyway, despite the missed call, before the Hawks dump it back in deep. 3-1, Knights in front. Hawks putting on the pressure. 11.5 to go in period 2. Shots in favor of the Knights, 10-7. Out to center ice it comes. Loose puck picked up by the Knights. They skate ahead with it. A shot attempt. Good stick work there by Myra McCoy to not allow a good, clean shot attempt. Hawks trying to skate out of their own end. It ends up deflecting toward the far boards, and the Knights keep it in. From the corner, Casper, a centering pass, comes all the way out to the point. Harry Adams, a shot in toward the net, hit a body out in front, rebound goes wide.
Wow.
That was Krummenacher already with a goal today. Centering attempt once again, never connected. Here's Krummenacher, backhands it toward the far corner. 10.5 to go, period 2. Knights lead by 2, it's 3-1. As the Knights skate out of their own end. Here's Theo Tyke.
Oh, there it is. That was an offsides again.
It's a shot attempt, just blocked aside with the pad.
They didn't call it. That was another offsides miss, and that one was due to an east-west move right at the blue line, but no call.
Now back the other way come the Knights. It's Kellen Hill skating in and taken down. He ends up in the goal himself, but not with the puck.
I don't think the officials have whistles anymore.
We haven't heard one.
No.
They're just letting them play on at this point.
Yeah.
9:45 and counting in the second period. 3-1, Knights lead it. Puck comes back out to center ice. Some of the fans trying to get on the officials to blow the whistle. It's pushed out toward the far corner. Jack Cernko will skate onto it. Heavy pressure put on, though, from there, and it's taken away. Skating out with it is Sean Kennedy. Gets it over to a teammate of his along the near boards. And Fisher is the one who ends up with it for the Hawks, skating back into his own end and dumps it back out the other way. Knights collect on their side of the ice and back out to the neutral zone, a turnover. Ezra Casper sends it in under the 9-minute mark in the second. 3-1 Knights. Hawks, Fisher.
Oh.
Never got the shot off. It was poked away beforehand.
That was good defense there. I think that was for the Knights, number 8, Sarandos, sorry.
Tying up Fisher, so he couldn't pull the trigger as now puck ends up in the far corner of the Hawks end. Hawks able to take it away and skate out with it themselves. Under the 8.5-minute mark of the second, 3-1 Knights.
It's a 4-on-2.
Hawks pushing forward with it. A shot attempt, didn't get much on it. It's kicked aside. That was Agats.
Yeah, somehow the Hawks had a 4-on-2, and somehow they kind of gummed that up a little bit, allowing the Knights to get players back inside the zone and then just get a shot from that far circle. But they had a glorious opportunity to push the puck forward with a 4-on-2.
Just took a little too long. Now Robinson comes back the other way for the Knights. Sends it around back behind the net. From the corner, the Knights play with it. Behind the net, looking over the options. Send it all the way back out to the point. Stanberry misplayed it initially, then sends it back toward the corner. It's taken over by the Hawks. And here comes Theo Tyke. Tyke enters the zone, skating in, centers it himself. A shot attempt, and it goes wide. He was looking for that pinpoint far post.
That would have been his second tally of the game.
As the lone Hawks goal in this one so far. Hawks scored first. Knights have scored the last three. Lead at 3-1.
Yeah, we're going to get a penalty.
Waiting for the advantage.
I think it's a hooking call.
7:11 left in period 2. 3-1 Knights in front.
Tripping.
But an opportunity coming here for the Hawks as they go to the power play. Our first penalty of the day. And it's Bodie Kemlagi. Going to the box for the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, halfway through the game and our first penalty. It's a 3-1 lead for the Knights. Shots are even at 10 apiece. First power play for either team.
It's been a relatively clean game so far.
Well, that and they haven't been blowing the whistles.
And no whistles, yes. As now the Hawks.
That's kind of more for violations than penalties, but yeah.
Hawks trying to put on some pressure with the man advantage, but it's cleared out to center ice. Battle along the boards. Jones pushes it in toward the corner and then chases after it. Trying to kill some time, maybe make something happen shorthanded. As a turnover in the Hawks end, put through the crease. It goes all the way out to the near corner. Minute to go on the penalty. 6:35 remaining in the second period. Knights by 2. Hawks with the 5-on-4 advantage. Get it out to center ice, and the Knights just push it right back in. Chicago just looking for some offensive zone time on this power play. So they push forward. Fisher crosses center ice and enters the zone. He skates in. Skates all the way in. A shot. He scores! Doing it all himself. Charlie Fisher with the power play goal. And it's 3-2. Charlie Fisher brought that all the way across from center ice. Skated all the way in, got around the Knights defenseman, and buried it behind Palazzolo. 3-2, Knights still in front. Both teams now back at full strength after the power play goal. 6:02 and counting left in period 2. Now the Knights collect on their own end under heavy pressure. Try to clear it back out to center ice, unable to, it's held in. Hawks trying to push forward, skating in with it, Jack Glennon in the near corner. Battle for the puck, it squirts out. And here come the Knights. Cernko skating in as it poked away. Back to the corner and Cernko with it. Centers one just on net. Belliot paddles it aside. Hawks from their own end. Along the near boards, try to clear it out. It's held in by the Knights, sent back down. And now the Hawks pick it off and skate it out of their own end. Moving along with it is Flackus. Brings it all the way around. Has some support, centering attempt, never got there. Jack Bassett tried to get one out in front. They had some players, some bodies out there. Can they hold it in the zone? Yes. Initially, then the Knights send it back out. Under 4:40 to go in period 2. It's 3-2. Knights on top. Knights on the attack. Shot attempt never got there. Back out to center ice. Who's going to get there first? It looks like Fisher will in the corner for the Hawks. He skates around with it. Fisher, backhanded centering attempt. Cleared everyone out toward the point.
That was an interesting play there by Kirkendall. Sort of set a pick to allow his player to get to the puck in that far corner, and then he headed for the net after he set the pick.
There's Fisher again trying to center it, and he hit a Knight stick. Cleared out to center ice. Hawks regroup. Kennedy battling for it. It's taken away. A shot that may have hit the mask.
Yeah.
Hit the cage, rather, of a Hawks player. Never got to the net. Now the Hawks go back the other way. 3:40 to go in period 2. It's 3-2 Knights. Bringing it around the boards are the Knights. Back out to center. Right below us. Fisher loses the puck to Adams. Henry Adams skating with it. Sends it across to the far end. That's Kemlagi, who sends it back. And over skating it initially were the Hawks. They bring it in. Tyke. Tyke shoots into the body, and it's held by Palazzolo. 3:04 left in period 2. It's 3-2 Knights.
That was a nice job by Palazzolo to come out, cut down the angle, and then there was nowhere for that shot to go by Tyke. Palazzolo did a great job of bottling that one up, and then no rebound.
Yeah, able to absorb it, draw the whistle with 3:04 to go in period 2. It's 3-2 Knights on top. Hawks win the draw. Shot out from the point. It's right in front in the slot, and unable to control it and get a shot off were the Knights. Were the Hawks. Knights go back the other way. Shot goes right through the slot and out to the near side. Battle along the near boards, out of our periphery. Held in at the point. Battle out there along the far boards. Hawks trying to clear, and it deflects up into the Knights bench. That'll stop the clock with 2:32 to go in period 2. 3-2 Knights over the Hawks.
Oh, another good game, Brandon.
It sure is.
5 for 5 so far.
Shots in favor of the Hawks, 12-10, but they trail by 1. Plenty of action in this one. Some big saves, some big opportunities. Some costly turnovers as well. Face off to the left of Billiot. It's won by the Knights. Hawks then take over and skate out to center ice. They gain the zone. Getting tied up a little bit was Kirkendale. He's able to bring it in deep to the far corner, battling with a trio of Knights players out there and able to get it out to the point. A shot attempt, never got through, hit a stick. And the Knights able to clear it out. Now the Knights come back the other way. Cernko just rings it around back behind the net. Comes back out to Cernko from the corner. They turn over there. Under 2 minutes to go in period 2. Here comes Flackus. Coming along the near side, centering attempt, and it's picked off by the Knights. They can counter. Pass was just a little too long for Cernko. Ends up on the stick of Eggetz. Some neutral zone play. Who's going to come away with it? It is Cernko, who just sends it in deep. Minute 15 and counting left in the second period. It's 3-2 Knights in front. Knights playing it from their own end, or rather from the Hawks' end. Tried to center it, and the Hawks will bring it out.
Yeah, that was Braxton Hogue coming in at the last minute to push that puck away.
Now Hogue with it. Backhand attempt in on net, and it's covered up by Giuseppe Palazzolo. 56 seconds to go in the second period. 3-2, Knights in front.
Another Squirt minor game coming up next. We Yellow Jackets and Leafs will be our next game.
Those are the other two teams in this bracket 2. Joining these two squads, the Knights and the Hawks, will have a little more clarity on the standings once this one and once that one are concluded, as that's in the crease, but it ended up on a Knights stick. Luckily for them, they're able to clear out. Here comes Hill back the other way. Pass attempt, missed the mark. Comes back toward the net, paddled aside by Billiot. 28 seconds and counting left in the second period. 3-2, Knights in front, Hawks on the push. Tyke turns it over, it's back out to center ice.
That was ice. That was offsides.
No whistle once again. Hawks regain the zone before the Knights push it back out. Here's Robeson. Robinson pushed it in deep. There's the buzzer. Back and forth we go. We have a good one here. It's 3-2. Knights in front. The Hawks scored the first goal. Knights the next 3 before the Hawks made it a 1-goal game. 3-2 going to period 3. Knights over the Hawks. This is Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Ready for some third period action. Brandon Januska alongside Eric Willowite. Drew Thomas manning the footage. As we get the third period underway, it's 3-2, Knights in front of the Hawks. As the Knights attacking off to our right. Turn it over. Now the Hawks trying to come back the other way. They turn it over at center ice, and the Knights regain the zone. Pressure put on. Jack Cernko trying to find a centering lane. Wraparound attack. Never got there. In the near corner. 30 seconds into this third period. 3-2, Knights lead. Hawks with 13 shots compared to the Knights' 12. Hawks push ahead. Fisher with a backhand attempt, kicked away by Palazzolo.
Big save. Early big save.
Fisher was looking for the equalizer. An attempt for Fisher. He had an open side and is taken down to the ice. No whistle, we play on. Much to the chagrin of the fans in attendance. Put into the Hawks' end. Knights skating on with it. A shot into the body of Billiot and fends it off. Minute and a half into this third period, it remains 3-2, Knights on top. Hawks go off for a change as they put it in deep. To the far corner it goes, skating onto it was Steigoff. Knights able to clear it back out and turn it over. No offside call, another one that could have drawn a whistle, and now maybe it did draw the whistle.
Yeah, that one was a blatant offside. Didn't hear a whistle, though. That's the thing, and the fans are kind of getting wound up, and I don't blame them. There's been a lot of stuff that hasn't been called, especially a lot of offsides. I don't know if At that time, I heard a whistle.
Yeah, and that last one, if
Yeah.
they didn't call it, it was about 5 feet
Right.
offside, not even close.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, the near side official here is not having the best of times on the offsides infractions.
As we pass the 11-minute mark here in the third, it's 3-2, Knights on top. Tie up along the far boards, Knights come away with it. Skating along and bringing it in was Robinson. He was stripped of the puck, and the Hawks take over. Here come the Hawks, it's Agats. Agats gains the zone. Shot in on net and into the glove of Palazzolo. He holds, draws the whistle, 10:24 to go in period 3.
If I'm Egas, I'm cutting in a little tighter between the circles and then follow up your shot. You never know, but he took the shot and he just kind of faded left, you know.
Veer off and go away from the net.
Right.
As you said, you want that net front presence just in case.
It's just like basketball. Follow up your own shot.
Exactly, as this one squirts out to the far boards. Knights try to clear, held in by the Hawks. Comes back to a Knight stick, and a turnover, shot in on net. Into the glove once again, Palazzolo holds.
Palazzolo doing a good job of keeping things under control here for the Knights defensively.
That was Howard Kirkendale with the shot. 16th shot on goal for the Hawks, but they trail 3-2 with 10-12 to play in the third. Face off to the right of Palazzolo, won by the Knights. Held in by the Hawks, they send it back in around behind the Knights' net. Near corner tie-up. Some more players joining in the fray, trying to knock that puck loose. And now Ida. Sent it toward the corner. Back onto Ida's stick, just flings it toward the net. Picked off by Harry Adams. Held in now at the point by Myra. Myra McCoy. Myra coming back the other way now are the Knights. Shot in, paddled away by Billy at 9.5 to go in period 3. 3-2 Knights lead. Hawks dump it out to the neutral zone. And now the Hawks will go back and retreat as the Knights change. Pushing ahead with it was Agats. Dumped it off for a teammate and unable to clear their zone and hit off a Knights skate. Hawks maintain possession. Turnover. Henry Rohde sent it across and then sent in deep. They fight for it. It rings back behind Jack Billiot in the Hawks net. Hawks trail by 1, trying to clear their own zone as a tie up along the boards right in front of the Hawks bench on the far side. Knights end up with it as it squirts loose. And now an opportunity centering attempt. Never got there, hit a Hawks stick. And then it does go in on Billiot. He kicks it aside.
I thought Bagley would have been better served to just cut in and shoot. Instead, he passed it to a player who was surrounded. They were able to get a shot off, but he would have been better off just cutting it a little and getting the shot off.
Just put it in on Jack Billiot. Under 8 minutes to go in period 3. Knights lead by
Bagley
1.
pulled down, no call.
And now we do have a delayed penalty.
That arm came up late.
Still an advantage, though. And now puck
Hooking.
is touched, and we do have that hooking call. Fisher will go to the box. He knew it immediately.
Fans say the whistle worked. So it's Fisher with the hook. Power play for the Knights as they look to get the equalizer here. No, I'm
sorry.
For the
Hawks.
The
Hawks are trying to get the equalizer.
But they're shorthanded,
They'll be shorthanded with Charlie Fisher, one of their goal scorers in the box.
That's right.
7:43 to go in period 3. Face off to the right of Jack Billiot. And it's won by the Knights. Pass attempt was off the mark. Able to hold it in, though, was Cernko. Behind the Hawks net it goes. 7.5 to play in period 3. Minute 15 on the Fisher penalty. 5-on-4 action in favor of the Knights, who lead 3-2. Stanberry tried to push it in. Hawks wouldn't let him. So the Knights have to retreat back and play it out of their own end. Less than a minute to go on the Fisher penalty. Hawks trying to kill it off. Keep it a 1-goal game. Here's Jack Cernko skating in with it. A shot deflects and goes wide. Held in by the Knights. They send it around toward the near corner. Now the Hawks take over possession. Nikoi Myra sent out into the neutral zone. And now the Knights with a possible 3-on-2. Skating in is Robinson. The pass did not quite connect.
Ooh, Billy, it did well to blocker that one aside.
As time expires on the Fisher penalty, both teams back at full strength. 3-2, Knights lead it, approaching the 6-minute mark of the third period.
Good PK there for the Hawks. Now they need to get the equalizer.
They send it out to Fisher, fresh out of the box. Turnover. As the Knights push it back in. From the corner, a shot on net. Billiot fights it off. Now able to clear their end. Here comes Fisher with some speed. He has some help, an outlet. Fisher skates in, he shoots.
Wow.
And a save by Palazzolo.
That's a big save because Palazzolo hasn't really been that busy of recent vintage here. And then being able to come up with a big save and not give up a rebound with about 5.5 minutes remaining in the period.
5:35 to be exact. Charlie Fisher had himself an opportunity. Michael Ida was an outlet opportunity as well. Fisher opted for the shot. I don't mind that.
No.
Fisher already with a goal in this one. His team, the Hawks, trail by 1. It's 3-2 with 5.5 to go in period 3. Comes out to center ice. Hawks have it. Pass attempt looking for Tyke. Turned over, and Range will send it around the boards. Collected by Eggetz. Knights from behind, turn it over. It goes to Tyke. Tyke able to skate it out, but then turns it over in the neutral zone. We have a delayed penalty. There's the whistle.
It's like a roughing call.
For contact perhaps from behind the Knights net, behind the Hawks net rather. It's against the Knights with 5:03 to go in period 3. Knights lead it 3-2. We have a Hawks power play coming up. As it's Harrison Begley in the box for the next 90 seconds. Fisher will take the draw against Kellen Hill. It's won by Charlie Fisher. Hawks put it into the far corner. Less than 5 minutes to go in period 3. Hawks trail by 1 as a pass attempt goes right through the slot. No one was there for the Hawks. We try to find the equalizer on this power play. Fisher tried to skate in. Big collision in the neutral zone, and he never gained entry.
Sarandos with another nice defensive play there, breaking up the potential rush by Fisher.
Now the Hawks push ahead. 40 seconds killed so far on the penalty. Eggetz just flings one in on net, kicked aside by Palazzolo. 4:15 to go in period 3. 3-2, Knights lead it. Wraparound attempt. And holding strong up against the post is Palazzolo, able to get the pad down and keep it there. And it's still 3-2 Knights.
That was a nice job there by Theo Tyke to try the wraparound. But as you mentioned, Palazzolo able to cover up that pipe tightly there. Face off to his left. And timeout called by the Hawks.
With 4:10 to go in period 3, 37 seconds remaining on the Hawks power play. The Harrison Begley penalty. And Both teams will get a chance to discuss how they want to attack this next 4:10. Hawks trail by 1. It's a 3-2 game. We have another Squirt Minor matchup after this one. The rest of this bracket, the Yellow Jackets and the Leafs. Right now the Hawks lead in this bracket, although they have played the extra game. They're 2-0.
Yeah.
The Hawks are 4 points. The Knights came into this one 1-0. They've only played that one game, so they have their 2 points. Leafs with 1 point. They lost in overtime to the Hawks, and the Yellow Jackets looking for their first point still. So not even in terms of games played so far. We'll get more clarity, but for this one, it's a big one. The top of the standings, Hawks trying to go up 3-0, and the Knights are trying to make it 2-0 on the season and give themselves a chance. If the Hawks go 3-0, they guarantee themselves a spot in the championship.
Yeah, it's a good chance the 2 teams we're looking at right here will be the 2 teams that compete tomorrow for the championship. It's the one bracket, right?
It's 2 brackets.
Oh, it is 2
at
brackets?
this point. Yes,
Okay,
it is
my
4
bad,
and
my
4.
bad.
So
Okay, they're playing on the other rank.
that's right.
Okay,
yeah, so
gotcha.
The Vipers, Jets, Ice Dogs, and Chargers make
All right.
up the other side of the bracket.
Strike that from the record then, Brandon. I never said that.
That's right.
Jury, you will disregard the testimony
Yeah, I
from the
didn't
color
hear
commentator.
anything.
All right.
4:10 to go in period 3, so that makes this even bigger.
Yeah.
In terms of if, again, the Hawks win, they're guaranteed that they will be playing tomorrow as they would have gone 3-0 and beat all other 3 teams in their grouping. 37 seconds to go on the Hawks power play. Trailing by 1. Knights trying to maintain their lead and give themselves a chance to be playing tomorrow in this Squirt Minor Championship game.
And I didn't expect it, but in case anyone's asking, the net is still staffed to our right. They did not pull the goalie after the timeout. Way too early to do that, especially with the power play. That was offsides.
Just past
Another
the 4-minute
offsides
mark.
missed.
And yeah, it's been a rough go in terms of those offsides calls in this one, and the refs are hearing about it from both the benches and the fans here in attendance as a shot from Fisher deflects wide. Under 3.5 to play in period 3. It's 3-2 Knights. Fisher takes it away. Wraparound attempt. It goes right through the crease. Knights able to clear it out. They'll skate out with it into center ice. Trying to come back the other way. Penalty has been killed. Both teams at even strength. 3:10 to go in period 3. Knights by 1.
Kimlagi was wide open to the right if you get a pass over there.
As it squirts out to center ice, here comes Fisher. He has great speed, already a goal today. Trying to weave through a couple of defenders, go in on net. It's kicked aside by Palazzolo. And ridden into the boards was Fisher. A little shaken up apparently as he skates back toward the bench.
Yeah, he's hunched over. He does not look good. He's having a hard time putting pressure on that right leg.
That's a key contributor offensively for the Hawks.
It was a delayed spill as he rolled into that near corner after there was some contact. I didn't think there was a penalty, but nonetheless, he went into the boards fairly hard.
Puck goes all the way down, no icing call. Played from behind the Hawks net.
And there is an arm up. Delayed call.
Tripping call from behind the net, but right now the Hawks have a possible advantage, and it has been touched by a Knights player with 2:07 to go in period 3. 3-2, Knights lead it. Hawks out shooting the Knights 18-15, and they'll look to get the equalizer on this ensuing power play.
Yeah, it's Kimlagi with the tripping call. 2:07, so another power play attempt here for the Hawks to get the equalizer down to 2:07. Shots favor the Hawks slightly, 18-15. It's been a good game.
We mentioned Fisher looked shaken up earlier. He took that draw and won it, so he's back out there on the ice. The puck ends up in the corner, and here is Fisher. Fisher trying to find a lane, shoots it through and wide. Collected there by Braxton Hodge. Now Tyke. Tyke skating with it behind the goal. Tries to stop. He does. Redirect. Skates out in front. Shot attempt. It's kicked aside. Palazzolo. Here come the Knights back the other way. 1.5 to go in the third. 3-2 Knights. A shot in on the empty net. He scores! That's Kellen Hill. The Hawks had pulled the goalie for the extra attacker. And it's a short-handed goal. They went 6-on-4. The Hawks did with the power play and pulling the goalie. But back the other way came the Knights, and Kellen Hill makes it a 2-goal game with 90 seconds remaining.
Still 52 seconds on the power play for the Hawks. If you can get it inside the zone, I'd pull your goalie again.
Right now, Billiot is between the pipes, standing at the top of the crease.
Now they're calling him.
Hawks gain the zone, shoot it into the glove. It's held by Palazzolo. And so now Billiot will go out toward the bench, and with an offensive zone draw for the Hawks, they will play with the empty net.
So 36 seconds remaining on their power play. They use their timeout. They have an offensive zone draw.
73 seconds remaining in the game. Hawks trail by 2. It's a 4-2 score. Knights in front. Fisher on the draw. Knights win it. That was Augie Jones who took the faceoff for the Knights. Tie up in the corner. Fisher brings it out in front. Couldn't slam it home. Back behind is Tyke. Tyke tries to center to Fisher, and it's picked off by the Knights. Under a minute to go. Empty net off to our right, and skating in, uncontested, to bury it is Jack Cernko for the empty netter. Cernko found himself all alone, just had to put it away. He does. It's 5-2. Knights in front with just 51 ticks remaining in the third period.
Well, Glenview had a chance there to get it tied up when they initially got the power play, and it was 3-2. Pulled the goalie, let up the empty net, shorthanded goal, and then they let up a second one. And now time's going to tick away. They can stop the music anytime.
With 40 seconds left in the third, it's 5-2 Knights. There goes the music fading out. This play continues. 30 seconds.
And he's okay.
Back out to center ice. Adams sends it across, and the Knights just put it in deep. 25 to go in this one. The Knights ready to improve to 2-0 in the standings. The Hawks will drop to 2-1. They'll be done. They have played their 3 games in this one, so it's up to the Knights, who control their own fate. If they go 3-0, they will be the ones playing tomorrow in the championship as the final 5 seconds tick off. A scrum back in the corner, and there's the buzzer. 5-2 the final. The Knights defeat the Hawks. St. Louis Knights improve to 2-0 in the standings in this round robin tournament. The Hawks finish the round robin at 2-1. And again, the Knights control their own destiny. They will play the Yellow Jackets later today. That'll be the last game we call, and it'll be a good one to wrap things up. That's the last one we have today. The Knights will have a chance to control their fate and make it into the championship game tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great game. It came down to the wire up at that last minute and a half. Power play time for Glenview and pulling your goalie, so you had 2 extra attackers. They just weren't able to keep it in the zone. 2 empty net goals for the Knights being the difference, and then, as you said, they control their own destiny with the last game that they play tonight.
And that'll be on our broadcast. We'll stream that one for you. Scheduled tentatively for 6:50. It'll be whenever all the ones in front of it conclude. We'll have that one, our final Squirt Minor game of the day, and our final game we broadcast today. That'll be the Knights and Yellow Jackets later on today. But before we get there, our next one is another Squirt Minor matchup coming up. The Yellow Jackets and the Leafs, the other 2 teams in the bracket.
Right, and just a reminder for our viewers, that is the last game on this first stream. That's game 6 of 6. And then we'll reset the stream for games 7 through 11. So the final game on this stream will be the Yellow Jackets versus the Leafs. That's coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. You're watching Central State's Playoff Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Well, we've made it to Game 6 of 11 here in Glenview, the Glenview Community Ice Center. Hello, everyone. This is Eric Willowhite with Stream Sports Midwest. We have Drew Thomas on camera for this game between the Leafs and the Yellow Jackets in a Squirt minor matchup. Both of these teams lost their opening round game yesterday. The Leafs falling to the Knights 5-0 last night. And also last night, the Yellow Jackets falling to the Hawks by the score of 7-4. So they're both 0-1. And then the Yellow Jackets will take on the Knights in our last broadcast, tentatively scheduled for 6:50 p.m. That's not happening. This is supposed to be a 12:50 game. It's 1:31 right now, so we are a little tardy in these games sticking on schedule, but we'll keep them the best we can. In the bracket right now, it's the St. Louis Knights who have the edge. They're now 2-0. They defeated the Hawks, who were 2-0 going into the game. So the Hawks are 2-1. The Knights are 2-0. And as we mentioned, the Yellow Jackets and Leafs are currently sitting at 0-1. Winner of this game will at least get their record even. And the Yellow Jackets, they kind of gum things up. We'll see how things work there. It might give the Hawks an advantage, but we'll see. Either way, these two teams will play to determine a winner. It's 13-minute periods here in Squirt Minor versus 12 in the red tier 1 and 2 divisions. As we get ready for the face-off. To our left for the Yellow Jackets in goal is Nicholas, I'm going to say Sodi. Don't have a pronunciation. And then to our right for the Leafs, the only goaltender on their roster is Theo Knudsen. So Knudsen to our right for the Leafs, who are going to go right to left to start things off in the first period. They are the road team. The home team is considered the Yellow Jackets. They'll be going left to right with Nicholas Sodi in net for the Yellow Jackets. And we're underway here in Glenview Community Ice Center, Rink A. All 11 games we're broadcasting from this particular stream will be from Rink A. And just a reminder, this is game 6 of 6 for the first half of the 11 games, if you can split it in half. Games 7 through 11, we will start a new stream. We don't want to max out our total stream time on the YouTube channel, so we'll restart a new stream for games 7 through 11, but we'll get through this Squirt Minor game before we do that. Glad you could join us on Stream Sports Midwest for Central State's playoff hockey. As we were last weekend, we're in 3 rinks today. We're active in West Dundee and in Darien, in addition to the games we're calling here in Glenview. Last weekend we were in Darien, Romeoville, and West Dundee. So Glenview entering the party for this weekend. Play in the near corner, it comes out, backhanded towards the net. It never gets on to goaltender Knudsen, but the play is kept inside the zone by the Yellow Jackets. Behind the net, they'll sweep it over to the near boards. Then it comes out to center where Crowley will play it for the Yellow Jackets. Unable to corral it, and Leafs trying to carry it in the zone. They will. Terrell had it, and then he was bodied off the puck. Yellow Jackets throw it off the far wall, but the Leafs have numbers there. And they'll dump it down low. That's going to be chased by Carter Johnson. Play along the near wall. Leafs trying to get it over to the net, but it deflected off the shin pad of a Yellow Jackets player, and now they'll carry it out to center. Swept back in by Johnson, but the Yellow Jacket player was able to get it back out on ice. A player lost their lumber. I think they're off on the bench there, so it's not a player currently on the ice without their twig. Yellow Jackets trying to clear the zone, unable to. Puck laid down. That one might have gone wide, but not taking any chances was Nicholas Sodi as he makes the save and holds on for the faceoff. 10:21 remaining here in the opening period. No score between the Yellow Jackets and the Leafs. Each team looking for their first victory in bracket play. Pass goes behind the net. And now out to center. Yellow Jackets on the break. Anthony Manzella had it, and he retreats. And that puck rode the dasher there, so they're going to call that out of play. There'll be a neutral zone faceoff. They'll actually bring it right to center ice. So 11 games today here from Glenview. They're all Squirt games. Squirt Red Tier 2 games. And then Squirt Minor, which is what you're watching right now. We'll have one more Squirt Minor. That'll be our nightcap, which will really be a nightcap at that point because we're about 45 minutes off schedule. So much for getting home in daylight. We weren't going to do that anyways, but we're definitely not doing that now as there's an icing call against the Leafs. They'll bring the draw back inside West Dundee territory. Always enjoyed calling games here from Glenview. Had some tight corners, and where we're at, it's a little harder to see the play like right on the near boards. And we're in a good area. We get Ethernet access, which helps. So our stream has been, well, as I say that, it's flashing red right now, but it's been mostly good. Yellow Jackets carry it inside the zone. They'll try and throw it towards the net. They do, but it's swept out of there. Good defensive play by the Leafs to not allow a shot on net. And we'll keep an eye on that stream there. It looks like it's running. All right, we're back on the stream. Hopefully that fixed things for folks. We'll keep an eye on that, however. Nothing happened. There were 5 goals scored in that 30 seconds. We were not connected. No. It's power play time here for the Leafs. 40 seconds remaining. Play along the far wall. Terrell gets the shot from the top of the far circle, but absorbing that shot and holding on for the faceoff is Nicholas Sodi. 31 seconds remaining on the power play. 7:48 to go in the opening period. Face-off to the left of Sodi. Leafs gain possession of the draw. They ring it down into that far corner. Dump down low. Tracking after it for the Yellow Jackets is Ethan Falk. He tries to throw it up boards, unable to. Terrell throws it on net. That one goes wide into the near corner. Then a flipper towards the net is knocked down from Papp. Now Yellow Jackets go the other way. Between the circles, shorthanded attempt doesn't get through. Then a flip shot goes over the crease and over to the near wall. Penalty is over. Both teams back at full strength with Spench was looking for a penalty, none forthcoming. And now carrying the mail inside the zone is Benjamin Vinas. Oh, it looks like the name was cut off. I apologize on the roster there. Vinas Prone. I don't have the full name there. My apologies. The name isn't fitting in the cell. And now offsides is the call with 6:43. So not totally sure the rest of the last name there, so I'm just going to, it's Benjamin Vinas is what I have. Here come the Leafs the other way. They carry it inside the zone. Dawson, flip shot. Not sure if Sodi got a piece of it, but it went over to the far wall. Dawson spin around, throws it on net, looking for a Leafs player maybe to pick up a rebound, but Sodi denied that opportunity. He covered up for the faceoff. It'll be to his right. Siegmiller trying to keep it inside the zone. Comes out to center. Now inside the zone goes Cicerone. Overskating it. And now out to center. The Leafs will dump it back in, but well offsides were the Leafs and Cicerone. 5:55 to go in the opening frame. We are still scoreless. Shots on goal now 5-3 in favor of the Leafs. But scoreless on the big board. Inside the zone going to be played by Gavin Crowley. And a pass forward, trying to connect there with Calabrese, goes wide. And now it's going to be carried inside the zone by Logan Wilson. Puck's outside the zone, brought in offsides by Ethan Falk. A lot of stopping and starting in this game with the team. We'll do it again. Face off along the far wall. Face off along the far wall, just outside the Leafs zone. Terrell. All right, we're back on. Shot on net. Save made by Knudsen. We hadn't called Knudsen's name a whole lot. But then the shot and the save made. Try and fix our YouTube feed now. Now we are back in play, it appears. Try and get that live. So again, apologize for some of the issues we're having with the stream. We'll keep an eye on that as we go along. Again, we are hardwire connected, so we are on the Ethernet here. It's not the best, but it beats the rink public Wi-Fi for sure. But we'll keep an eye on it if we have to switch to a hotspot or something of that nature. As that shot sails over the right corner from Terrell, Braxton Terrell. Still scoreless here in the opening period. 3:40 remaining. Between the circles, Johnson loses the handle, but Pat picks it up, throws it between the circles. And then the Yellow Jackets will go the other way, and Novak. 1-on-3 for Novak. He's taken down, no call. Might have been incidental contact there, and now that puck is not icing as it was touched by a Yellow Jackets player before it went down. Shot from the near circle does not get through to Sodi. Wraparound attempt, or stuff attempt, is stopped by Sodi, and then the referee lost sight of the puck, and they'll blow the whistle with 3:04 to go in the opening period. You face off to the left of Nicholas Sodi. 6-4 in favor of the Leafs on shots on goal. 0-0 is our score here in the first period. Squirt minor action. Both teams 0-1 coming into today. Again, the Leafs losing to the Knights yesterday 5-0. And the Yellow Jackets losing to the Hawks yesterday by a score of 7-4. Shot on net. Sodi makes the save, kicks it out to his teammate Cicerone. Cicerone gets it over to the far wall. And now it's going to be backtracked by Bedoin. Check, not Cicerone. Orlak, Gage Orlak. Wrong team. Bedoin trying to get the puck outside the zone, and now it's Benjamin Vinas. Out to center. Manzella throws it over to the near wall. Inside Leafs territory. We're coming up 2 minutes remaining in the opening period. Orlak in the back wall. Orlak trying to dig it out. He does. Tries to center it. And a save made by Knudsen as Orlak centered it. And trying to stuff it through was Vinas, but denying it was Theodore Knudsen. Minute 48 to go. Shot on goal credited for the Yellow Jackets. Still scoreless. That puck pitchfork towards the net. Onto Knudsen. It laid loose for a moment, and then he was able to cover it up. We just throw the puck on net, and that one in pitchfork fashion, forcing Knudsen to make a play on it. Off the draw, Knudsen paddles it to a teammate. Minute and a half to go in the opening period, no score. Minute and a half to go in the opening period, no score. Centered between the circles. Crowley fans on it. Gets it back in, however. And now the Leafs look to go the other way. Here's Terrell. Terrell trying to break through. He centers it. Shot, save. Getting a stick on it was Sodi. Leafs keep it in. There's a player without a stick there. That's a Yellow Jackets player, and now he's able to grab it. But the puck was brought in offsides with a minute one remaining here in the opening frame. Cesaroni brings the puck in for the Leafs. It's taken away, thrown back out to center. Backhanded back inside the zone. And then back into the Leafs zone. Now out to center. Manzella plays it. Brings it inside the zone. Manzella shoots, and that one hit iron. Believe it hit the shoulder of Knudsen, then off the crossbar, and then deflected over to the far wall. Here's Manzella again, flips it on net. Glove save made Knudsen. He'll hold on for a faceoff with 22.7 seconds remaining here in this opening period. Boy, Manzella came close to giving the Yellow Jackets the first period lead at the tail end of this first period. I think off the shoulder of Knudsen and then off the crossbar. Face off to the near wall. Out to the neutral zone. Bowen overskates it. Manzella on his knees will dump it in and actually puts it on net, forcing Knudsen to make another save. So Manzella getting off 3 shots towards the net here. Last one coming from his knees, just outside the blue line. Manzella at the right point. That's where they're trying to go with it. Manzella between the circles, flips it on net, goes just wide. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. And now the horn will sound. And that'll do it for period one. No score. Shots on goal favor the Yellow Jackets 9-7. But on the big board, we're scoreless. We'll take a quick audio break. This is Central State's playoff hockey Squirt minor action on Stream Sports Midwest. All right, back in Glenview here for the start of period 2 in this Squirt minor matchup. Yellow Jackets and Leafs are scoreless. Shots in that second period favoring the Yellow Jackets 9-7, but nobody scored in the opening 13 minutes, so we'll do it again for period 2. Waiting for the official. It'll be Terrell taking the draw for the Leafs. And we're one official short, maybe? Or maybe not. I don't know where the other official is, but referee's waiting for the signal from the goalie. I don't know. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, good. Something. He's working his way over. I think they're going to start with one official, and then he'll explode from the bench when he's available. So, not sure if the other official gets double time during this period. Flip shot. Oh, that deflected off the skate of Riley and then just went wide. That would have been a tough one for Knudsen had that been on frame. And now we're back to the two official formation, a shot and a score. Gage Orlak whistles that one into the top left corner. And just like that, the Yellow Jackets take a 1-0 lead. 32 seconds into the second period. That one flipped the water bottle there. You saw the water bottle come up. We were just talking about that heading into it. As Knudsen carried the water bottle over there that looked like a giant walkie-talkie with the straw. And as soon as that one hit the left corner, that water bottle flipped in the air. Now the Yellow Jackets looking to strike again. Puck between the circles. Spin around shot attempt by Wilson was denied. And now the Leafs look to go the other way as they trail. Cesaroni carries the puck inside. 1-on-4. He gets past the defender. Stick handles and he tucks it in. What a play by Cesaroni. Shot out of a cannon, stick handled through 4 defenders and stick handled Sodi down. And Cesaroni ties the game. Wow. That did not take long for the Leafs to get the equalizer. We are tied 1-1. We have no goals in that first period. And then we get 2 goals here, 1 on each side in the first minute and a half. Tied at 1. Gage Orlak first for the Yellow Jackets, and then Noah Cesaroni for the Leafs. Now the play goes out to the neutral zone. Tracking that one down will be Landon Tips. Take that as Ethan Falk. And now Wilson flips it towards the net. That goes off the skate of Siegmiller and behind the net. Leafs trying to push it up ice. Kept in, however, by Michael Calabrese. There's Manzella backhanding the puck down into the far corner. Overskating it. Now Novak spinning, trying to get it over to the near point and Bedoin. The puck goes past the right post. Novak again. Liam Novak. Up high, here's Manzella between the circles. And that one steered aside by Knudsen. Good pressure being put on here by the Yellow Jackets. The Leafs finally get the puck outside the neutral zone. They had it for a moment, then it's stuffed back in. Yellow Jackets continuing to apply the pressure. Centering attempt, no one home. Here's Cesaroni. Cesaroni has a man to his right. He's going to carry it in. He's got one defender to beat. He gets by him, but he tumbles down, then tries to center. He's towards the end of his shift, and he'll head for a change. Cesaroni looking to bag a second goal there. Errant pass was picked off by the Leafs. Now the Yellow Jackets look to go the other way. Here's Manzella. This is a 1-on-2 for Manzella. Now he's got a player behind him. He stops. Taken away by the Leafs. Manzella tried to stop and maneuver, but he lost handle of the puck, and Pap dumps it in. He'll head over to the far point. Out to the neutral zone in Wilson. Wilson, cross ice pass, trying to get it to Tips. Tips fires, glove save made, and holding on for the faceoff will be Knudsen. 9:05 to go here in period 2. We're tied at 1. We had a scoreless first period, and then a goal for each side in the first minute and a half of period 2. That's hockey, baby, as they say. Between the circles, they're whacking away at it. Spin around attempt, stick save made. Oh, and that one hit off the right post on the rebound, and another shot attempt. Boy, the Yellow Jackets came within inches of retaking the lead. Now the referee takes a spill as play continues along the near wall. Now Siegmiller for the Leafs. Throws it off the far wall, kept in. Good job with the keep by Vinnas. He's stick handling over in that far corner. Puck knocked away. It goes to Dawson for the Leafs. Flips it out to center, Cesaroni. Cesaroni, stick handling, fires it on net. That one steered aside by Sodi. Over to the far wall. Backhanded back over to the far wall. Trying to dump it back down low is Nolan Bowen, and he will. And now over to the near corner. Play has picked up in terms of intensity a little bit here. Each team getting a goal, kind of finding their offensive legs. That puck hits the side of the net. But yeah, the Yellow Jackets hitting the post here on their last trip down. Came within inches of retaking the lead 2-1. As it is, they get a shot on net, save made by Knudsen. Puck escapes him momentarily, and then he's able to cover up. Whistle sounds as the Yellow Jackets were in there. Tips and Wilson, Logan Wilson, trying to hack away, but the whistle had sounded. 7:24 to go. We're tied at 1. Face off to the right of Theodore Knudsen. Leafs take the draw. They're going to bring it inside Yellow Jackets territory. Centering attempt. Oh, just out of the range of Terrell. He had a wide open net to the left side. And now going the other way. Shooting and a glove save made on the shot attempt. I believe that was Manzella again. Manzella with that one. Face off to the left of Knudsen. Orlak throws it down low. Goes over to Bowen on the near corner for the Leafs. Bedoin keeps it in, throws it back down low to Novak. Novak trying to pry that puck off the back wall. Leafs trying to get it out the center. They will. Here's Terrell. Braxton Terrell over the blue line. Cross ice pass too far out in front to Johnson. He's going to have to track it down. Carter Johnson in that far corner. And he comes out. He had it for a moment. Then his teammate kind of pinched in Bowen, and now the Yellow Jackets go the other way. Here's Novak taking it wide. Pap. And that's going to be a hooking penalty on Pap. So hooking is the call. Pap will go to the box. And it'll be a power play for the Yellow Jackets with 6:16 to go here in period 2. This second period's moved much quicker than the opening frame. Less whistles. As soon as I say that, though, we're probably going to have a ton of icings and offsides, but it's been moving a little quicker here as that one's deflected and goes wide right off the draw. Between the circles, Falk fires it towards the net. Tips thought he had a shot at it, but it went wide. Now Tips behind the net. No one to center to. And now he gets it up high to Falk. Falk between the circles. Not a whole lot on it. Never gets on net. Cesaroni gets it out to center. He had it out to center. Trying to go shorthanded here. .54 seconds on the power play. Play along the near wall. Leafs finally get it in the offensive zone on their power play. Good job early on the penalty kill by the Yellow Jackets. Now they'll take possession. Falk carries it over the blue line. He goes wide right. Backhanded up. Kept in at the zone by Vinas. Stick handles, tries to get it through. Carlson. Centering attempt goes through the crease and now over to the near wall. So most of the power play for the Leafs has been spent inside their own zone. Good job shorthanded by the Yellow Jackets. And now the puck comes on to Knudsen with 3 seconds left on the power play. And he'll hold on for the faceoff. 4:48 to go in period 2. 3 seconds on the power play. It's a 1-1 game. Faceoff to the right of Theodore Knudsen. 15-9 shots in favor of the Yellow Jackets. Be Calabrese against Terrell in the dot. Leafs win possession of the draw. They get it out to the neutral zone, and that'll kill the rest of the penalty time for the Yellow Jackets, but the puck was brought in offsides by the Yellow Jackets. Neutral zone draw. Bedoin had it taken away by Bowen. Bowen tried to pass it across. The Yellow Jackets interfered with that play. There's Manzella carrying it in. Manzella flips it on net. Getting a blocker on that one was Knudsen. Yellow Jackets looking to center. Goes behind the net where Terrell plays it. Kept in by Orlak. He'll throw it below to Novak. That's going to be picked up by Siegmiller, who tries to shovel it up along the near wall. Out to center, kept in, however. Nice job by Manzella. He gets the pass over, and it goes through, and they score. Manzella with the pass. And let's see who gets the goal there. Coming out of that maze of players, I think it's Novak. Yeah, it's Novak with the goal. So here, towards the end of period 2, Novak gets the goal. That's our third goal of the second period. And the Yellow Jackets go back out front 2-1. .337 to go here in period 2. Between the circles, now over to the near circle. Yellow Jackets trying to get it outside the zone. They will. And it was Logan Wilson. And now Crowley, Gavin Crowley. Carlson swipes it away. Carlson again pushing it back up ice. Going to be played by Ethan Falk. Throws it off the near wall. Area pass trying to get it to Wilson. He does get there. Tries to push it down low, but Carlson squeezes it away. And now going the other way is Dawson, Dominic Dawson for the Leafs. Dawson loses the handle. Kept inside the zone by Papp momentarily. Now the Yellow Jackets look to get it outside the zone. They will. Here's Papp. Backhands it over to Cesaroni. Carries it inside the zone between the circles. Fires the shot. That's blockered aside by Sodi, and he'll hold on for the faceoff as the puck came off the back wall back towards the front of the net. So better safe than sorry as Sodi played it and covered it up. 2:18 to go in period 2. 2-1 lead for the Yellow Jackets against the Leafs. Both teams looking for their first victory in the round-robin play here. Shot off the draw goes on net to Sodi, and he makes the save and covers up for a faceoff. They'll do it again to his right. 17-11, shots in favor of the Yellow Jackets. That shot off the draw goes wide of the net. Now over to the near wall. There it comes out to center. Leafs trying to get it outside the zone. They can't. Carried in by Novak. Novak taken down. And do we have a call? I didn't see. The ref was along the near wall there. So I don't know if anything was called. Doesn't look like it, so they'll do a face-off to the left of Theodore Knudsen. 2-1 lead for the Yellow Jackets with 1:56 to go in period 2. Yellow Jackets win the draw. Shot goes wide of the right post. 2-on-2 battle below the goal line. Who comes out with it? Over to Bedoin at the near point. Throws it back down low. Now out to center. Terrell. Terrell has Johnson to his left, but the puck was swiped away by Manzella. Manzella 1-on-3. Fires it. Hits the side of the net. Then goes over to the far wall where the Leafs will try and bring it outside the zone. 3-on-3 hockey, or 3-on-3 rush. Leafs carry it in. Centering attempt is swiped out of there and then pushed up ice to Calabrese. Michael Calabrese will carry the puck inside the zone. Trying to flip it over to Orlak, but the pass was too far out in front and the Leafs clear. That one's going to go all the way down for an eventual icing. No call. The referee had his arm up. The other referee didn't blow it, I'm not sure, but anyway. 44 seconds remaining. Puck inside the Yellow Jacket zone. Leafs pull it off the wall. Shot, glove save made. Not sure if that was on target, but making the save on the Landon Carlson wrister was Nicholas Sodi. Might have gone wide, but why take the chance? Face off to his left. Carlson in the dot for the Leafs. And Landon tips for the Yellow Jackets. Shot from the draw doesn't get through as that one was blocked by Calabrese. Play stuck inside Yellow Jackets territory with 25 seconds remaining. 2-1 lead for Yellow Jackets here in period 2. Now out to the neutral zone. And we get a whistle. A late penalty for the Leafs. It's going to be a tripping call against Braxton Terrell. So a power play for the Yellow Jackets. Offensive zone draw with 17.8 seconds remaining. Calabrese against Carlson. Between the circles, shot goes wide off the stick of Calabrese. Oh, and then fanning on it. This could be a shorthanded attempt. Carrying the puck in the zone was Cesaroni, but he overskated it a little bit. And now time will wind down here in period 2. We'll head to the third period. The Yellow Jackets with a 2-1 lead as we head into the third period. You're watching Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. Back at Glenview Community Ice Center, Rink A. Third period about to get underway between the Leafs and the Yellow Jackets here in the Squirt Minor playoff round-robin matchup. The Leafs have a minute 13 remaining to kill on the penalty to Braxton Terrell. Yellow Jackets power play time. They'll be going left to right here in period 3. 13-minute periods here in Squirt Minor. Referee having a conversation with the Yellow Jackets coaching staff, and now they're heading out to the face-off dot. 2-1 lead for the Yellow Jackets. Both teams looking for their first victory in round-robin play. The Hawks wrapped up round-robin play with a loss to the St. Louis Knights. They had a 4-2 lead heading into the third, wound up losing 6-5, and they finished 2-1. The Knights are 2-0, and they'll play the Yellow Jackets in our final game here. Tentatively scheduled for 6:50. That'll probably be more like 7:30-ish by the time that game starts, as we were about 45 minutes off pace here, as that one goes down for no icing. Took forever to get there. Puck carried up ice by Anthony Manzella. Gets it out to center to Calabrese. And then the puck brought in off sides. 30 seconds remaining on the Yellow Jackets power play. If the Leafs can kill this one off, they're still within striking distance, trailing by 1. Goals in this game. First goal scored by Gage Orlack of the Yellow Jackets, followed up by Noah Cesaroni on a great individual effort for the Leafs. And then later in that second period, Liam Novak. Oh, a save made. Shot attempt. He doesn't see it, does Knudsen, but he was able to stop it. It kept in at the near point, and then holding on it is Knudsen for the faceoff. But Liam Novak scored the go-ahead goal for the Yellow Jackets late in that second period to give them the 2-1 lead they currently hold. As we head into the third. Crowley tries to throw it down low. Carlson flips it out to the neutral zone. Penalty is over. Both teams back at full strength as Terrell's back on the ice for the Leafs. He'll head into the offensive zone. Takes a tumble, but the puck goes with him. Now the Yellow Jackets look to go the other way. Wilson was trying to break outside the zone. Pap threw the puck back inside deeper into Yellow Jackets territory, where it's going to be played by Ethan Falk. Backhanded back to Tips. Tips over center ice. Tips along the near wall, inside Leafs territory. Rings it around to the far corner. That's played by Wilson. Now Tips over on the far wall. Crowley between the circles, flips it towards the net, deflected, never gets onto Knudsen. He goes into that far corner. Now out to center ice. Johnson along with Terrell. Terrell carries it in. Terrell stick handling, loses the handle, and the Yellow Jackets quickly go up ice. Inside the zone goes Vinas. Taken away by Terrell. This is a 1-on-2, now a 2-on-2. Terrell loses the puck on his stick handling move. Nice defense there by Anthony Manzella, who carries the mail inside the zone. Cross ice pass, has a man. Tough angle shot, and covering up and making the save, or at least making that save, was Knudsen. Then the puck went below the goal line. Far point shot denied. That's Bedoin trying to get it on net. Now it's pinned up along the back wall. We got a 5-player scrum. Who's going to come out with it? It's the Yellow Jackets. Cross ice pass to Manzella. He's going to circle and keep it in. He'll dump it down low. Heading toward, through the crease. Did it go in? It did! Somehow it went between the wickets. And it's Orlack with his second goal He threw it through the crease. It got deflected between the pads of Knudsen. And that gives the Yellow Jackets a 3-1 lead over the Leafs here with an early-ish, I should say, third period goal. Looked like a harmless toss from that near corner, but nothing's harmless when it goes through the crease area. And now Orlak dumps it in. So now the task just got a little taller for the Leafs, who had tied it up, tied at 1 before a late second period goal. Gave the Yellow Jackets a 2-1 lead, and now they're up 3-1. Orlak with a pair of goals on the day. Orlak again trying to stuff it home. Save made, rebound. Orlak will peel out. And he'll throw it back over to Bedoin on the far point. Now Novak between the circles, shoots! And that one sails high over to the near corner. Yellow Jackets stepping on the gas pedal here. And that one gets through! And it's Orlak with the hat trick. Orlak kept firing that puck at the net, and now he's got the hat trick. And now it's a 4-1 lead for the Yellow Jackets. And what was a very close game has opened up big time in favor of the Yellow Jackets as they move up 4-1. George Orlak with the hat trick. And Theodore Knudsen has to be shell-shocked there. Couple tough goals. Now a face-off to the left of Sodi. We hadn't called his name in a while. Here comes Tips. Tips inside the zone. Tips trying to whack at it. And it's thrown back up ice. Going the other way are the Leafs and Carter Johnson. Johnson, cross-ice pass, gets it to Papp. Papp tries to throw it on net, but doing a good job and getting in the way is Gavin Crowley. Never got to Rhodey, or Sodi, I should say. 8:22 to go in period 3. 4-1 lead now for the Yellow Jackets. Out to center. Falk spinning. Oh, and this could be a break for Terrell. Crowley skating over. Shot and a save made by Sodi on the shot from Terrell. Crowley just kind of hung with him, kept him at least on the outside for a little bit. And then Terrell's shot denied by Sodi. Manzella shovels it ahead to Novak. Novak eludes a defender. Novak eludes another defender. Stick handles, backhanded shot attempt. That one's saved. Then goes below the goal line. Here's Orlak between the circles, shoots again. That one knocked down. Novak back to Orlak out front. Down and out is Knudsen, but Orlak lost the handle and it went over to the far corner. And now the Leafs get it outside the zone. Boy, that could have been even more dangerous for the Leafs. They fall behind 5-1. Orlak bidding for his 4th goal. Yellow Jackets push it inside the zone. They peel it off the far wall. Top of the far circle. Flip shot towards net does not get through as Siegmiller battles. And now it comes over to Carter Johnson and gets it out to center. Johnson, cross-ice pass intercepted by Orlak. And now dumped back in by Calabrese. He'll head for a change. Wholesale changes here for the Yellow Jackets. And now the Leafs look to carry the mail forward. Here's Bowen. Bowen to the middle of the ice. Puck is taken away. Intended recipient was Dominic Dawson, but the Yellow Jackets go between the circles. Manzella fires it high and wide. Backhanded centering attempt, no black jerseys home. And then it's thrown out to center where Crowley will play it for the Yellow Jackets. Crowley takes it wide along the far wall. Crowley stick handles around a defender. Got it between Papp, but then it eventually went to the far corner. Kept in by Crowley. Between the circles, flip shot. That one paddled aside. Yellow Jackets looking to add on here. They're already up 4-1 with 2 third-period goals. They led 2-1 heading into the third period. And now the Leafs over the ice. Cicerone throws it on net. Pad save made by Sodi. Pulled out of there by Ethan Falk. Kept in by the Leafs. That puck is dumped down low. And then the Yellow Jackets throw it out to center. Here's Tips. 5:14 to go here in the third period. 4-1 lead for the Yellow Jackets. The Yellow Jackets win. That'll set up an interesting battle against the St. Louis Knights in our final game of 11 from Glenview. Because the Knights are 2-0. The Yellow Jackets would be 1-1 heading to that game, and if they wind up beating the Knights, move them to 2-1. But the Yellow Jackets lost to the Hawks earlier, who are also 2-1. So it could be a goal differential thing versus head-to-head. We'll have to see how that all plays out. Each team taking turns beating each other, but we're well ahead of ourselves there. First, the Yellow Jackets have to secure this victory. Dawson will go the other way. Dominic Dawson takes it wide, trying to get around Bedoin. Bedoin recovers. And I'll play in the far near corner. Terrell battling with Novak. Puck skitters out the center where Carlson will backhand it back inside Yellow Jackets territory. And we're under 4 minutes to play in period 3 with the Yellow Jackets jumping out to a 4-1 lead now. Bowen fires the shot. And that one steered aside by Sodi, Nicholas Sodi. And he'll hold on as that puck came from the near corner into the crease. He'll hold on for a faceoff. Shots favor the Yellow Jackets. Shots on goal 25-16. And on the big board, it also favors the Yellow Jackets 4-1. 3:46 remaining. Yellow Jackets moving out to center. Carrying that puck inside the zone was Vinas Proencia. I saw the back of his jersey, didn't get to see the full name. Again, his full name is truncated on my roster, so I just get Vinas. Actually, it just says Proencia on the back of his jersey, so no Vinas there. 3:05 remaining. Puck goes over to the far wall. Johnson will track it down for the Leafs. Leafs got to get a flurry of activity here in a short period of time. Kept inside the zone. Here's Johnson. Carter Johnson will flip it towards the net. And pulling that one down and holding on for the faceoff is Sodi. With 2:45 to go here in period 3 and a 4-1 lead for the Yellow Jackets. Three-goal deficit for the Leafs. And goaltender Theodore Knudsen remains in net to our right. Not sure if the Leafs will pull their goalie being down 3 with 2:45 to go. Out to the neutral zone. Manzella. He stops. Along the near wall, Manzella. Centering pass has a man wide open. Spin around shot. That one deflects wide off the spin around attempt from Calabrese. Up ice. Bedoin keeps it in. Cross ice pass to Manzella. Fires from the top of the near circle. That one deflects wide. Novak tries to dump it down low. Novak. Far corner. Minute 57 to go to Bedoin at the near point. Kept in by Orlak. Kept in by Bedoin. Now the Leafs gain possession out to center. But it's going to be brought right back in by Manzella between the circles. Flip shot, score! Anthony Manzella finally gets the goal. He was been very active in this game. And that gives the Yellow Jackets a commanding 5-1 lead with a minute 37 to go. And it was just a matter of time before Manzella struck, as he's been around the net and putting pucks on net throughout this game. So the Yellow Jackets, minute 37 away from evening up their bracket record at 1-1 with a match against the 2-0 Knights coming up here in the final game from Glenview for Saturday. Pregame passes it to Tips. Tips from between the circles, glove save made by Knudsen, and holds on with a minute 24 to go. Oh, what was a close game heading into that third period. That was flipped on its end here as 3 third period goals by the Yellow Jackets have given them a 5-1 lead. A pair of goals in the third period by Gage Orlak, giving him the hat trick. Terrell trying to center. Spinning around, throws it through the crease. Johnson was there for a possible tip, but it went wide. Now out to center. Puck thrown back up ice by Michael Riley. And now Crowley and the Yellow Jackets trying to peel that puck off the near wall, and they will. Bring it inside the zone is Proencia. Now Crowley. Bowen takes it for the Leafs. He stick handles around a couple defenders, but a nice back check there by Ethan Falk to pull the puck off of Bowen. Bowen tries to get it again, but it's played by Falk. 19 seconds remaining. Yellow Jackets trying to get the puck outside the zone. Crowley. He eventually does get it out where Riley tracks it down, dumps it back in, but the Leafs were still inside the zone, so we get an offsides call with 8.7 seconds remaining. 8.7 seconds until the Yellow Jackets come out with a victory to even up their bracket record at 1-1 with a big game coming up against the St. Louis Knights to close out our 11 games here from Glenview, Rink A today. We're going to get a penalty call, the slashing call, and they'll just wind the clock down. They're going to award the penalty, but wind the clock down nonetheless. Looks like an interference call. But the game is over, and the Yellow Jackets win 5-1 over the Leafs. A 2-1 game going into the third period. But a 3-goal outburst from the Yellow Jackets give them the 5-1 victory. And they'll take on the St. Louis Knights here in the nightcap in Squirt minor action. All right, so that'll do it for games 1 through 6 on the stream. We're going to reset a new stream. Same place. It'll just be games 7 through 11. And we'll be right back here. And then our next game on the docket, we'll be back into Squirt Red Tier 2 action. It's the Vipers against Winter Club. That's your next game coming up on our reset stream. Right back here at Glenview, you're watching Central State's playoff hockey on Stream Sports Midwest.